This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such a material motive for putting a position on him. We'll never let the true facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions,
Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 303. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we have a guest with us. I think our first guest of the year,
Yes.
It's a nice little change of pace from slogging through the horrific, satanic Epstein files. But actually,
we're basically going to be doing the same thing.
We will
be.
We have
our own.
Yeah, while this might not be officially Epstein Apocalypse 6, in a way, spiritually it is. And we have with us researcher Kay, who some people, regular listeners will know, has called in before with some really good info. How's it going, Kay?
Going good. As good as it can be. It's the craziest times that we live in, but really want to try and tie some of it together with personal stuff. Just as a recovering gifted student, I've kind of been chasing this information for a while, and as you've seen in the birthday book, it's confirmed. Epstein was a gifted kid going to a gifted and talented school.
That's right. Yeah, something that we'd speculated about in our early run of episodes, like with Jimmy Fallon Gong. He was the first person to kind of really shine a spotlight on that potential aspect of Jeffrey Epstein, but we still were kind of like groping in the dark to is there, even in the latest dumps at the end of last year, we're kind of looking was there some kind of connection? And actually, sure enough, even before these emails, in the birthday book, the 50-year birthday book that was released last fall, that was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell, we have hard proof that Jeffrey Epstein was a gifted and talented child. And I couldn't think of anybody better to have on to break down exactly what the sus implications of that are, because we've brought up gifted and talented education, and I know that a lot of our listeners from very early on, it was a kind of a pattern I think that we noticed just talking to people, is a lot of listeners attended what are called the GATE programs, in public schools, growing up, gifted and talented education. And I guess, Khalid, correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't attend you never went to GATE classes, right?
No, I never. I knew people who did. It was a weird thing because I feel like I always tested well, but I think part of it may have been that I was very disorganized, and I was kind of you're sort of to use the sort of millennial terminology, I was sort of your classic odd DHD kid.
Yeah.
So I didn't really fit the mold of a true GNT kid. I also
Right.
have not, people who are longtime listeners to the show will notice whenever I'm reading something and I get to a number, I always have to take a second. So I'm not maybe numerically gifted. That was something that we're numerically as strong as verbally.
Mm-hmm.
Some will be like, Khalid, you're not strong verbally either, but whatever the case, I'm less strong numerically. But so I always find that odd about gifted programs, though. I think I mentioned this recently in the Discord. I felt that from my, knowing a lot of people who did do the programs at our school, which is kind of a pull-out gifted program thing. they kind of like the tests were sort of based on like, spatial, mathematic, and to an extent like verbal intelligence, things like that, like kind of puzzles or maybe reading comprehension. But then sort of the stuff they had them do were like these kind of imaginative things, or even artistic things.
Yeah.
Right. Which, like, to me, it makes sense. Like if you have students who are, maybe at a notch above the other students in terms of math or in terms of poetry or in terms of any, skill or any kind of talent or any kind of facility, that like, it makes sense to maybe have the gifted poets in a special poetry workshop or have the gifted math students in a special math class. But it is odd, like, to take gifted math students and then be like, you probably can, be the next, I don't know, great, next Michelangelo, probably because you're, so good at math, or you probably can like help us figure out how we could have colonies in Antarctica or something like that, which I remember was one assignment I mentioned before that I remember my friend working on.
Yeah.
So it was a weird kind of thing to me, but always on the periphery.
Right. And I went to Catholic school, so they just didn't have that. Maybe some Catholic schools do or do participate in things like that, but generally they kind of do their own thing. So like the only time I'd heard of, the first time I was made aware of it was watching Malcolm in the Middle as a middle schooler. And there was like a thing called like the Crowboyns. Yeah. Even the name of it like weirds me out and like pisses me off because I'm like, what the fuck is a Crowboy? Like,
I guess that name comes from Little Shop of Horrors. The writer of Malcolm in the Middle was a gifted kid.
That makes sense. Yeah. Malcolm is a gifted kid on the show, right?
Yeah, I really related to Malcolm in the Middle. That was, definitely. Yeah. Rewatching it is really surreal, realizing how much of it is. But none of the weird esoteric stuff or, occult stuff showing up in the Malcolm in the Middle. But there's a lot of ties there. And one of the last words that Khalid said was weird. And I was thinking emphasis on the weird. They were kind of looking for the weird kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, in sharp contrast to us, though, you were a gifted and talented child. Okay. So, like, would you like to explain maybe, because I know you've researched and you know a lot about this, but like, what was your experience becoming a gate kid? And then when did you start to have inklings, like, later on, like in adulthood, that like, what was that? Like, what was that journey for you?
Oh, man. Yeah. It's been... First off, I have to say, I'm smiling, just being on, podcasts I listen to so much, and then being mentioned in any kind of description next to Jimmy Fallon Gong. Like, it's really cool to be here talking about something similar and seeing what he theorized come to proven, solid proof. So that's pretty interesting to see happen, and I appreciate the ability to talk about the personal stuff. I don't want to waste too much time talking about my personal experience, but they pulled me out of classes. The weird thing is the memory gaps that a lot of the gifted kids mention that they don't remember from the elementary school GATE program. There's lots of strange things, ties even back to Maxwell and his SRA company, which we'll talk about in the fall, some examples of that. But it stood for Scientific Research Associates, I believe.
Yes.
They used the reading material in the gifted program. So I do remember these SRA booklets that I saw a picture of, while I'm doing research. Of course, I always wonder if I'm remembering something from my normal class or if it's truly the gifted class. There's a lot of headphones and frequency memories that people have coming through headphones. And there's also the hearing test that we did. So always want to look at it through a critical lens, but there's definitely things that were not normal. And one of the things that really upset me the most and kind of left me with a vendetta to kind of figure out what's going on is that they tried to get me to skip a grade once. Jeffrey Epstein skipped 2 grades. My parents said no because they were worried about me growing up at the same time with all my peers. And so I didn't do that. They would just pull me out of class every once in a while, never went to any special school. But there was one time where they were telling me to call a number and say that my family was something that they weren't, doing things that they weren't, which is interesting now that I know the people that are involved, who their friends are. And I'm finding documents where the weird stuff, like there's work books for teachers that are materials for Project Ascent,
Yes.
ASCENT, and they're asking about ESP, why do my dreams come true, drugs, question mark, sexual fantasies, question mark.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes you think that they're on top of doing IQ tests, they're doing psychological things, maybe finding sexual deviance, maybe finding people with psychopathic tendencies, kind of finding pawns for some kind of transnational chess game, because there's these gifted programs all over the world and different names of different things that aren't called gifted. There's been some really cool researchers in the grotto who have helped fill in some gaps for me. Yeah, Velvet Joe's done some uncovering on the People to People program that Walt Disney was involved with. There's program in Iran. There's just so many ties that we'll get into. But with my personal experience, there's just big memory gaps. There was windows that were covered, some kind of sensory deprivation technique while they were doing tests and puzzles. Strange things they were asking me to do that I didn't understand the instructions, or hypotheticals, or just abstract things that didn't make sense. So
do you remember any like examples like that are kind of like, you know, like what, like of a puzzle that they had you do, or like any kind of particular assignment, or particular activity?
You know, it's hard really, because my memory is so, I can tell you every teacher, I could tell you the computer lab teacher, I could tell you people in the admin office's name, and me and my sister have done this with each other, because a lot of siblings are also in the gifted program. So, and for some reason we can't remember the people that we were being pulled out of class with every day. Yeah, I don't remember much, but from my research, people have some worksheets that their parents kept that they took home in their backpacks or whatnot, that it seemed like they're decoding activities. Abstract thing, lots of marine animals, makes me think of John C. Lilly.
Dolphins, right? A lot of dolphin stuff
dolphins,
pops
whales. Very fitting, because John C. Lilly and the AI cult heads, you know, it's all tied in. But and I have a parent handbook that is from my program, and we've talked about the strange stuff that's been listed in there. So I have some solid proof, but the real thing that is worrisome is the memory gaps. And from what I'm figuring out is people that are involved were working with in the early days. I'm not saying while I was in the program, but in the early days of these experiments, using different drugs that have an effect on memory, using hypnotism that has an effect on memory, and even strange frequency weaponry, which sounds wild, but Lawrence Radiation Lab, frequencies that make you have a short-term memory that you don't remember until it's shut off.
It goes by many different names, but like the discombobulator is one nickname for it. I mean, Havana syndrome, that whole thing, that allegedly is proven now, right?
Yeah, speaking of the Jimmy Fallon Gong, you know, and Havana syndrome, it's a real thing. It's been proven now, just like this. One that I'm suffering from right now is prosopametamorphosia. I don't know if you've heard of that one. It's where you start to see people's faces distort into demons.
Wow.
No, it's a new, I don't know if you've seen this, but it's a new thing that people have been getting diagnosed with, where they're seeing people's face start to distort, and they have these animations that they've done to make it appear how these people report faces looking. Just as a
very like demonic looking.
Yeah, it's like demonic, like creature looking strain. Yeah, I remember reading an article about it, thinking, well, that's interesting. I wonder what's causing that.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw in the Epstein emails, like there's a lot of talk. I haven't had time to like go look through it yet, but there's a lot of like V2K, like targeted individual type stuff that I don't know if it comes from like FBI tips of people sending in kind of, you know, I guess what you could call kind of like targeted individual or like conspiracy tomes, like, because that's happened a few times where, you know, like I don't know, that book about the bloodlines of the Illuminati is like in the Epstein files. Like somebody attached it and like put it in there as part of the, I think in the post like death, you know, at post 2019 investigation. I just want to ask about the gifted thing.
Oh, yeah, I have heard of this demon face syndrome. Yeah, I think
wow.
this is kind of Is this a new thing that has only been described recently?
Yeah, it was I don't know how many years, if it was a few years ago or what, but I remember reading that and thinking of They Live, and I just wanted to choose a Havana syndrome-esque syndrome to have and as a nod to the late and great Jimmy Fallon Gong. So that's where I'm suffering from.
Yeah,
But it's real. There's demons among us when you read these files. Take care of yourself when you're reading through this stuff. Don't worry about all these things people are saying. They're deleting them. They might, but there's people with tech that are pulling them. Make sure you take care of yourself. This stuff is so just disturbing. So
yeah, absolutely. There's more, just new circles of hell to discover. One of the little question about the gifted children programs themselves is, like, it's funny. It's like we all know about it's generally known in society that, like, this is a thing. Like, it's been depicted on TV shows and, like, public schools have them, whatever. But it all seems so, like, structurally nebulous. Like, who's running this? We can maybe get into that. But how did it work in your class? Like, did you get pulled out by somebody and taken to, did you stay within your own school? Or were you sort of, like, enrolled in, like, a different school, like, taken somewhere else? Like, was it every day, or was it, like, a couple times a week? And you might not remember everything, but, like,
it was often enough to feel isolated. But yeah, I was also in a track program back when they did that. So it was like you had A through C track, and it was based on test scores and who knows what else. I don't trust schools and all the stuff they're logging. I haven't looked into Life Touch connection with Epstein, but that just makes me think of that. So basically I would have a different time off of break than track B or track C. It was kind of staggered. Kids with certain test scores stayed with certain kids, but then on top of that, I would get pulled out by somebody who, maybe like Mr. Gino Yu, works for universities or other organizations like SAIC is one that
really
they've had some listings that are strange for, like, speech therapy, educators, school psychologists, and they're a big government contractor for
military intelligence contractor.
military intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah. And didn't they inherit the Stargate program from SRI when they they passed it off to SAIC, like, in the 90s, right?
Yeah, Jessica Utsu is a statistician who went over the Stargate thing. I had heard her say in an interview, confirm that, and I've read that several places. So they also have CIA.gov documents that say anomalous phenomena with lucid dreaming. So a lot of dream experimentation is involved, which I found in the Epstein files as well.
Yeah.
I had some really strange experiences with my dreams that get very disturbing. There's abuse with, people in these programs. So very strange things happened, and I couldn't determine. It was very strange. A lot of people report mall dreams, which I've also had. I don't know if that's outside of the gifted program.
What is that, like the false memory system?
LL or MAUL?
Sorry, false memory system.
MALL, like the malls you go to shop.
Okay.
For some reason, people in the gifted program have connected on Reddit threads to try and find some similarities. Now, some of these lists are just from 4chan, ridiculous stuff, like, 4chan is Epstein, we know. But there's people that report that they have mall dreams where it's a layout of a mall. I don't know if that's outside of gifted kids too, because I haven't really looked at it too much, but I've had that experience, and there's a lot of dream research people involved. It
kind of reminds me of the loss in the mall thing, like this false memory loss in the mall thing. Like, that was the memory that they would try to induce to, like, during research into the possibility of false memories. Like, that was kind of the sort of pillar of the idea. Yeah.
Like Elizabeth Loftus, false memory syndrome?
Yeah, like,
and
that's
she
what
pops
they would
up in the
try
Epstein
to do
files,
would
right?
be to try, like,
She's
mentioned, yeah.
Files.
Like, I think
Krippner is mentioned in that file where it's, like, kind of her resume of all her work. There's something that references Krippner's work, which is interesting, but he's not in the files other than that. But he does a lot of dream research, and I'm really gonna have to look into that, because that is kind of makes me wonder.
They just sort of, I think they would do it through hypnosis or, like, just through, like, suggestion. But they would just, like, sort of, like, give people a memory that they had been lost in the mall, and then like they, I guess their argument was that the subjects actually would claim to remember that experience, and that proves that under hypnosis, or when in a sort of suggestible state, you can confabulate memories, and this was kind of used to like discredit all sorts of people.
Yikes.
So yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
That is very interesting. You know what it makes me think about? It's just like a song playing in my head right now. You've done the episodes on Ira Einhorn. Have you heard this song that his ex did called Possibly in Michigan?
No.
Oh, it's a video where she's going around a mall and she's like wandering, kind of lost, and there's this thing chasing her. She wrote it about Ira Einhorn, and it's like some animal cannibal. It's a very catchy song from the 80s. I suggest I'll have to throw it in the grotto at some point because it's a really eerie video about a mall, and it's Ira Einhorn's ex-girlfriend. Before Holly.
Before Holly, yeah. I remember he popped up in, I think, the book.
After Holly, maybe. Actually, I'm curious now. I'm like, because I think she was his ex at the time that happened. But yeah, him and Puharich and stuff tie in a lot to this research on kids and programs and ranches. And you have to think about the New Mexico ranch and the Austining ranch, and you have to wonder.
You definitely do, because looking into this research, Andre Puharich's name popped up like more than you would want to pop up. Like for supposedly serious scientists, it's like they're all friends with Puharich, and it's like, oh, okay. The ranch aspect of it all. There's definitely in Epstein's network, like certain people seem to be very like interested in gifted children, even all the way up to the more woo-woo end of the spectrum. Like I think that popular podcast, the Telepathy Tapes, has been getting a little more attention in the last couple of weeks because, well, I guess maybe I forget the name. Is it like Julia Woodbridge? Is the doctor? Mossbridge. Yeah, she's the main. I don't think she had like direct contacts with Epstein, but like people that she was consulting with and working with, I think did. And like also people in Epstein's network were generally talking about the exact type of thing that the Telepathy Tapes was investigating, which is like autistic children that seem to have some kind of like ESP ability, and researching them and all this other stuff. So it's definitely something they were like plugged into, and then you add in the kind of gene editing baby kind of stuff and things that we still don't know about Zorro Ranch, but there's some dark hints that there's some survivors' testimonies. Actually, the one that we read from a couple episodes back of the girl who wrote everything in a kind of code,
the cryptic. Yeah, I listened to that. That was very interesting.
Sort of the zigzag pattern. Not a very like difficult.
Not super hard, but it did make you mention that bringing home like little cryptographic homework for like gifted and talented kids to like decode at home, and doing like little intro to cryptography type stuff. I don't know, it's just kind of an interesting synchronicity.
That's but you have to be really aware of like how those things. It's crazy how QAnon became a thing like that, and there was the cicada thing before that, and during these times where everybody, I really like how you're saying, I don't know if it's an FBI tip or if it's a legitimate email, or these are all things we have to really be aware of, because this has. It's really ripe for something like that to happen, where someone says, come on, follow me, follow the white rabbit, and do this, do that. And then before you know it, everybody's psyoped. So just people have to be vigilant, as you guys always say.
Maybe I'll just bring up here, because we are kind of entering it into evidence for the first time, the page in Epstein's birthday book, his 50th birthday book. I'll put it up right here. From Dr. Stephen Levy, that I guess was written in December 2002. And this right here is kind of the first proof we had that Epstein was like involved in this type of program. And he says, Jeffrey, you could never imagine the surprise I felt when Guy Lane first contacted me about writing something for your memory book. Over the years, I have thought of class 5-3 and 6-3. I assume that is a 5th grade class and a 6th grade class, but like section 3, which is I think the gifted section, numerous times with affection and really fond memories. After all, you guys were my second class ever, and I had just transferred from my first job, which was, of all places, Fort Apache, the Bronx. Imagine coming from a class of holdovers, delinquents, and worse, to a class of, quote, and he capitalizes this, intellectually gifted children. Believe me, it was quite a chore just to keep up one step ahead of that class. So that's right there. Jeffrey Epstein was enrolled in I guess, at this time you entered, I forget when they switched it, but a lot of schools in a lot of states, they started, quote unquote, junior high, I think, in 5th grade. And then it was like 5th, 6th, 7th or something. That I remember watching like the Wonder Years. I was like confused because it's like he went to 5th grade and it was like, you're in middle school now, punk. And it's like, wait, what? But like, I guess they used to do that. And maybe high school was like shifted 3 years earlier or something like that. But I think he went to Mark Twain Junior High School and was in 5th and 6th grade. This guy was his teacher, and he was in a class of intellectually gifted children. And of course, we already know that Epstein had other kind of gifted attributes that were kind of cultivated. He became a pretty virtuosic child accordion player and then switched to the piano. I think his later friend, Paul Krasner, his music teacher was so impressed with him that he booked him a childhood gig at Carnegie Hall where he played the accordion. And then he moved on to a different teacher for piano. And I think, as his mother says in the birthday book, that then, what was it? She said, Mr. Matos booked you in Carnegie Hall. You won prizes in Prospect Park, Central Park, and other local competitive prizes. And then later she says, Mr. Jerome Jollis recommended you to Interlaken, where you had fun. I don't know if it improved your piano. Today you own a log cabin there. Which he did indeed. So he was identified as having like musical ability to the extent that his teacher, I didn't have time to look up Mr. Jerome Jollis or if he was maybe a Walter Breen type scout, maybe for, I don't know, gifted musical prodigies, but somebody, made sure to like recommend him and helped him, go to Interlaken. And so you have that music side of it, but then also in public school, he was in this GATE program. I think the teacher says in 1963 was when they met, when Jeffrey Epstein was 10. So this would have been, I think in your research, you laid out like in earnest that the gifted child stuff kind of started in some states in the 50s, but then got like a massive boost of federal funding and backing after the Sputnik incident, right? When the American elite kind of realized like, the Soviets are ahead of us in like cutting edge technology. We got to do something. We have to, really harvest our human capital and throw like identify talented young people and students and kind of pipeline them into working on like advanced science and technology stuff. Which, then I think the peak of that was really over kind of the next like 10 to 15 years, and kind of started to decline a little bit by the 70s. But the gifted child program, the GATE programs continued well through the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. Correct me if I'm wrong, like, are they still around today? Or
they are still around today, yeah.
GATE, okay. GATE is still around.
Yeah, they have a bunch of different names. There's GATE is gifted and talented education. There's talented and gifted, that's TAG. There's SAGE in California. Before GATE, it was called MGM, mentally gifted minors.
Okay, wow.
So they have a bunch of different names. Some don't even have the word gifted in them.
Yeah, ours is called GNT.
Oh yeah, GNT, yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking up like all the kids I could remember being in that program in my elementary school, and 2 of them like became like medical. Well, one became like a PharmD, like in pharmaceuticals. Okay. Seems to have had like a pretty good career actually. It went into like sort of the pharmaceutical industry. It has like a leadership role there. The other one like is like an emergency medicine. Seems like, but still like doing, like pretty well in that field, like an assistant professor of emergency medicine at some hospital. And the other one is a like in the experimental operations unit of the United States Air Force.
That sounds about right. That's what's ridiculous to me. It's like, why are you doing all this shady spy stuff when, I mean, you're worried about Sputnik, you're worried about being behind, your education in general is lacking, so why not focus on improving education in general rather than these acceleration, eugenics, elitist supremacy programs?
Yeah, it also like I think it kind of like reflects like I was like, huh, I wonder like what what do they end up doing? Like it kind of reflects. I mean, like it's interesting. Like I'm trying not to give too many details about these people, but like one of them like I think had a little bit like less money than the others, and that was kind of the one who went into emergency medicine in a way. Like it's interesting like how kind of his like kind of like class background almost like put him in the like most sort of the least like morally suspect direction, but still in STEM, like still in the sort of like sciences, like health informatics and like and then like the military side. It does kind of show like what type of intelligence like they're looking for, or like what they're what type of people like they are kind of like looking to what type of intelligence, what type of aptitudes they're kind of
Yeah.
evaluating for these programs. That
For
that
sure.
tends to be where these people land.
And it seems to be like, not all people are going to be like sus Lord Epstein and his gifted friends. But the thing is it seems like a siphoning and sorting program
Yeah.
where they start to learn a bunch about the psyche of those kids. And like they're asking in this Ascent program about their superstitions. So you think about all the stuff you guys have done on Jack Sarfati, and, you say you really believe in aliens or the future or computers or whatnot, and they can capitalize on that and tailor their psyop to you. So, you could end up in the direction of a scientist, you could end up in the direction of an intelligence agent, a blackmail operation slash triple agent, it seems like there's a sorting going on where it's not all people are going to be tied to the Epstein stuff, but
Right.
Did you notice this like in your I'm not sure if this person is talking about in the gifted and talented programs, but this is kind of interesting because this does also remind me of something that Epstein himself was like obsessed with. This is from McGill Clan in the chat. It says one thing they stressed was music and maths overlap, and you should get good
yeah.
at music because it can help you with math. Did you experience that being like an emphasis? Because that was like definitely a fixation of Epstein,
Yeah,
something he returned to again and again.
I was in music. I can't say I'm mathematically gifted in any kind of way or uh, in any kind of subject. I was just kind of a strange kid, and I had magical beliefs. And uh, I do see a big aspect of creativity, though, whether it's creative thinking or art is a big thing in people that are studying the gifted program. Like Stanley Krippner focuses on that a lot, and I think they're focusing a lot of that just in the AI cult area of trying to make AI be able to do human-like things and come up with creative solutions. So I've also read somebody in the grotto was dropping information that they found in the files about his victims being on the spectrum. So you think about the Julia Mossbridge stuff. You think about they're creative. They were painters, and I believe Maria
Maria
Farmer,
Farmer
maybe.
was, yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's two others. So there's a big aspect of the creative as well as their IQ tests. But IQ tests are extremely racist and tied into a lot of things. The gifted program, AI. They're just one example that was a really good one that was given to me was on an IQ test. There will be some questions like, where does a teacup belong? On a
Right.
table, on a saucer, or on a horse? And it's okay, I'm not going to say a saucer. I didn't grow up putting teacups on saucers. So then they're going to rate me as, feeble-minded because they have this objective or subjective idea of intellectual. It's just, I don't know.
Right.
What really shows that you're intellectual is if you have empathy, and these people have no empathy. Not saying all gifted kids like that I have empathy, but I'm just saying it seems like it was a psychological testing too, where I'm finding people that were involved with providing gifted test materials were also doing tests on hypnotizability, suggestibility. They're
100%.
using all sorts of stuff like that. So yeah, it's a complex thing, and yeah, there's more mentions of the gifted school in that birthday book. Once I found that, I thought, okay, what's this Mark Twain school? And he has another person in the section on Brooklyn that's saying just kind of lists Mark Twain in there along with some other stuff along with his high school. So he says, "Dear Jeff, I'm supposed to write something funny. Well, I can't think of a single episode, but rather many years of great times. Seagate, Coney Island, Mark Twain, 188 Lafayette High School." Um, I'm like, yeah, our trips to Green. So basically, this person, I looked them up, and they are made me think about what you were saying about people you know in the gifted program, Khalid. It says Michael S. Buchholz with a Z in Huntington Station, New York. It says that he is a medical oncology. Yeah, he's in the birthday book. He's not redacted, so yeah, that matches up. It's New York. So yeah, there's people that are in his middle school that's specifically a gifted and talented middle school. So, they could be separating kids in that middle school based on what they want them to focus on, but it seems like the whole school is for gifted and talented students. I can't say that I know that about the high school, but this gifted friend of his in the birthday book, Michael, went to the same high school as him after going to Mark Twain.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I did find it a little bit interesting. Now, I know that at this point, like, Jeffrey Epstein was like a playboy billionaire who still had, I guess, like a positive reputation, was considered a success from coming out, where he did in Coney Island. But I still thought it was a little, like, interesting that his middle school teacher, like, contributed to his 50th birthday book, even though from the way he kind of talks about it, like in that letter, he says, well, like, it doesn't sound like they're in, like, constant contact. And I looked his name up. The only other hit in the Epstein files is what looks like a FedEx involving his name that was sent in 2002. I wonder if that was him sending his, like, contribution to the birthday book, like FedExing it to Ghislaine or something like that.
Yeah, I searched up because he signed it as Steve. I searched up Steve Levy too, and there's a couple hits there. But then I looked up Steve Levy, and it looks like there's also like a journalist who's named that. It could be a very, common name. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I mean, do you think? I feel like it's a little bit like odd. Like, I remember who my middle school teachers were, but like, I feel like even if I was like, rich, famous Wall Street guy, like the idea of like going back and hitting up like a middle school teacher to like write about their experience, like teaching me like decades ago, is a little bit like, that would be kind of random, right? Like, I don't like keep in touch with my elementary and middle school teachers like, I don't think I've talked to any of them since I've like graduated, but it happens to be his gifted children teacher that specifically is like, he makes it sound like, well, I haven't talked to a lot of you in years. I still think fondly about those years and teaching you kids, and I still remember a lot of fun things. So like, I don't know. It's like Ghislaine thought of, I guess, because Jeffrey Epstein didn't, like, this is a surprise for him. So presumably,
that's what's weird is why is she reaching out to his teacher like that? So like, they must have known him on it.
Or he had talked about him as like, oh, my middle school teacher, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. There must have been something there that makes him kind of a significant figure in like Jeffrey Epstein's backstory. Like he had some real impact on him, which is not entirely clear from like the letter, but like the fact that he's in it at all is interesting. He also wasn't, it seems like he had a pretty good career for himself. I think he taught at a kind of like Hebrew school eventually, maybe on like Long Island, that says at the end of the email. But yeah, and then I think he was the president of what was it? I wrote it down here. It was not Phi Beta Kappa. It was like Phi Delta Kappa. It's like president of PTK at Columbia, and I was like, oh my god, no. But it's like, I think it's PDK actually. Yeah, President PDK Phi Delta Kappa at Columbia University. So I guess that's like I think that's like an honor society thing. Kind of like what is it? What's the other like very famous one that everyone joins? Phi Beta Kappa. Like, it's kind of like that, I think. But he was like the president of it in 2002, and was a member of the Children's Scholarship Fund National Teachers Advisory Board as well. And yeah, he was the principal General Studies Hebrew Academy of Nassau County, West Hempstead campus. So like somebody who had a professional career and seemed to be maybe involved on a national level with like advising like national education policy, maybe to some extent, but not as big a shot as the other people that he like Gino Yu, or another guy I found that seemed to be, were working at like Harvard, UCLA. Did you look into this guy, Dr. Mark Tramo?
Yeah, the Music and Brain Institute. There's a back and forth with Gino Yu too and him, and he's very disturbing pacifier email. Did you see that one?
What was the pacifier email?
It was, I don't have it in front of me, but it said something about it was like a sign off on one of his emails to Epstein, and it said, "We found that when you play back audio of a mother's voice, it gets a baby to."
Oh, the sucking harder on a pacifier.
Right.
Yeah. Was that Mark Tramo or Gina who's saying that?
That was Mark Tramo.
Okay, yeah.
And I heard that people have been screaming outside of his office about it, and that he's not getting his contract renewed, and hopefully can never show his face.
Well,
having to face up to that.
Right. Well, one of the things that is several times in the emails, you could find Mark Tramo's entire CV, and he has like a Michael Aquino level like resume of just like Ivy League, like fellowship, like really kind of high level. I couldn't imagine somebody being more successful than this guy, like in the medical field. And
he doesn't have tenure.
Well, it's rough times out there. I did want to I just want to point out, because this kind of cuts into like everything we're talking about. I found a kind of vaguely haunting, like sus email that might, shed some light on some things that concerns Dr. Mark Tramo. This is from 2009, and I have it up on the screen here. And this is subject: Institute Program in Education and Information, Musicality in Americans, May 2009. So the original message was this, sent to his Harvard email address. Dear Mr. Tramo, hi, my name is Emily, and I am a 7th grade student at Dawson Middle School. I am a participant in the Gifted and Talented Language Arts program, and this year we are completing an independent study project. For this project, we were told to choose a topic of our choice and research it. We're also supposed to find a mentor on the subject to help us learn and explore our field of choice. I have chosen how music and music therapy works in the brain for my topic. As I understand, you specialize in neurology, and someone with your knowledge would be of great assistance to me. I was wondering if you or someone on your staff at the Institute for Music and Brain Science could educate me on how these react with the brain to change people's moods, behaviors, and actions, both physically and chemically. I am aware that this procedure can work wonders on people, and am interested on how it is able to do all it does. Thank you so much for your time. If you are unable to assist me, can you please direct me to someone who can? And then, we get a response here from Mark. Mark writes, "Thank you for your email, Emily. Interesting topic. And school." Interesting. What town and state are the Dawson School located in? What instrument or dance or voice are you doing? Genre? For how many years? My colleagues and students here at the Institute for Music and Brain Science and Harvard Music Department are developing a musicality inventory this summer. Very little is known about the prevalence of different types of musical interests, if any, experiences, preferences, and training in Americans of different ages. Consequently, we know nothing about how an individual's musicality index influences how they would respond to music if we were able to incorporate it in the treatment pain, depression, or other problems, or maybe the treatment of pain, depression, or other problems they subsequently develop. The study will involve mailing the inventory to a large number of people in different locales, as well as posting it on our institute's website. It might be the kind of independent project with original research involved that you could join us in. At the same time, we could help guide your reading and review of papers related to musicality in America. Otherwise, you would only be doing reading and writing and not really be involved in original research. Might you be interested in this project? Sincerely, Mark Jude Tramo, MD, PhD, Director, Institute for Music and Brain Science, Department of Neurology, Harvard Medical School, and Massachusetts General Hospital. Steering Committee, Harvard University Mind-Brain Behavior Interfaculty Initiative, Best Doctors in America, Trademark, Songwriter Member, ASCAP. Yeah, brainmusic.org. And, as far as like why does Epstein have this email? Look right here, CC Institute Board, which means
and
Jeffrey
there's a bunch of syllabus, homework assignments that Mark Tremo's sending to him. So he is part of this.
Yes, exactly. Like Epstein's got keeping an eye out on all this stuff, and like the way that Tramo jumps in and is like, you want to be a part of like our study, 7th grader? Oh, you're a gifted and talented kid? Amazing. Actually, like, you want to do some real research, right? And so, like that's a little bit sus, I would say.
Makes you think about Elizabeth Rauscher just hanging out around the lab as if nobody knew that she was a underage student.
Right. Remember that? I remember when we were talking about our fundamental physics, the hippie episodes earlier this year.
Great episodes.
Thank you. Yes, with Jay. And we talked about, Elizabeth Rauscher had this like, kind of like Mary Prankster-ish like origin story, like one of these like sus like 60s stories that just doesn't sound real, of like, I'm just like a spunky teenager who decided to like start hanging out at Lawrence Laboratory in Berkeley, right? And started like working for free, like interning. And, I guess despite this being a pretty like boys club kind of sexist environment, she like managed to impress them enough, right, that she eventually became like a researcher there, right? Do I have that correct?
Yeah. She was a researcher at Lawrence Radiation Lab. And they were working on. She said that she could have frequencies that would make people feel like they were, under the influence.
Right. Oh yeah, this is the Lawrence Livermore lab. Yeah. Where they had the discombobulator type weapons that could beam.
But there's all those talks about her being, there when she's they didn't know I was in high school or something like that.
Right. Just a little bit odd. And I don't know. So this Tramo guy, like there were 1,200 hits if you search on, justice.gov of Dr. Mark Tramo. They were speaking up to like the summer of 2019. Some of the messages have the kind of vibe of Tramo like desperately trying to chase down and like get on the phone or get a meeting with Epstein. They do seem to kind of like each other. I think Epstein messaged him in like 2009, missing you. And it was, I think, when he was under like house arrest, and he said, how many days do you have left? And he's like 27. And he's like, when's the party? Like he's so excited for Epstein to come out of jail and like hang out with him again. But a lot of times he's kind of like needling Leslie Groff to be like, is there any time for like Jeffrey's schedule, like for me to have a meeting? And like, can I meet up with Jeffrey? Like, does Jeffrey have an opening? Like, he seems really like eager. Maybe he wants funding for, like, Epstein kind of sends him a little bit of like a dismissive thing maybe in May or June of 2019 when the doors were the walls were closing in a little bit. And it seems like Tramo's really kind of like nudging him about like funding something. And he's like, look, like the foundation cannot be bothered with like funding stuff that's going to turn a profit right now. And like, I'm trying to figure out a way that you fit into the org, but like I need time. I'm working on a very large transaction. And then he's like, oh, I'm sorry, Jeffrey. Like, good luck on your transaction. Like, I'll be waiting, and don't worry about. I'm trying to see.
I love how they all suck up to him so much.
They really do. Yeah. So he eventually, I think, Tramo went on to be at the David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA. I don't know if he's currently there now, or I don't know where people are protesting him.
At UCLA.
Okay.
So I will send you here his full curriculum. I don't know how you pronounce that word. Vitae. Everybody has their Vitae. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very bad with pronunciation, but I just sent you in the Zoom chat. It has I found his one there on the Epstein files, where it has Mark Tramo's full list of all that. Well, I mean, some stuff redacted, but no, it's just personal stuff. So yeah, it has a list of all this stuff he's done. Just an insane list. Insanely long list. I haven't even.
Yeah, no, it's a really, like I said, like a Michael Aquino level. Like he got every merit badge possible in the medical field and has been a consultant or a researcher or something. But a lot with like neurology is his specialty, but also a lot of overlap with music. Like I think he was an advisor to the Grammys. like to the Music Academy that like runs the Grammys. He's fond of saying that he's a ASCAP registered like artist. I think he made some kind of like meditation style tapes or music or something like that.
It makes me think about
like
John
just like take it with a like grain of salt. Like I'm looking over this resume right now, and like they're like, obviously like some impressive accomplishments, but like
you're detecting some scholarly inflation.
It's a standard like a lot like basically any academic CV like is gonna look kind of like this.
Yeah. But the institutions that he's at are like pretty top notch, right? Like Harvard Medical School,
Yeah, definitely his degrees are all from Ivy Leagues. That's true.
Yeah, he got a Grammy Foundation Research Award in 2009.
Him doing this like music school, who knows, consciousness research, it makes you think about Jolyon West's work at UCLA. I don't know.
Right, another one who kind of like brushed up against this larger network of people who were doing like gifted child research, and there's a number of people that are kind of on like a weird bleeding edge that were like psychologists or whatever at UCLA. I'm trying to remember. There was a woman who wrote about her experiences doing LSD. That isn't Elizabeth Rauscher, is it? I think there's somebody else I'm thinking of.
Possibly. I mean, that group's really into those things, but I can't remember if it's. I know that I read one thing that really stuck out to me is that she grew up with a family of theosophists.
Yes.
So that really stuck out to me because there's that angle to a lot of things.
Right. She was very into like new agey parapsychological kind of psi phenomenon kind of stuff. I think she like grew up around it, and so that's kind of weird. I don't know. I'm trying to see. What about Gino Yu? You found some stuff about him.
His curriculum, however you say that, has disappeared from online. So I think he knows some heat is coming to him from this, and he took it off of his website. But I screen recorded it. I took screenshots, and it says on there that he was a gate instructor.
In Los Angeles County.
Yes, yeah, in Culver City, I believe specifically.
Really?
So when I saw that, he has over 1,000 hits when you search his name, and he's talking about different stages of. You've talked about this document, the stage 3, sexually traumatized.
Right. We didn't really like talk about these like in depth, like his ideas of what the stage 2s and 3s are. I guess people get it, but yeah, like I mean, a lot of like the stage 3s, it seems like, are people who like experience some kind of trauma. I feel like that must have been like Epstein was kind of interested in this type of work like in general, but like I have this sort of sense that maybe like the connection with like childhood trauma had something to do with the sort of gifted child element, had something to do with his interest in Gino Yu, although they didn't always have like a totally like harmonious like patron versus scholar relationship. It seems like Epstein at some points was frustrated with Gino Yu's like deliverables.
He said, "What initiated the Asperger's email? ?
Yeah, he was really upset about that too. It's like, why did you send this? Yeah,
like chill out. But I just started listening to TED Talk from him. Closer to the Truth. Jeffrey Mishlov's New Thinking Aloud. There's a lot of crazy stuff in that YouTube channel. But he is on stage during his TED Talk talking about the left-hand path versus the right-hand path. This is Gino Yu.
Okay.
And he has behind him a slide of Jiddu Krishnamurti.
Krishnamurti.
Yes.
Yeah.
The theosophist, the gifted kid that they took from his country, brought over here and tried to make him some kind of prophet.
Right.
So,
he rejected it, right? Allegedly, right?
He rejected it, but I've read articles about he kind of leaned into it too. He was really into the flashiness and stuff and the lifestyle that he learned to live, and it didn't seem like, it's not like he's like a sussword or anything. I haven't read anything too much about that, but I do know that he was, as a kid, taken by the Theosophists, brought to Ojai, to their, or I think it might have been in Hollywood at that time before they moved to Ojai, to the Theosophist colony. So he's quoting him and he's saying, education in the his head is blocking it. But yeah, he talks about the left-hand path, the right-hand path, how his son is a great magician. He's a sixth generation professor. He just all this stuff that he's saying, where I'm like, wow, there's some crazy trails to follow here and connections to make. But on what used to be on his description of his credentials, it says here, taught science, mathematics, astronomy, physics, and chemistry to gifted elementary and high school students through the GATE program, Culver City Unified School District, 1979 to 1982. Then right after that, it says co-op intern, development of CAD layout tools and layout for filter implemented. Who cares about all that? I don't really know, can't make sense of it, but Bell Communications Research.
Okay.
So he worked for Bell Labs after that. Doing all this consciousness, and now he's really in, just like Mark Trimo, into a lot of media things, video games. He's doing a lot of stuff in Hong Kong around media and AI, of course. But that's no longer online anymore. But he talks in New Thinking Aloud. He talks about how one of his mentors. He talks about bringing people to enlightenment, inducing enlightenment for them, and then he brings up this guy Peter Fenwick. And then Jeffrey Mishlove goes, is that Peter Fenwick, who studied near-death experiences? So I'm just a little freaked out hearing near-death experiences, bringing people to enlightenment, somebody who's involved with Epstein. It's just red flags all over. And then I search Fenwick's name in the files, and there's just a bunch of hits of Gino introducing Fenwick to Epstein, that meeting a bunch after that, extensive ongoing communication about near-death experiences. And one of them talks about microtubules in near-death experiences. Well, there's the microtubule connection again, and it makes me think about Sarfati. But there's this guy, Stuart Hammerhoff, who's in a lot of the conferences and emails between Gino Yu and this group of consciousness researchers with Epstein, and they're talking about these microtubules and consciousness again and AI, and it's he ends up getting married at one of these seminars that they do to this woman who is a scientist and a big theosophist. She's talking about how she's going to be giving speeches for them, and I don't know, it's all over her LinkedIn, so I'm thinking that she is. But they get married by Deepak Chopra at this seminar, and I'm like, well, there's all his besties, you know.
I mean, there's obviously a huge connection between theosophy just through Steiner. There's a huge connection to theosophy, intellectually speaking, with childhood education. Right, that was a big interest, obviously.
Right, the Waldorf schools, right?
So,
I mean,
and
and
the
so
biggest
it kind of makes
Waldorf
sense that
school.
Oh, sorry.
No,
go ahead.
I was gonna say the biggest Waldorf school was actually created by that
Henry Dakin.
Yeah.
I was reminded of that. I'd never come across his name or something. I'm so glad that you brought it up when you called in last time. Because that guy, heavily involved in the Esalen Soviet American exchange program and all this other shit, and also started a Waldorf school in San Francisco, right?
Yeah, and he owned the Presidio afterwards. His family's owned thousands of acres of land, of a lake that they're rich, where I'm reading from this book of his memorial where they're and then I had a pony for my dad got me a pony. They're rich. And
were they toy manufacturers or something?
Yeah, it started with them actually selling guns. And then I guess the people that were manufacturing the guns and sending it to them used stuffed toys as packing material, or just sent it to them as samples. And they figured out that it went well. Velvet Joe made the connection that he got really big off of the Garfield copyright. I guess Dakin copyrighted Garfield and had these stuffed animals that were really big at the time, and then he bought this big Dakin building that's in San Francisco that's just housed tons of things, the parapsychology groups, physics groups, you name it, the UN, we talked about it a little bit, but he has the Waldorf school, and in that memorial book it says something about how public schools then started to use stuff from Dakin's Waldorf school. So I'm thinking, wait, what? Does that tie into gifted program? Can't prove it, but a lot of these people in the gifted program tie into theosophy, so it's not far of a stretch.
Right.
Yeah. I actually, in our last Epstein episode, I had wanted to read this email. This is an email that I flagged involving Gino Yu that I thought was interesting. We didn't really get to it, but I thought this was kind of an interesting exchange. It was about like it was basically a dispute between between Gino Yu and Epstein regarding Gino Yu spending some money that Epstein gave him on like some conference in Cuba with this guy Giuseppe Bersani.
I'm looking at it right now. It's odd.
Oh, you're okay.
From what, 2016?
It's from 2017. November 25th, 2017 is like when Giuseppe writes to Epstein saying, "I am preparing you a complete dossier of the conference in Cuba, including pictures and other. It's taking some time to me, but I will send it to you in a few days. Sorry for delay. Thanks again for all, Giuseppe." And then Epstein writes back very cattily, "Not sure why photos of people drinking and smoking have any useful information. The foundation funds expended." And then Gino Yu kind of steps in to do damage control. "Hi, Jeffrey. The use of your foundation funds on the event was my call. When I met you a year or so ago, you offered $100,000 to support my work. Giuseppe was looking for sponsorship for the Cuba conference. I asked you to support the conference as expenditure of the $100,000 that you granted me. It is the only monies that I have spent other than the $3K or so I spent on the Vive system I got for you, which still has not been installed at your place." So I guess it's like a wireless system for his
they
house.
talk about this in some Burning Man emails where Gino's invited to Burning Man. Yeah, it's like it's a VR headset, but you also connect things to your hands and arms, so it detects your whole body, and you can be your avatar can move really realistically, I guess. So he was talking in this email exchange that I have. I kind of have a rundown of this Cuba thing too that was happening in the middle of it that I want to go into before I jump into that. But yeah, it's some VR thing where he's like, "I have a Vive for you and your girls to play with. I just need some like room to set it up in."
Whoa. Interesting. Yeah. So he says, "Over the past year, I have been working on a research agenda that would interest you and further the work I am developing. Over the past year, I've been developing and applying a theory of development." A lot of development going on here. "I have attached the slides to this theory, and there is a short summary of it here. I also walked you through this theory via our Skype conversation a few months back when the hurricane hit. I've introduced you to a few people who have interesting abilities, including David Savage, Noah Berman, Dimitri, Paul Selig, you'll recognize that name, and Ed Edwards. I have identified Ed with two Ds, Ed Edwards. I've identified several others who I would love to introduce you to, as well as including Charlie Goldsmith. I don't know what the issue you have with Ed is. I'm also putting together a number of researchers to study people once identified. In New York, these include Ray Lee and Zoran Josipovich, who you have not met. Others I've assembled include Xin Lin, Brown Se, and I am giving talks in Taiwan and China next week to recruit more. I'm also seeing leaders of Qigong research in China on the 14 to 15 in Beijing. See, this is why like China hates the Falun Gong so much. You know, like they're sussed out by this. They know what's going on. I like this is
Does Gino Yu have a Falun Gong connect?
No, but he's like talking about doing like Qigong research. Like
I guess it's Qigong research. Yeah. I think he's either from Hong Kong or Taiwan. I forget which one. Right? Gino Yu?
From Hong Kong, I think.
He's from
Hong
Kong. Okay. So very international guy, but like, I don't know why I don't know if that might be kind of an adopted like Westerner name, but it's kind of a unique one. Usually, like oftentimes like, Chinese people like internationally or in the West will adopt like an English name, but like an Italian name like Gino, unless that's his name from birth. I don't know.
I
kind of rare.
No idea.
I don't know.
I forget if he was born. I think he was born here, but now he's in Hong Kong. But he's like 6 generations, and so I don't know if he has family back and forth.
Oh, he was born in the U.S.
Okay.
Was he?
Maybe because I don't know if he just went to school out here from Hong Kong and then went back or whatnot. I know his wife is from Hong Kong, is known like as a commerce family, and she actually got him charged with fraud and did some time. So I was, all history is family history. So gotta look into it. But there's this other one. There's a bunch about the Cuba stuff. This one says, "Hi, Jeffrey. I haven't heard from you, and I'm not sure if you will be in Cuba or not. If you can't make it, I do feel bad and appreciate the sponsorship of the event. I was planning to organize a gathering for you in NYC around the 11th, 13th, but hadn't heard back. I'm making myself available in NYC November 10th through 5th after Cuba and would love to see you and continue our discussion if you're around and available. Masha could make it out as well, from what I hear, may also be able to get Josha. Josha's had some very concerning
Yosha Bach, I think, right?
Yosha.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yosha, he is like supposed, according to Gino Yu, he does have like abilities or like
he says Masha, both these people that he listed here, Masha and Josha, I've heard him say these like.
Is that Masha Drukova?
Not sure, but I've been wondering who this is.
Isn't that so she's been talked about a lot. She is legitimately kind of interesting because she's like she's like been in the media. She was like the Putin's kiss girl, like the girl that used to run like a youth league supporting like Vladimir Putin and like kissed him once at like a public event in, I don't know, like 2011. And then came to America and got really up into like Silicon Valley and Wall Street and seems to like have worked very closely with Epstein in kind of a business capacity, but also networking. I think she even, I have to go double check this. I feel like she even went on like the Sean Ryan podcast in the last like year or two, but like not related to like any Epstein thing, being like, I think she might have even been talking about like some woo-woo shit or I don't know, like some kind of Silicon Valley spirituality. But she's a curious figure. Of course, the Dave Troys are like, we see what's going on here. It's all the KGB, or whatever. But I'm not so sure. But I would like to know more.
But then you have the other side. You have like, Ukraine with Marina Abramovich doing some child whatever. Like, it's just like on both sides. Like you got to watch out. Like, I don't know. I read PTK, so I don't know. I'm always not trusting of any organization like that. Like I'm just reading stuff where it's like in PTK, like, oh yeah, this person had a wife that was a teacher and this person was ran out of an elementary school, and it makes you think. But this whole Cuban thing he keeps talking about, he says, I am also planning a European tour in January that will include dates in Paris, currently planning January 11th through 13th in Paris. Would love to do a salon for you there, like Ikari. I don't know what that is. The European tour will include London, Holland, Paris, Lisbon, Munich, and WEF, World Economic Forum, Davos. I will have an entourage of 8 others with different abilities. Hope you are well.
Oh.
And Cuba is off for me. I sent 2 emails. Pick your top 2 abilities so far. I have not seen any that stands scrutiny.
Yeah, he is very. Yeah, it's sort of a similar. I think this might be part of the same conversation. Like, and he was trying to like kind of justify it. He says like, I am also collecting new researchers and special ability subjects with tours I am planning this year. The first is in January in Europe, evolvingcaravan.com. I am planning the U.S. in May/June and Asia in October. This tour is to help stage 3 people who have had an awakening experience but are not grounded. Many of these people end up in mental hospitals or homeless. The community of special ability subjects are particularly effective at helping to quote unquote ground these stage 3 people. We also have practices that enable them to better function in the modern world. This is how I was planning to use the remainder of the funds that you allocated. I started talking to you about it before I was cut short by Ehud. Okay. So I guess Ehud Barak interrupted him and didn't want him to talk about how he was going to use this money to quote unquote help people out of mental and hospitals or on the streets who have quote unquote abilities. As an example of how my model and practice can be applied, Joe Pagano Jr. is one of the subjects that is a success story. When I met him, he was ungrounded. He is now grounded and has developed the ability of deep presence. He also has a community of people that he can engage. I also have, if you still recall, a proposition on the table to you regarding helping unhappy wealthy people find inner happiness. When you allocated the funds, I asked you specifically what the, quote, deliverables were, to which you left it entirely up to me. But anyway, my purchase of a Vive for you is to open you up into the world of virtual reality. With the transfer of the remaining funds, I was going to get you the music player that I showed you when we last met, filled with my music library. These and all the people I brought to see you at my expense have been quote-unquote deliverables toward introducing you to new perspectives and experiences. I really enjoy our meetings. It seemed to me that you enjoyed them as well. If you are unhappy with the results, let me know how to remedy the situation. What are the conditions for the remainder of the funds, Gino? Jeffrey Epstein replies, Giuseppe asked me for more funds as they ran short. I have never had zero feedback after a conference. I want to know where the money went and why. I have not seen any papers, only photos of people drinking. Gino Yu says to let him chase that down. The conference was able to bring greater collaborations between Europe and Cuba. It was eye-opening for me to see the developments in Cuba and tap into another community of researchers isolated from the quote-unquote mainstream that was also doing work in meditation, etc. This is like very kind of like Esalen, like Gorbachev-esque type of thing where they're, connecting with the Cuban psychics. The conference was presentations and posters. If you are interested in written stuff and crazy new theories, I have a young guy here in China that I have been supporting. He wrote The Attached, never went to university, picked up quantum mechanics on his own. Please take a look at the links I sent in my previous email. Also, let me know what conditions you have on the remainder of the $100,000. I would love to have a conversation with you on the metaphysics of how and why things happen as they do. All right. Hope the passport situation in Paris turned out okay. I have a few seers I can bring over to see you that I would have to fly to NYC. Jeffrey Epstein replies, there are no deliverables. There are responsible documentation. You already know this. The machine that Ed was using was 40 years old with a fake sticker. I think that's what he meant. It's spelled S-T-K-E-E-R. Oh, no. Is that a C? Yeah, sorry. S-T-K-C-E-R. And the doctor said he worked on it and was accused of fraud. All a waste of time. So he was not happy about the Cuba psychic conference.
Do we have any visibility on like what it was? Like what is
it's called New Psycho, N-E-U-P-S. I looked it up and it got canceled for sure. I found the event page. I also found the event page for the caravan he was talking about.
Oh, I did too. Yeah, the evolvingcaravan.com.
Yeah. So that got canceled. But I have this one here that was really concerning, talking about the same Cuba thing and upset. He says, I was hoping to talk to you more about all of this in our meeting together. I see them as very positive signs, not only on the research side of developing experiments, but with very practical applications that are benefiting the lives of others, people that are in stage 3 to stage 4. I just want to note the one that said that they were abused was in stage 3. That first email that you guys talked about, Gino Yu.
Yeah. They're not necessarily abused, but they may be. Some stage 3s are abused and like they need to be helped. But being stage 3 just means that you are you have a certain level of abilities, I think.
And what does stage 4 correspond to?
I guess like more powers,
elevated powers.
I don't really. I know like he seems to mostly talk about stage 3s and stage 2s, because I guess that's what most people or most special people are. Stage 4s maybe are rare, but it seems like stage 2s kind of have like intuition, and stage 3s have like more like proper like telepathy, I guess. But
Interesting.
I just want to. I just want to read here.
Yeah, there definitely were a couple stage 3s he talked about that like had trauma in their background, so that wasn't like necessary to be a stage 3. It just was like just so happened that like they were helping these stage 3s who happened to be traumatized people, but like of course like the whole thing around like these you're special, you have special powers, like is kind of a recruiting strategy.
I just want to read this real quick because it might add a little flavor to this conversation, like what he's doing with these like caravans and collecting special people. This is an email from January 2019 where it starts with Yosha Bach writing, I think, to like Leslie Groff. Let me bring it up here. Dear Leslie, Gino Yu tells me he would be most happy if Redacted wants to join our accommodations in Davos and also offers to take her along to Zurich and Marrakesh after WEF. I'm sure she would have a lot of fun. Parentheses, Jeffrey already met with Gino. I include Gino's email address above. Bests, Yosha. So Yosha is talking about some woman who they want to take along. And then Gino replies, I will also have a shaman with me, as well as a psychonaut that grows his own mushrooms. Gino.
I remember reading.
Yeah, and Leslie Croft says, thank you both. I have forwarded to Redacted. Leslie. So, like, they're doing some psychedelic, journeys at Davos. He's got a shaman and a psychonaut with him that grows his own mushrooms. So, they're getting a little trippy with it. Maybe that's how they're tapping into some altered states, and then using their psychic talent.
Coded.
Right,
Yep.
right.
This is a breakdown of all the like stages that he gives in one email from 2018. Stage 1 is consensus reality. Stage 2 is all in on one thing. So maybe that has a connection with like kind of like Asperger's thing that he was talking about, and the connection with autism. Stage 3 is surrendering to the bigger forces at work. Stage 4 is intuition and insight. And stage 5 is special abilities in a grounded way. So.
It kind of sounds like a Jedi level or something, like real Magister, where you have powers, but like they're under control and like you can use them.
It seems like very vaguely defined. Yeah, like stage 2, high energy tied to story. Yeah, he also talked about Josha before as having like intuitions and insights and some sort of special abilities, and they are supposed to be stage 2 and stage 3. So it seems like intuition isn't confined to stage 4. So I don't know, but yeah, there you go. And this is actually the one where he says that he is especially passionate about cliteracy.
Yeah,
right.
That is somebody. I think that's him forwarding somebody else from the Blue Man Group. I think it says.
Yes.
It says something about this is from the Blue Man Group.
Right.
So I think that's who's saying the cliteracy
Chris Wink
thing.
of the Blue Man Group. Yeah, he co-founded it. Yeah.
Wow.
Right, and he says he's especially passionate about cliteracy. There is a huge orgasmic pleasure gap between men and women that needs to be fixed, and I hope my TV project will help. Here is my 3D printout of an actual size clitoris. What is going on? Like, I mean, the Blue Man Group always, like, honestly, like, I got bad vibes from them.
Right, right. They can always hide. You never know who's in the Blue Man Group because they all look, they wear skull caps and paint themselves, so... Yeah.
They are jinn appearing before us.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of like seem like they are worshiping jinn. They're kind of like some weird jinn cult that you would like meet in the desert in like the 8th century. They're like popping out like boop, bop, boop, but like they're very weird, and I don't trust them. And I don't think that they're in the Epstein file, so I don't think that I should.
Be vigilant against to anybody in these. But he goes on saying, I'm grateful for the support thus far. When you offered me 100K last year, my only request has been to support the Cuba conference. When they asked for 25K, my travel to see you, introduction to others, and he's introduced a lot of people to Epstein, and the Vive that I bought for you, again, he says, but have not yet installed. Did you read this one from, he says, here is a message from somebody who attended one of my talks. So he says, hello, Gino. My name is Jason. I attended your talk at Assemblage yesterday. I was sitting on the floor in front of you. I don't even know what to say. I believe I've been in the process of awakening over the last couple years of my life. I quit my job, traveled. I've become the most broke I've ever been in my life. The last few months have been rough. I've really been depressed. 2 weeks ago, my girlfriend and I ate some psilocybin and something inside me has snapped. The way you spoke of someone breaking through or popping yesterday hit me hard. The whole last week I felt in utter freefall. I don't feel like I am anything anymore. I've just spent the last 2 hours on the floor crying. It's the 4th time this week. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I feel like I'm standing on the threshold of vast expanse and nothingness, and I don't know what I am anymore. Where do I go from here? You mentioned connecting one's depression with the innate joy of being. I know I am alive, but I don't know in what way I am supposed to live now. How does anyone live in this world? I'm sorry to reach out like this. I'm just so unsure what I'm supposed to do. It's just, I'm reading this. I'm so concerned. Like, you're forwarding this to Jeffrey Epstein for what?
Yeah, why did he forward? Did he respond to that person?
I guess he's saying that he like wants to help people that are in these stages, but I'm like, you're friends with this Mark Tramo guy. You're friends with these people that are, putting people on the spectrum that maybe can't verbally consent for themselves. It's a little strange. It's concerning, but I don't know if Gino's goal is just to help people, and I haven't seen anything like too incriminating from Mark Tramo. There's been some things that he said that I'm very concerned, but it's just like the fact that they're taking people that may be abused and using them for experimentation.
Yeah,
it just seems abusive by default.
And the psychedelic, like this really loops around to the kind of the critiques of the kind of like psychedelic therapy retreat kind of culture, being a space where like kind of like messed up predatory people can prey on vulnerable people in suggestive states. Like, I found kind of related to that. I noticed that he seemed to invite Jeffrey Epstein to an EDM festival in Costa Rica at one point, which actually is still around, the BPM festival. And I think he sent a link. It was dead. I didn't get to check it, but it was like to maybe another like electronic kind of festival. This is all very like Goa Psytrance kind of coded. And then in this other email I found, he's talking about maybe meeting up with Jeffrey in 2016. And Gino Yu asks, like Leslie Groff, does he want to go to Tulum, setting up a research lab there? Also have the people that do the Ibiza and Tulum parties there. Like, I don't know quite what he means by I have the people that do the Ibiza and Tulum parties, but those are two, like, you know, huge areas of like a very sus form of like sort of electronic music culture, I would say. The kind of like Ibiza house and like the Tulum, like fake spiritual, like expat Tulum kind of thing. Like it's all got weird, like Goa Psytrance, like colonizer scene kind of vibes. And like, here's Gino Yu saying like, I got the people that do all those parties. I mean, there's probably, I don't know if they do all the parties, but I remember Tulum kind of rose up as this like digital nomad kind of psychedelic retreat kind of a destination, you know, around this time in like the late 2010s. I feel like maybe it's a little overexposed now, but I don't know, just kind of interesting. Gino seemed, and what kind of research lab is he setting up in Tulum, you know? Like, did the psychedelic retreats maybe have something to do with it? Is that the lab? You know, you bring people down there and they're testing their psi abilities, and he's also like kind of breaking them down and then forwarding stuff to Epstein.
My read on
like seems like a theory of mine, is because that for that person.
My read on the whole Gino Yu thing is like, if you read it, it has like a very like kind of like teleological sort of character to it, where you like, and it does sort of like at the early stages, it seems like, you know, like basically what it's designed to do is like to detect people who are in stage 2 or stage 3, right? Who seem to often be, you know, as he talks about in some other emails, people who can't necessarily support themselves, or who have been in mental institutions, who may even like, you know, be, like who have trouble supporting themselves, might even be like kind of on the streets, or like, you know, not necessarily like, your stereotypical like homeless person, like on the street corner, but like someone who, you know, is maybe transient in some way, right? So it like it seems like kind of like targeting people based on like a perception that like they are like special in some way, or even, you know, people who might be neurodivergent, who, you know, kind of are sort of susceptible to like, you know, or might be susceptible to manipulation in various ways. Maybe they're less susceptible to manipulation than others, but like still there's certainly a targeting that happens. And then there's like an end state, right? There's like an end goal in mind. So the idea is that like you are this kind of special person who has like these special skills like innately in you based on like your your neurodivergence, right? Your thinking difference or whatever, and like you are meant to get to stage 5 based on like my system, which like has like no real basis to it, or no real like nothing to like, there's no real reason or grounding
sort of up
for
to
the
the
idea
guru
that
or
like
the expert.
People who have like who are really focused on one thing or whatever like will become psychics if they just go through like Gino Yu's somewhat cult-esque program that is funded by Jeffrey Epstein. You know, like that is like inherently exploitative, I think.
He keeps calling Epstein, my benefactor, as he introduces him to Dean Radin, a bunch of people. Just like, here's my benefactor, Jeffrey Epstein, introductions. But another sus rave connection, he invites, if you go on the gifted program files doc that I have and you keyword search Burning Man, there's like a rundown of him inviting, his message is Leslie Groff, and says, I plan to get the house the Vive. That's where he first says, and we'll need a room, at least 1/2 day to set it up, for the robot heart party. The website is this. The password is this. I used the password and it worked to let me in. So I'm going to see. There's some other files that part's redacted, but I found one where it wasn't redacted because they're sloppy. And he says, I won't be there on Friday night, but will be there Saturday night. I've asked James Tagg to help chaperone. Signed off, Gino. So I said, who is that chaperone? James Tagg. He is a serial entrepreneur and award-winning author. He was one of the original inventors of the touchscreen. He founded TruePhone, the world's first global mobile operator, made the first mobile phone call over the internet, and developed the eSIM. He holds over 200 patents.
Wow. And he was there's an email of him from going to the Robot Heart party. This is Halloween 2016. Hi, Jeffrey and Leslie. I'm at the Robot Heart party tonight. I also have VIP passes I can give to Jeffrey's people if they're here tonight. This is actually from Gino. To coordinate, try messaging James Tagg. It's from James Tagg for some reason, but
maybe CC'd him in, so if they message him for the VIP.
I think so. So what was the deal with this party exactly?
So the Robot Heart, they're a Burning Man camp. They have the big purple heart and like the big stage that's on a bus that drives around. So I looked up some stuff about the founder of that camp and everything. This here was an event for a party that's like, it's not like the regular Burning Man. I guess they do stuff outside of that. It seemed like some kind of fundraiser or something, but they've created a whole 501c, and I have some really strange stuff in there. So he keeps talking a bunch about, the girls and, this code isn't working, Gino. Leslie's going back and forth with him, getting different codes. So he ends up introducing him to a George Mueller here, who is in New York at the moment. He's a cultural leader and the founder of Robot Heart and furtherfuture.com, and a successful investor and entrepreneur. Perhaps you guys could meet up sometimes. Just Gino. So I think this is before the party, or he's introducing him to like the camp creator of Robot Heart. It says George Mueller is a founder of Color Kinetics Inc. and Mueller Ventures, and co-founder of Internet Securities Incorporated. George Mueller co-founded Color Kinetics in 1997, serving as chairman CEO for 8 years, was instrumental in spearheading the company's technical innovation. It says that he did like LED lights for the World Trade Center.
The new one?
Yeah, he's had some big contracts. I have to read the part where it says that, but so he created this camp, and they have like this 501c where they have a building that they have where they're doing these DJ classes for minors. And I'm like, huh?
Like children's DJ classes?
Yeah, there's some pictures of it where I'm like, is that Gino hovering over the kids? Or maybe not. God. I even found the tickets that they did buy for the Robot Heart Halloween party. But yeah, it says here, young people learn how to DJ during a youth workshop in partnership with the Museum of Children Art of Oakland, with local international DJs sharing their skills and passions. But it's on the Robot Heart Foundation's website. Then another one says, young people participate in a youth workshop with both DJing and lighting design lessons offered by Robot Heart resident artists and friends. And it's a bunch of kids in fold-out chairs listening to some guy talk in front of a big old LED robot.
Ooh.
And
interesting.
Yeah, Sam Altman has spoken there. Here's a picture of him, Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, in conversation with Android Jones during one of the many conversations hosted during the residency. They also did a multi-faith prayer room at Miami Art Basel, an immersive sound and light installation where they would, designed as a black box time capsule of hopes, fears, and dreams. The multi-faith prayer room transforms into a multi-dimensional of recorded messages for the future.
So, in other words, not a multi-faith prayer room, but just like a transhumanist prayer room. Because that's not how any religion prays other than like their religion. Like
being bombarded by like MK Ultra stimuli.
It's like beams of light coming down from the ceiling that I guess when you step into them, they play. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a lot of hits about it. There's almost 90 references to Jupiter Probe and Robot Heart Party. In these emails.
They were really excited about going to this party. They were,
Cerebellum Capital also. That's one of the, and furtherfuture.com. That's very Merry Pranksterish. Oh yeah, George Mueller. Yeah, that's his thing. Cerebellum Capital and founder of Robot Heart and furtherfuture.com. Color Kinetics.
Karina ends up saying like, "Oh, we can't make it. Me and Jeff can't make it, but like the girls can go."
The girls can go.
One thing, did you see the connection of Karina was put through dental school by Epstein?
Yes, she was a dentist.
Stuff dentist vibes.
Yeah, and there's a dentist office on the island with all
that
those
dental
creepy...
chair with all the masks around it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the dental. Did you see the dental student that was going to Columbia that disappeared, and then? It might have been Karina that, well, maybe she was a classmate. I don't know. Like, she sent Epstein the article about it, and then there were a couple weird connections of like Epstein. Like he might have even like donated to like a GoFundMe for like the family, and then like her body was found, I think, in the Hudson River. She'd been maybe killed or murdered, but it's kind of like been unsolved. So it's like, okay, maybe because she was involved in dentistry, somehow that was like she thought she would send that. Jeffrey would find it interesting, but it has a kind of menacing cast to it, of course. Yeah. Pardon me just 1 second. You guys can keep talking.
Yeah, it says also one thing that there's like articles that say that Epstein's brother Mark was a gifted student too. I've seen some stuff that's very concerning about Mark in the files. So yeah,
definitely. I mean, I guess it would make sense, that they were both gifted. I guess, well, often brothers think alike, I suppose.
Yeah, also just the eugenics
sometimes.
project part of it. I think they're trying to follow like, generational lines, all these 23andMe orders too. Who knows what they were looking for or
I mean, like it is interesting. Like he obviously had a fixation with that. It makes me think of how like Aziza Al-Ahmadi was like constantly mentioning her like 1% Ashkenazi genetics to try to like, persuade Epstein to give her some advice or some money in some area. He like it almost seemed like I guess he kind of distributed them to a lot of his contacts, but when he was sort of shipping them over to Sultan in the in the UAE, like I couldn't help but feel like he was trying to give them some kind of way to like claim that they weren't truly Arab or whatever, or that like they were some kind of like special superior Arabs that would like allow them to be in some way distinguished from the general undifferentiated mass of Arabs that he hated. That's it seemed like that might have been the objective with this distribution of those 23andMe tests in that particular sort of a sub network, but obviously in general he was obsessed with genetics and the topic and like the sort of heterability of intelligence and things like that.
And seeding the world with it. Yeah, somebody pointed out that there was like an ultrasound that was dated way after he passed. So I don't know if they have documentation of things that have been, like conception from the sperm bank that he has his stuff at. Because I've seen that he has that's in the files. But so I don't know. Can they like cancel?
You wonder like whose initiative would that be under to be like we have to use Jeffrey's Jeffrey Epstein's sperm to create more babies after he's dead.
Please don't.
I mean, I could actually like if he gave his sperm to sperm banks, it's kind of like it's really sus in a way, but like depending on how scrupulous the sperm bank in question is, like how much information do they give you about the sperm donor? Right? Like, do you know their name? Like, you can actually choose not to, right? Like, I don't know, like, what options you have if you're going to, like, get, artificially, like, if you're going to find, like, a donor sperm. But I feel like you have the option to be like, I don't want to know anything about the father. I just want to know, like his characteristics. So it's kind of like, this guy's, like, brilliant, he was, like, a rich philanthropist or, like, whatever. And, like, they don't tell you his name. Like, it's like, oops. I feel like obviously the ethical thing to do is to disclose that this is the sperm of notorious pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
But I'm not sure that every sperm bank is going to do that, or like if their policies like require that.
Regardless, though, I feel like I don't know where this ultrasound popped up, but if there is such a thing, given this guy's his intentions around like seeding everything. It feels like it would be more than a mix-up. It would be like somebody wants to do this, as part of something. Who at this point? Because Ghislaine's in prison. I can't really say. But
well, I guess Karina might.
Oh, right.
There's that one pilot. There's a few co-conspirators that, just,
people that are still loyal to him.
She was like wanting to have babies with Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
She expresses that in a couple of the emails. So, but he definitely also had like just like secret children, which is like that, are out there. I
mean,
seems like people seem to be congratulating him on like the birth of children in these emails that like we previously did not know about at all.
Right. I remember finding the first thing where there was an email from somebody that said, "Oh, and I heard there's another little Jeff running around down there," and I almost like talked myself out of it because around that time he had bought the second kind of island that was mostly undeveloped, and so I thought because this woman said like down there in the Caribbean, like maybe that was a jokey reference to like, because they used to joke that Epstein's island was Little St. Jeff, like, oh, maybe there's another little Jeff. But then there's been additional references that sound like no, they're really talking about him having children, secret children.
Yeah, it seems like it. Ferguson, like what's her name, Sarah Ferguson, she was congratulating Epstein on like the arrival of like a baby boy, apparently. So,
and like on the topic of secret babies, just real quick, did both of you see the reference to like a painting that he had commissioned that was like the Massacre of the Innocents or something?
Right. Yeah.
And it was like,
well, I don't think it was commissioned, right?
He commissioned a replica of it.
Oh, right.
From somebody.
Right. Uh-huh.
And like even like ArtNet wrote an article about this, but it just kind of casually says like, oh yeah, like this piece of art, like it's going to be up in the hallway, like where the babies are killed. And like, but then just goes on to keep talking about it was worded in a very like creepy way because you really couldn't. It is a picture about like a bunch of people getting massacred, like King Herod ordering all the babies to be slain.
Yeah,
and it's like it sounds like they're talking about hang up this painting where they're killing babies. Like
he said FedEx the painting he had made of the Massacre of the Innocents of the Ranch. It's a large 9x9 canvas that we had rolled out for him to see in the entryway where they are killing babies. Yeah, you're right. It does kind of make it sound like like obviously the relative pronoun is a little bit ambiguous, but it does make it sound like, I guess the one interpretation would be that like the where refers to like
in the painting,
the painting,
right?
In the painting,
like their commas missing.
Grammatically speaking, it should be to see in the entryway where they're killing babies. It does sound like the entryway is where baby murder is going to take place.
Right. It sounds like that. Yeah.
And also, like there are like, I mean, there's a lot of different versions of the Massacre of the Innocents. I think
Art
Haarlem's
they found
version.
Yeah, I think it was that one, like from the 1500s. There was an ArtNet article about it that I had posted on Twitter that discusses like that. They figured out like the specific artist. I think they're in New Mexico who like was commissioned by Epstein and paid like a few $1,000s to do like a replica of this. And then hang it up at the ranch.
Yeah, right. It was Van Haarlem, the Dutch Golden Age painter. Yeah.
Yikes.
Dutch master.
Like, how can you just relax in your house with
Right. And then, we
Crazy.
still don't know about.
I mean, if you're Epstein and you like love it, like this is like a horrific painting.
Right. Very upsetting. Even if, that's the only sort of like baby killing going on is in the painting. That's kind of creepy enough.
There's a fair amount of baby killing. I can just like glancing at it, I can see like 2-3 instances of baby killing just like at a glance. So actually I just saw a fourth. It's odd that this was a subject that guy decided to paint, but
it's unclear if Epstein approached him to be like, paint this for me, or if he just decided to do a replica.
Well, I mean, the
of
original guy.
Oh, the original guy. Oh,
why did you do that? Like, aren't there better biblical scenes you could do?
Probably. But anyways, well, we don't know for sure for now, but let's see. Going back to Was there anything else?
We don't know for sure whether like babies were being massacred in the entryway under the painting, or whether the where refers to the painting itself.
I'm inclined to.
I guess
the way it's written is so like direct. Like there's technically a tiny little 1.1% out of saying they worded that very disastrously, and it like makes it, but it is a painting about killing babies.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Right.
It's just and then you think like this is. It seems like if Jeffrey Epstein had like secret laboratories or things like that involved breeding eugenically modified, like CRISPR children or something like that it would be Zorro Ranch. And then I don't know, but
I assume that like even if that was happening, like at Zorro Ranch, then probably like that email isn't like a reference to it. Probably that type of thing would be left out of like explicit communications. And probably the people who like would be moving that painting, I imagine like that would be like above their pay grade. But yeah, like the very fact that he would want that particular painting, like that he like where did he like he saw it in an art museum and was like, I gotta have that for my entryway. Like that suggests that like something like very, it does seem to me to be like eerily resonant with like the kind of things you see described in some of those diaries.
And he's working with people
baby being taken away right after birth. Stuff like that.
Yeah, and he's working with people that are studying how trauma affects people, and like who knows, trying to maybe breed savants or whatever they think is an enlightened being, a mixture of IQ and a creative quality. It's very strange stuff. And,
right.
One thing that stuck out to me when I was searching connections to the gifted program for him was it says Jeffrey Epstein's this is an article, former business associate. I want to assist victims. His name is
Stephen Hoffenberg.
Yes, Stephen Hoffenberg. A quote from Hoffenberg in this article says, it says here, Hoffenberg says he was introduced to Epstein by a British business acquaintance in the 1980s, and they quickly became friends. Quote, he appeared to be brilliant, extraordinarily gifted and talented in convincing people to buy from him, and a criminal mastermind, Hoffenberg says. And so when you search his name in the files, you find like a letter from Epstein's lawyer saying, I represent Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. It has come to my attention that your client, Stephen Jude Hoffenberg, has been attempting to gain access to the premises at 9 East 71st Street, New York, in an unsolicited attempt to confront Mr. Epstein. In the past week alone, Mr. Hoffenberg approached the premises on at least 2 occasions. On the first occasion on January 7th, 2014, at approximately 8:15, Mr. Hoffenberg, accompanied by a large-built, unidentified male, rang the doorbell at the premises, falsely claiming to be an associate of Mr. Epstein and requesting entry. He became agitated and vocal when he could not gain entry. Although he remained in his vehicle near the entry to the premises for a time, he ultimately left. Last night, January 9th, 2014, shortly before 9 p.m., Mr. Hoffenberg again attempted to gain entry to the premises, this time carrying a suspicious package with him that he sought unsuccessfully to slip under the entry door. As Mr. Hoffenberg's counsel, I am sure you are well aware that Mr. Hoffenberg is a convicted felon sentenced to 20 years for his crimes. He has been characterized by his sentencing judge to be an unstable individual with manic tendencies and a history of mental illness. Though your previous letter to Mr. Epstein transmitting Mr. Hoffenberg's largely undecipherable working draft memo, it appears that Mr. Hoffenberg holds the wholly irrational and completely unfounded belief that Mr. Epstein is somehow responsible for Mr. Hoffenberg's criminal behavior and restitution obligations. Under the circumstances, Mr. Hoffenberg's aggressive efforts to gain access to both Mr. Epstein and 9 East 71st Street in the evening hours, well after the close of business, have become a source of genuine concern. And then it says, your client is to be advised that Mr. Epstein has absolutely no desire to meet, communicate, or have any contact whatsoever with Mr. Hoffenberg. And they were running
Tower Financial.
Yes.
Yeah. Hoffenberg's actually like an interesting figure that became a character throughout like the Epstein scandal coming out to the public. I remember he used to call into Ed Opperman's show in the early 2020s, probably like 2020, 2021, like almost every week. And he is kind of like, he does come off as like an eccentric guy, but he really was in business with Jeffrey Epstein. And they had this company, Tower Financial, which I believe took over like 2 insurance companies in Chicago and tried to buy Pan Am Airlines when it was distressed. But then it ended up being like a huge Ponzi scheme, and Hoffenberg went down for it. I think Epstein kind of just walked away like in the early 90s and like didn't. So that's the source of Hoffenberg being like, you screwed me over, Jeffrey. Like it was actually all your idea. Hoffenberg kind of strikes me as a guy who like might be down to do a Ponzi scheme, but also the idea that it was all him and not Jeffrey Epstein, that doesn't seem so believable today, right? And I think after Epstein was found dead, Hoffenberg was talking a lot about, I remember he was like a dog on a bone about Darren Indyke, the lawyer of Jeffrey Epstein, who I think is still the like legal executor of Epstein's estate. And he was like, it's all Darren Indyke. Darren Indyke knows everything. You gotta make Darren Indyke talk. Like, he's a blah, blah, blah. And so he always, I think the media often like dismissed him as like a crank. Like what you just read is like, he's not serious. He's crazy. And like, he went to Jeffrey Epstein's house with a gun and like, and like a mafia goon to like attack him. But, he's just a total crank. I think he like worked with Epstein, and like before, I think, at least according to him, it was known that he was doing stuff with kids and things like that. But he knew Jeffrey Epstein was a scumbag and a liar, and so he was really trying to beat that drum. And then Hoffenberg, he was kind of old, but then he was found dead in his apartment, I believe, in 2022 or 2023, after making a lot of kind of like not very big profile media appearances, but he was talking a lot about these things. And then I don't know. I'd have to go look at the exact details. It did have a little Dracula feeling when I saw the article. It's like Stephen Hoffenberg dead, found dead in his apartment, So
interesting.
Yeah. But I mean, that was a real thing, and it often like very under discussed in like even the mainstream media focus on Epstein. You could argue that a lot of the like the Bear Stearns stuff is a little bit under highlighted when everyone's talking about, like corporate news outlets are talking about it. But like you almost never hear about this like weird Tower Financial criminal case that you would think maybe would like dent his reputation or get him in legal trouble, but then he just skates by, and then Hoffenberg goes down for it and he moves on to the next thing. So I don't know, like, but
it's interesting. He called him a gifted and talented.
That too. I mean, he's somebody that knew him in relatively like when he was still younger, and that is a loaded way to describe him. He still was this like whiz kid back then, and maybe people were wondering like, why is this like 32-year-old guy rocketing to the top of Wall Street, and everyone acts like he's a genius and all this stuff. Like maybe word was going around that he was like from childhood he was like a prodigy, and he was in a gifted and talented program or something like that. I don't know if Hoffenberg ever said anything further, like because he gave many like podcast interviews near the end of his life. I don't know if he ever went into that, but it'd actually be interesting to check because he was dishing a lot.
One person that for sure had a untimely end, or I don't know if it was timely. I mean, Al Seckel, found dead at the end of a cliff, married to Isabel Maxwell. We talked about him a little bit, but there's a part here in the files where it's mentioning Al Seckel, formerly of the California Institute of Technology, internationally recognized, one of the world's leading authorities on visual and other types of sensory illusions. It then says, Seckel serves on the board of the Pete Conrad Foundation, Blue World Alliance, and the Los Angeles Mayor's Clean Tech Kitchen Cabinet. He is a member and contributor to John Brockman's Third Culture Group, The Edge, a by-invite-only group of internationally known thinkers and achievers. And he was also a member of the American Academy of Achievement, which mentors gifted children in the United States.
Oh, well, there we go again.
So the guy who in the Epstein files,
the guy who allegedly introduced Al Seckel is allegedly who first made the entree between Brock Pierce and Jeffrey Epstein, because he already knew Brock Pierce somehow. Another person that you might classify in a dark sense as like a gifted child that was selected as a Disney child actor from a young age, and then thrust into like the business world for like for some reason. Like he's a 16-year-old tech entrepreneur. Like Al Seckel knew him very well in the late 2000s, even before kind of the real Bitcoin thing even took off. Yeah, Al Seckel is very strange. Like the fact that he was like basically, I don't know if he was literally married to Isabel Maxwell, but they were like partners, right?
Yeah, up until his death, they were like partners, but I don't know if they actually officially got married, actually. Yeah. I know that they like some people have said that, but I don't think they were like legally married. He had a previous marriage where he had, I believe his kid is named Liz Seckel, who is also doing some type of research here. She's in the files. It says, we are currently focusing our research in the mirror neuron system. For example, how clever is the mirror neuron system? Do intentions need to be imputed to the actions of the model being observed? If you watch a crude hand-manipulated puppet on strings reach for a peanut, will the mirror neuron system fire? What if you watch someone reach out for something while you are under hypnosis? Or reach out for it halfway and suddenly change trajectory? So, I mean, maybe they're using hypnosis as one of the variables for their research, and that's Liz Seckel. From a different, not Isabel Maxwell's daughter, but related to Seckel. There's also a Gary A. Weber, who it says is a treasurer for not-for-profit 501c School for Academically Gifted Children, founded by the beneficial owner of the Caballo Inc. family office. So that's somebody on the files. Yeah.
Interesting.
It just says that he's a treasurer of the not-for-profit school, 501. So, I mean, not directly, not that like they're pulling people out of classes, Gary Weber there or anything, but it seems to be a lot of people in the network of education and even all sorts of different mentorships is a big thing. Like Gino Yu, like his son, there's like some hackathon mentor mates program that I think is tied to them. Finding a bunch of different mentoring programs. So, even when they're not called gifted programs anymore, it's like...
Well, actually the hacker culture, going back to like its founding, at least in terms of like the internet sense, often was a very like gifted child phenomenon. Like Julian Assange was one of these kind of like whiz kid hackers that got caught breaking into like government systems or, credit card companies or whatever when he was a teenager in Australia. And I feel like a lot of those like Gen X hackers, there are a few like famous stories of like these teens that get kind of, they manage to break their way into like early computer systems, and then they end up having to like kind of like work for the government a little bit to, like they got to work for the good guys, in order to not go to jail. But Epstein was going to like the hacker conferences in like DEF CON in Las Vegas, I think like throughout the 2010s. And, he said at one point, like Sabu, the FBI informant, anonymous guy, when he got out of jail, like hire him. I'm not joking. Like hire him immediately. So he was collecting all these hackers. They getting these like internet kids when they're young. Like, I don't know. There is something... Yeah, it's like you're a special little kid. You have a superpower. You could hack into anything. Like,
There's actually some really good work done by one of the Grotto heads, Velvet Joe, in some work on the Alpha Omega Research Foundation, and some ties into the QAnon origins and Julian Assange's history and childhood, and actually found a really solid link with an old newspaper that seems to be a program that Assange went to called Children of High Intellectual Potential, CHIP. And it's connected to things published with the World Council for Gifted and Talented Children. And in here, it says the CHIP Foundation Certificate, Children of High Intellectual Potential. Course context, identification, appropriate learning environments, political issues. It says it's Friday, 6 to 9 p.m. CHIP Foundations has an address here, West Melbourne. And then it says mathematics, a crypt analysis, group theory, chaos, achievement level required, grade 6, I believe it says. So chaos seems to be a really big tie into things like, the whole Masonic order out of chaos. But there's like gifted organizations there's one in Iran that has the Western magic symbol for chaos magic.
The Discordian like pointing arrows everywhere thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of these like, Julian Assange was in a cult when he was a kid. There's a lot of like ties into this Discordianism gifted to cult/occult, whether it's not theosophy and it's something like what Julian Assange was doing, and he met his wife in some kind of program. for gifted kids, but I think it was like gifted kids that were troubled or something like that. But yeah, there's been some really crazy ties to the whole WikiLeaks QAnon thing. It's very interesting ties.
Yeah, somebody in the chat here is saying that Robert Morris Jr. is the most obvious example. With his dad being head of the NSA at the time, he developed the Morris worm. I think I've heard of that. It was like an early, like, maybe one of the first computer viruses, that wreaked havoc on everything. I guess the son of, I'd have to look that up, but I guess one of the top people at the NSA was a bit of a computer whiz and just unleashed this Beto O'Rourke was in the Cult of the Dead Cow, another early like hacker collective. I think when he was a teenager under the username Psychedelic Warlord, which I think some of those people ended up going on to become kind of like one of the like a proto WikiLeaks group that specifically targeted like the Great Firewall in China and were like helping Chinese dissidents evade tracking and like in censorship and stuff like that. And then I think maybe they joined forces with Assange later on and like became a part of some of the core hackers behind like the early WikiLeaks thing, which is just a little bit like it seems like a thing that America, the military intelligence apparatus of America would like you to go do if you're an epic freaking hacker. Like, I see here you put in your outline that there's I think a reference in one of the Epstein files to a Hungarian Templeton Foundation program identifying and helping 315 exceptional cognitive talents, network support of talented people. Yeah. What's that about?
Yeah, it seems to me like so there's like, speaking of Assange, there's like one that we were talking about that's like called People to People, but there seems to be like, these kinds of like, they're like kind of like how they took Betty Ford Aquino across, the border it seems like they're doing some kind of programs like that. But yeah, I saw that and thought about the Templeton Foundation and how it's tied into studies like this. And I was like, okay, I have to include that because you've touched on that decently.
Yeah, we should remind people. I'm glad you brought up Betty Ford Aquino because, like, on the website you sent with like the timeline, it makes very clear that Lewis Terman, Dr. Lewis Terman from Stanford University, a proud eugenicist, created like what is still, I think, the largest longitudinal study of gifted children ever attempted in the early 1920s, and one of the 1,500 subjects of that was Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino's mother. Was one of the original studied gifted children at Stanford University, according to these very, kind of racist IQ tests that they had developed, like the Stanford Binet IQ test and everything. And their children were studied as well, right? Like there's a generational thing. So Michael Aquino himself would have almost been grandfathered in to being a gifted child by virtue of...
because even after Terman passed away, he gave it to people that were his gifted kid subjects became then the researchers of the rest of his project, like Robert Sears and I forget the name of the other one that's documented, but yeah, he follows them all the way through. I have this really old book where he wrote an article on what they became, what their job professions were, and it's quite telling. I know that some people have been able to fill in those blanks about who his gifted students were. The Betty Ford Aquino one is huge to me, with Michael Aquino being Temple of Set creator.
Right. One of the founders recently of Pacifica Radio and KPFA.
Yes. So I was about to say that Jeffrey Mishlove character I talked about, he actually got his start with Puharich. He was the first, he sponsored Uri Geller's first appearance in the U.S.
Wow.
When he was brought over by Puharich.
Yeah, that's right.
So he worked for KPFA as well. Now he has his own little YouTube channel.
Right, Mishlove. Yeah, Mishlove. What years did he work for KPFA?
I don't know what years, but one thing I do know that's big about him is he's like the only person with a doctorate in parapsychology, and he did it by his network basically of knowing all these people and like sus psychedelics, sus physics, ESP stuff. He basically, there was no program for it. So if you get a certain amount of letters of recommendation, you can create your own program. And that's how he did it, I guess. But yeah, he's connected to everyone. Like Dakin was at his wedding. He does a video talking about it on New Thinking Loud. Sarag was dating Barbara Honegger, I guess, at the time, who was on the Reagan administration. She
The
was
author
there.
of October Surprise.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. So there's a bunch of people that are tied into him, and Gino Yu goes on his New Thinking Aloud and goes, you're a legend. You were at my alma mater, Stanford, and yeah, everybody knows you as a legend there in your book Roots of Consciousness, and like Jeffrey Mishlove has done like an extensive writing on the history of
Right.
parapsychology and whatnot. But
Whoa.
he's a very interesting character. He's gotten he's sued for libel. I'm not saying anything that's not public record, and he said it was very difficult to do. And then he brings up, this is just to remind you of my friend Reza Giorgiani. What's his name?
Reza Jason. Like
Jason?
Yeah, Jason Giorgiani.
Yes.
Oh my God,
yes,
that guy.
Yes. He's like, my friend, everybody's saying he's a Nazi, but he's not a Nazi. And I'm like, he actively says he's a Nazi and a Satanist, but okay.
Major sus lord. Like all the stuff that about was that in your outline that was about like the jellyfish like mercenaries that tried to recruit him to like overthrow the Iranian government? And like he's a weird guy. Like he's been around for a while.
Insane. Yeah, he's been around for a while. I remember him like having a little bit of a presence, like really like back when people first like started talking about like the alt-right, like in the very, very early days of like the first Trump administration, when it was like, oh man, like we gotta like now pay attention to like these dapper white, like Richard Spencer when he was like a major entity. Like that was insane. Like, but it's like this guy is like a much weirder like strain of white nationalist.
Yeah, he's kind of a new age, like an Esalen Institute, like new age, but like but still like fascist, like he's his own like brand of mystical fascist.
Kind of Aryanism that like only the Iranian diaspora could produce. I think like it's.
I just want to say, Jeffrey Mishlove, you're right. Like he's in tight with all of these people. I guess check another one in the box for SJ Vindication for asking questions about KPFA. I think so. At Stanford University, there is an archival collection that I think this is under New Dimensions Media Records, 1968 to 2016. There was indeed a program that Jeffrey Mishlove hosted on KPFA called Mind's Ear, like Mind's Ear / Mind Space. Jeffrey Mishlove, KPFA. So I don't know if you can get any episodes of this, but here are some of like the titles. All right. Are you ready for, so this is the subject matter Jeffrey Mishlove was pumping out in the 70s, throughout the entire 1970s on KPFA radio. So Mind Ear, Doug Vokes discusses psychic surgery. Mind's Ear, Flying Saucers and Psychic Phenomena, Jacques Vallée, Alan Boyd. Mind's Ear, June Carey. Next one, Charles Tart on out-of-body experiences. Taped at KPFA Parapsychology Symposium, March 4th, 1973.
Don't get me started on Charles Tart.
He came up in our Monroe Institute episode.
He's on the advisory board of Stanley Krippner for Monroe.
That's right. They work together very closely, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Stanley Krippner wrote his obituary and wrote stuff about doing drugs and then having his kids get in the tub in the with his morning bath. I don't know if he was under the influence of drugs when they were in the bath, but then like the next sentence is like about being in the bath with his kids. I'm like, who writes that in an obituary?
Right.
And he says that his wife and his kids don't talk to him anymore, and rightfully so.
They went he's like, unlike my family, who's like, my wife, probably for good reasons, like divorced me, and now like my children will have nothing to do with me. And it's like
who says that in an obituary? That's
I don't know. It's kind of like how Paul Krasner, another person who knows all these people and thinks they're generally cool, like he profiled a Stanley Krippner talk at a nudist, like kind of a Wiccan like nudist festival. I think I read that a few episodes back, where he's like, yeah, Stanley Krippner is just doing some cool stuff. But he has like so many references into like when he was raising his daughter, like there's just like creepy passages that are like, and like, oh yeah, for like when she was like 11, like her and her friend dressed up like hookers for Halloween. I thought it was cool. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, it's a little bit, but anyways, here, another episode of Mind's Ear, Andrea Puharich talks about Uri Geller, April 1973. Let's see, Meditation and Mental Health, Harold Bloomfield, Institute for the Study of Consciousness, 1974. Psychics and Psychic Phenomena, David Phillips, PhD, Esalen Institute Symposium on Psychic Phenomena, May 1974. Dr. Andrea Puharich on Brazilian healer Arrigo, Oakland, California, 73. Edgar Mitchell of future Institute of Noetic Sciences. Carl Schleicher, Warren Kleinmeyer, Bill Brown. First broadcast October 1974. Then another Jacques Vallée, Part 2. Parapsychology Symposium, Reel number 6. Johnson Metzner. Is that Ralph Metzner, maybe? Let's see. Malsby Kimball, A Human Biocomputer, 1972. Cool. San Francisco Yoga Society, 1972 to 1979. Peruvian Whistle Pots and Tibetan Bells. Psychic Experimentation, ESP and Anthropology, 72 to 79. Don Juan, ... The Sorcerer. Same thing.
Carlos Castaneda stuff.
Of course. Charlie
He
Spider.
ran a cult I recently read. I'm like, oh, there's a Carlos Castaneda cult.
Right. I was reading some sus shit about him recently, or maybe it was in your outline, where he was like, his followers were like psyoping people or like playing little games with people or something like that.
Some of them went missing and in the desert, and they're like, they found some remains, I think, and then didn't find some remains of others. They called them his witches. They were like females of his cult. Super interesting, weird stuff. He totally lied in all his books.
Yeah, it's completely made up.
I bet he did. Yeah. Let's see. On UFOs and Wilhelm Reich. Joseph Campbell on the yoga chakras. Parapsychology Symposium. Oh, look. Paul Krasner, 1972 to 79.
And I want to note, that's Paul Krasner who was hanging out with Squeaky Fran before she made the attempt on Reagan doing LSD with her. So
yeah, didn't he? The rumor was that he had kind of had a romantic thing with Squeaky Fran.
Something like that. I remember reading that they were tripping together, and then I know she's like, it didn't go off, or it wasn't loaded. I'm like, what were they I don't know. Maybe I'm just theorizing here.
Yeah. He really got accepted by the Manson family when he went to like write an article about them. How about this? Life in a Kundalini yoga ashram. Oh, okay. We got Kundalini mentioned there. That did pop up in some of the Epstein files generally.
There's a big tie to Israel through Itzhak Bentov, who worked with Puharich. He did writings on like the Kundalini energy and stuff, and he was also the one that proposed the cosmic egg universe.
Yes, he is in the DIA report, or like the Army report that talks about the Monroe Institute. Remember, like Khalid, we talked about that a few.
Yeah,
like a little, like he's referenced as like a reference point of the egg universe and like all this stuff. And
did he know Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, Kay, what is the connection between Bentov and Epstein?
Bentov, is connected to Puharich, and they just have like the Israel ties.
Right.
He was one of the first rocket scientists, and like rocket scientists, you look at like JPL, and like they wanted what's his name, Jack Parsons. They wanted him in Israel, and he was doing all sorts of black magic stuff with L. Ron Hubbard and
of course one of the Maxwell sisters. I think it might have been Christine married. I think it was her, married a Melina, who was the son of Jack Parsons' like rocketry partner. Going back to
who was that? Was that Elizabeth or?
It was either Isabel or Christine.
I have this file here from the docs where it's like ISS. It's like this slideshow, and it lists Christine Maxwell as a visionary designer of internet technologies, and it says that one of their clients is JPL, the Navy, SAIC.
That totally, she's very plugged in. I think right now, it's Christine. Again, they're what is it, sororal twins, so they don't look the same, but they're twins. I always get them mixed up, but one of them is at like the UT Dallas like Center for Combating Anti-Semitism right now. Like she took like an academic job, like in some like weird like Israel like Zionist funded like combating anti-Semitism, blah blah blah, like kind of in stupid. They were both really up in like Silicon Valley ventures in like the 90s and the 2000s. I think one of them was on the advisory board of like the Internet Society, which is what kind of oversaw like the development of like the TCP/IP protocols and like ICANN and like web domain register, like the kind of the basic infrastructure of the World Wide Web was kind of overseen and developed by these people, and she was on the board. during the 90s. Obviously created the Magellan search engine for Netscape, which Mark Anderson, that was his first company. But they've been in that game for a lot. It doesn't surprise me that she would consult for SAIC or JPL or, especially if that sister, her husband is the son of a famous rocket scientist who worked with, Jack Parsons.
That is wild. I did not know that connection.
Yeah, I think it's Melina. Like, one of them married Gerasi, or maybe it was the son of Gerasi, the inventor of the birth control pill, and then the other twin married I forget Frank Molina or Roger Molina, the son of the rocket scientist guy. So I think Christine Maxwell was on the board of the Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s after Robert Maxwell started giving a bunch of money to it. And weirdly, Epstein also says he got involved around that time with the Santa Fe Institute, but didn't ostensibly know the Maxwell sisters or Ghislaine or Robert at that point, which I'm not so sure about.
Yeah, there's a big tie with Robert Maxwell too to the gifted program because SRA,
right,
Science Research Associates, they also have a test for identifying gifted. I don't know if I noted that when I was talking about the reading lab thing. I want to make sure I noted that. And then Stanley Krippner in his autobiography, he has a section here where he says, much to my surprise, the Reading Center attracted considerable attention due to in part to my presentations at meetings of the International Reading Association, the American Educational Research Association, and the National Association for Gifted Children. It says, Prentice Hall Publishers sent a representative to see me regarding a book on my approach to learning disabilities. I politely turned them down simply because I did not have enough experience under my belt to qualify as an expert. When Science Research Associates, Maxwell's company that he bought from IBM, asked me to give a workshop in Cleveland, I was about to turn them down because of a class conflict, but my assistant, Frances Fran Dillon, volunteered to fill in for the class, and her generosity launched me into a series of SRA-sponsored workshops on learning disabilities that continued for over a decade. And Krippner's really big in gifted and talented circles.
So just so people are clear, at Science Research Associates, SRI was owned by the Robert Maxwell publishing empire, right?
Yeah, SRA.
Yeah, SRA. Yeah.
SRI being Stanford.
Sorry. Yeah.
Because they're doing the same things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are kind of and arguably the SRA acronym, the dark choice of an acronym given things have turned out. By the way, speaking of Stanley Krippner, Mindspace, May 1973, on Stanley Krippner on psychical research in Russia.
That's Jeffrey Mishlove there. Still?
Yep, it's Jeffrey Mishlove on KPFA, brought to you by the Ford Foundation. I'm glad they were pushing really trustworthy, legitimate leftist analysis in the 70s. The Ford Foundation by funding this.
Stuff from Jeffrey Mishlove, it's so passive and what are you gonna do? You can't do things about everything. He even has one that's called Chaos Magic, where he talks about Pepe the Frog.
I watched that today because you said it makes me sick. You wrote this makes me sick watching it, and I played it in the background and was he's celebrating the Keck thing on 4chan. Interestingly, and saying how cool it was that they're bringing Keck around. See, a real chaos magician, this is how it's done, and all this shit, And I guess he probably was always like this, but
yeah, he's not in directly in the Epstein files as in messaging, but he's been CC'd in the Deepak Chopra group with Jack Sarfati as well because he's connected to Jack. But there's a lot of what I wanted to know is in your last episode, or maybe it was one before, you were talking about Sus Lord Oprah and hoster of Aquino's little psyop thing. But she shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so she was talking about the psychic surgery that you guys were talking about. And it made me think about all these things you're reading from Mishlove and the psychic surgery and Arrigo. It was the surgeon with the rusty knife. Well, Puharich has this influence on a UFO cult. I've seen a few blue beam things associated with gifted children mentioned in the files that I want to get into. But as a preface to that, Puharich, he had a UFO cult called the Law of One that was channeling the Nine. This lady, Claire, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but I've read some stuff that she supposedly has some kind of dental work right before she started channeling things. I can't fully prove that. But what I can prove is that Jeffrey Mishlove is in one of his videos talking about the Law of One and how Puharich went with Claire to a different country. I think it might have been Mexico, and to meet this psychic surgeon. And she was having a kidney or liver issue or something, and they they say this stuff that sounds like the things that you hear in like the Presidio case, like things that just couldn't be possible. Like we're just like, what, were they hypnotizing her to believe that that happened, or what were they doing? But they basically say that like the surgeon, without even cutting into her, like cut into her, and that Puharich held up. They cut like the kidney in half, and then he held it up above his head, and then it got sucked into her body, and then she was so sore after the procedure. And I'm like, wait, what? I thought you didn't do anything. I thought it was psychic. It's like really strange stuff. And then they're like, yeah. And then she went into the waiting room wrapped in a white sheet around all the other people with white sheets. And it's very strange. They're doing some kind of, I don't know, but
that was the same thing that John of God was allegedly doing, right? Like psychic surgery.
Yeah, you guys were talking about the John of God stuff.
Who was promoted by Oprah, and who also promoted Deepak Chopra. Big time.
Yeah, it was making me think a lot about that stuff. But there's like, do you know that there's this one mention of like Bluebeam-esque stuff with gifted program. There's one that mentions Lewis Terman. Now this is like, I think this is one from that Terge. Yes. Okay. So the Norwegian diplomat, how do you pronounce it?
Terje. Yeah.
Rod Larson. Mm-hmm. He keeps giving him like all these articles to read, and a lot of those articles mention stuff about the gifted program, but they're among a bunch of other stuff like conflicts in the Middle East, all sorts of stuff. And one of them says, "The secrets of the creative brain, Nancy Anderson. So why do these highly gifted people experience mental illness at a higher state than average rate? Lewis Terman's gifted program." It says, in A Beautiful Mind, her biography of the mathematician John Nash Sylvia Nassar describes a visit Nash received from a fellow mathematician while institutionalized at McLean Hospital. Quote, "How could you, a mathematician, a man devoted to reason and logical truth, believe that extraterrestrials are sending you messages? How could you believe that you are being recruited by aliens from outer space to save the world?" And it just makes it think about Puharich, Sarfati.
Right. It's funny. There's like that, because I remember that movie coming out. I don't even know if I ever saw it, with Russell Crowe, like The Beautiful Mind and stuff. And I remember it is about like, oh no, he gets schizophrenia, but I feel like it's always glossed over. Like what was happening
like a
to
Nazi.
him?
Yeah.
Oh, was he a Nazi also?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that he actually I mean, obviously there is like the element of schizophrenia, but not all schizophrenics go quite in that direction. So I mean, you might cut someone a little bit of slack, but I think it kind of went in sort of a strange a political ideological direction.
But I am curious about what was the nature of his like supposed delusions. Was it that like 12-foot tall Aryan aliens were coming down and telling him that it's like kind of like did he start getting the God phone call?
All men who wore red ties were part of a crypto-communist party.
Oh.
He mailed letters to embassies in Washington D.C. declaring he was establishing a government. He signed these letters, John Nash, Emperor of Antarctica, a position he believed he wasn't allowed to inherit.
Antarctica?
His psychological issues crossed his professional life when he gave an American Mathematical Society lecture at Columbia University, in which he originally intended to present proof of the Riemann hypothesis, and said the lecture was so incoherent that colleagues in the audience immediately recognized something was wrong.
I see.
There's a few gifted kids that turn into Nazis. Giorgiani.
Yeah.
He's in a podcast with the co-host of the what's his name? It's one of the political podcasts, and now he has his own podcast. But basically, one of the hosts talks about how he's in the gifted program. And he's like, "You were in it too, right, Giorgiani?" And Giorgiani kind of just like nods, but doesn't really like say anything. So I don't know if it's a confirmation necessarily. He's gone down that Nazi road. Reed on Getting Spooked did a really, really good deep dive on Belita Adair, one of Puharich's subjects who got into Satanism and Nazism.
Right. Did she become a big Thalemite? Was that the woman or was that a different woman who was like kind of in this milieu?
I believe so. She's like a Norwegian black metal artist.
Okay.
Who Puharich was like rubbing some kind of oil on her forehead and making her channel numbers supposedly for him that she theorized were for nuclear equations, but who knows?
Whoa.
but there's documentation of her actually going around to different universities and being tested for her ability to channel. She was a pianist who could channel different composers, and I think like languages too, verbally. I don't know if that was actually proven or if that was just like something they said about her to increase hype.
Yeah. Oh, I think it was Iona Miller, who was
Oh,
born into theosophy.
yes.
Right.
Mentally gifted minor. She was one of the gifted kids. She married a guy in Mankind Research Unlimited who seems like a intelligence agent. A.J. Weberman wrote about Mankind Research Unlimited, and Stanley Krippner is mentioned in that article. But yeah, she has like, I think when the internet was first starting, she's created a bunch of URLs, and they're still up there today. And she has any keyword you search, if you search Iona Miller next to it, you'll just get like, she's doing weird stuff too, though, like follow the white rabbit, like, and then she mentors. Yeah, it seems like she's tied into Q. There's been some ties of her involvement possibly to that, or at least to the cicada situation. The cicada 3301, I think it was called.
Oh yeah, the ARG.
Yeah, but she has a she mentored somebody who I read a book that she wrote about being, in contact with Iona Miller, and she is a big Thelemite and ended up marrying this guy who created the first, like, I don't know, recognized Gnostic church in the U.S., but they're openly practicing Thelema and writing books about Thelema, as well as writing books about, like, I think like the Finders, all sorts of like
the Finders thriller
stuff.
Yeah.
And then now she's writing one that's called like something Wonderland, and like after reading PTK and learning about that whole thing with Lewis Carroll, I was like, anything with Wonderland, alarm bells go off.
Right.
She's a pedophile.
Yeah.
And there's lots of like, but anyways, she's talking basically in this book about what seems like some kind of gifted program, but then she's like tying it into Alice in Wonderland themes and like follow the clues. And I hope nobody falls into that right now with Candace talking about everything. And
like meeting Charlie on the astral plane and whatever.
Yeah, now all of a sudden Iona Miller's mentor is talking about Wonderland and gifted type program stuff in this new book she's going to release, and she's doing some Reddit posts about it.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, Candace Owens was saying something that like he was tested, like Charlie was tested, right? Like
that's right. Yeah.
She said he went to a special school that she was too gifted.
Oh, interesting.
There's also
it was weird that Erica Kirk and Candace Owens like both like had this idea that Charlie Kirk could like turn lights on and off.
That's actually that's called. There's a phenomenon of people that call themselves sliders.
Like the show.
Yeah, there's a show called Sliders back in the 90s.
Yeah, John Rhys Davies.
Right.
And what's his name? I'm blanking on the guy's
Jerry
name.
O'Connell.
Famous. Yeah, I think so.
I think it was Jerry O'Connell. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if this discredits me, but I've thought the same thing about myself. I've had weird experiences, and I've just like I never talked about them. My sister too with that. I don't know what it is. If it's some kind of, I have an electrician in my family that I talk to about it, and they're like, maybe it's like it's low on energy and it's like arcing with like the electricity of your body or something. Like, there's probably some physical explanation there.
Really?
And maybe I'm
that's
just
why
like
you
more
were in the
aware
gifted
of it.
program because you have electrokinesis.
I better not be. I don't know. But they like Jeffrey Mishlev did a book on like the PK man, and like there's a lot of like ties to that, like electricity, and like think about the AI cult. It could tie into things they're trying to understand about how neurons fire or how things work in the body. But yeah, they're saying like the weird thing too about the whole Kirk saga is, first off, I want to shout out Rotting Jewels research that Paul Vallely, who wrote Mind War paper with Michael Aquino, is on the TPUSA advisor board.
Oh yeah,
So Charlie, he's gifted, I guess. Also, if you read articles about Tyler Robinson, he's been described as gifted. If you read about Lance, Tyler's partner, there was the person in Discord that said, oh, Lance was obsessed with like the gifted conspiracies or something. So it's like, it seems just like this weird Discordian chaos where they're like this chess game where they're pulling chess players from gifted programs and putting them in different directions, whether they're talking heads for youth movements or mentors for scientists or people that are Tyler Robinsons.
Interesting how like,
I don't know.
the complex around chess. Like now chess, like something that was like for a lot of history seen as like frivolous and like a waste of time. Like basically the way that like I don't know, I'm trying to think like playing Halo or like something like that is seen now, like is now seen as like, something that is like a sign of like being an incredible. I mean, obviously like chess grandmasters and like chess prodigies are like very impressive and everything. I'm not trying to demean their abilities, but it is interesting kind of the mysticism around chess like in the modern age. Oh, we have a question in the chat. Are you RH negative? Is that what it is? RH
That's
negative?
what people, I don't know what my blood type is. A lot of people have that like 4chan
I actually
list
don't
of
know
like,
mine either.
Oh yeah,
I don't
don't
know.
think I
I
know
don't
mine
know
either.
theirs.
Yeah, honestly, I know I'm not O negative, but
in Japan, I think it's like a thing like astrology where people know their blood types. That's like a thing.
Interesting.
Yeah, people are saying that on the list of like things that are, I don't know, weird stuff like occipital bun bigger. I don't, it's like on 4chan, so it could be just like a self-confirming, like, oh yeah, people that do have that are saying, I have that too. One of the things was like Israeli art girlfriend on that list, and I was like, what? Is this like from people in the 80s or something? Like, what does that mean? Why do you guys have that in common? But back to like the chess thing, I wanted to say, have you heard of Bobby Fischer? Because he was a big old fascist Nazi. Okay, he was actually married to he's Russell Targ's brother-in-law, I found out the other day.
He was married to Russell Targ's brother?
Russell Targ's brother-in-law.
Oh, he was Russell Targ's brother-in-law.
Yeah.
That's what you mean, right?
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. So yeah, Russell Targ, he's I found out that there was a Ghostbusters episode of Jimmy's it made me think of this right now, but the whole Zener cards, all that stuff, very much this stuff coded. Turns out that like it is based on Dakin, the Dakin parapsychology group that was hosted in his building, and like it was like I think it's like a old fire house building in the movie, but it was like an old automobile shop when Dakin took the building that was based off of. So yeah, Ghostbusters is literally like based off of Russell Targ. I believe the one with the glasses is probably based off of Targ himself.
Right. Yeah. There's indications of that for sure.
Yeah.
And
but he's working with gifted child Elizabeth Rauscher. I mean, I haven't confirmed if she's in a gifted program, but she was in science stuff at a young age, and they're all together in this group, and they all know Jeffrey Mishlove, who then, he's mentoring, like, I guess Gino Yu's looking up to him, and Deepak Chopra is looking up to him and seeing him in things, and it's a very interesting consciousness group.
You sorry, no, you go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that I read something in Monroe's Out of Body. I don't know if you saw that in my notes.
Yes. I remember the underground thing, right?
Yeah, that made me think about, wait, when I know all these consciousness studies and then saying that about the underground, I'm like, what is this?
And doesn't he mention Charles Tart, Andrea Puharich, and like a couple other people that are, prominent?
Yeah. He says, it was at this point that I discovered the existence of an underground in the United States. The only factor missing is that no laws exist against its function, nor is there official persecution or prosecution involved. This underground only occasionally intermingles in part with the worlds of business, science, politics, academia, and the so-called arts. Furthermore, it definitely is not limited to the United States, but infiltrates all of Western civilization. Many people have heard of it vaguely or casually, have come into contact with it, and passed it off as just people with queer ideas. For one thing is usually certain, members of this underground who are respected in their communities don't talk about the interests or beliefs that qualify them for membership unless they know you two are in the club. They have learned from experience that to be outspoken brings censure from their ministers, customers, employers, or even friends. I suspect the membership may run into the millions, if all would admit to their qualification. They're found in all walks of life: scientists, psychiatrists, physicians, housewives, college students, businessmen, teenagers, and at least a few ministers in formal religions. This group meets all the qualifications of an underground movement. They gather in small groups quietly and often semi-secretly. The events are often publicly announced, but you have to be with it before you can understand the notice. The participants usually discuss affairs of the underground only with other members, other than family or close friends who are probably also members. The community doesn't know of this secret interest in life of the underground member. If you asked him, he would deny such membership because often he doesn't realize he really is so associated. All are to some degree emotionally and intellectually dedicated to a cause. Finally, the underground has its... Finally, the underground has its... At the moment, the underground... I don't know, I skipped dedicated to a cause. Finally, the underground has its own literature. There we go. Language, technology, and to some extent, demigods. At the moment, this underground is highly disorganized. In fact, there is no organization whatsoever in the usual sense of the word. Rarely even have the local groups gone so far as to adopt a title or name for themselves. So far, they are simply small but regular gatherings held in someone's living room or a bank conference room or quite possibly a church. This group of individuals is groping in the dark and seems to take many diverse pathways, yet the goal is the same for all. However, like other kinds of underground movements, if you have become a member and you visit another city, you inevitably meet other members. It isn't planned, it just happens. Who compromises this underground? First, the professionals. At one end are the parapsychologists. Very few in number, these men who have legitimate doctorates from recognized universities who have publicly conducted research into ESP. The most well-known of these being Dr. J.B. Ryan, formerly of Duke University. Home of the Devils.
That's right, the Blue Devils, right?
The Blue Devils, who conducted.
What's the origin of that, by the way? Like,
I know. How did they get that's such a bad mascot? I don't.
Some silk topper that I think Gustavus Myers profiled, like I think gave the money to like some rapacious, so like robber baron, funded Duke University, but I forget.
Very weird. Yeah, who conducted?
I think the devil, like in some of the earliest like depictions of. Like some of the earliest Christian depictions of the devil, I think may be blue. But yeah, I don't know what the particular origin of like its blueness at Duke is.
Yeah.
Just the devil part is enough for me. I'm like,
yeah, and that was the parapsychology like center at Duke University was like one of the only like, you know, one of the only centers attached to like a high profile university that was doing parapsychological stuff under Rhine, right?
Yeah, and from my research, that's where the gifted program got into the woo-woo ESP stuff, because eugenics, it was just a eugenics program by IQ, Hereditary Genius by Galton. Then you have William McDougall, who was Ryan's mentor, who got him into Duke. He was a big eugenicist and a parapsychologist. So I think that's when it went that direction. From my research, I can't really find an earlier account of that. So J.B. Ryan, you know, he's doing like all sorts of hypnotism, drug variables, all sorts of stuff. His daughter is working in the lab with him, Sally Rhinefeather. She wrote a book called The Gift. So even though he's not part of the gifted program, he was mentoring Stanley Krippner, who was working for him, going around the country, testing people's abilities. So a bunch of people that are like involved in the gifted program are like linked through Ryan. So they mention him first in this Monroe thing, and then they say, to his satisfaction, he proved statistically that ESP is fact. His results are looked upon dubiously and for the most part unacceptably by the majority of psychologists. There are others in the same category: Andrea Puharich, J.G. Pratt, Robert Cookall, Hornell Hart, Gardner Murphy, who was Krickner's mentor, all come under this classification. If you are a member, these are familiar names. So yeah,
and
some kind
all
of
these people were involved in like both parapsychological blah blah blah, but also gifted children research. I mean, there's like a blurry line, right?
Puharich had his thing. J.G. Pratt, I have some ties that tie him to Krippner and some concerning stuff. But Andrea Puharich, he definitely had, you know, that ranch that he was testing children. I'm not so sure about all the other tests. Gardner Murphy, yes, he was in the gifted program. He was mentoring Krippner and stuff. So his dad was a eugenicist and he's a eugenicist too. But I think they like called it, I think I mentioned this before, like they called it positive eugenics because they're like, how could, like kind of like that Josh, like, I don't know, the things are like, we need to take these qualities and mate people with these qualities to make this race like this. It's just
like win-win eugenics. Yeah, some shit like that. Yeah, it's really
negative still.
But Stanley Krippner, though, like he's a really huge figure. Like he ended up. Can you give just a quick rundown of like where his career kind of like snaked through in terms of like he was doing both? Like, was he involved with gifted child stuff directly? Or
yes,
okay,
yes, directly. He has like a full chapter in his autobiography called "Gifted Children," and then one called Order Out of Chaos, if that says anything. Yeah, he was involved in like all sorts of like the worldwide gifted and talented council. He's like close to a bunch of people that are tied into doing like even like EEG tests at public schools. The Monroe Institute, I have some documentation showing that they were using the hemisync technology actually in public schools. So
on first
who knows what
graders,
Krippner
right?
had. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like 200 something. I don't know if it was 200 pupils or classes. So I was like, oh, that's significant. And so Krippner, he's written endless papers on gifted child stuff, on hypnotizing to help reading. He started out, I believe, at University of Wisconsin,
Right.
and then he went to Northwestern, which is Puharich's alma mater. He ended up being asked to investigate, like, I think it was like a psychic horse or something.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. And he debunked it, right?
yeah, he's known to be even like Randy, the amazing Randy likes him. He's like, everybody likes me because I like have a critical perspective on this stuff, but like he believes it all. He's gone to like Brazil and like looked at spiritism stuff and like possessions. He's done work on multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah.
He's done work on the out of body experiences, near death experiences.
Right.
He ended up doing like summer. So he went to the Kent State University. He was there, I believe, during when the shootings happened, I believe. He has like a chapter on that. I forget how deep he goes into it. But like he has some stuff where he's like, oh, like there's some things where you think like he has, good intentions in mind. He's talking about like, like equality and like all this stuff and whatnot. But then I'm like, you're hypnotizing children and then you're getting in tubs with them. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff where like, on the outside they say that they're like so like liberal,
Of course,
like,
yeah. It's like the
progressive,
Krasner thing. Like
world peace.
yeah. Yeah,
It's
they
not
love
even like that. It's just manipulation. So yeah, he has like a lot of he was doing this reading lab where he was hypnotizing kids. And then he gets like, deeply involved writing for Gifted Child Quarterly, working for SRA. Then he works for the Maimonides Dream Lab.
Yes, that's where I tried to look in terms of maybe Jeffrey Epstein had like some kind of encounter with this place, because this was in Brooklyn. I think it was even, I forget exactly where in Brooklyn, the Maimonides Hospital is, like a big hospital there. And then the Maimonides Dream Research Lab was this, thing that was set up in the hospital, like not that far from where Jeffrey Epstein was growing up, that was doing research into ESP and like dream research, often like involving children, right?
Yeah, and they're doing dream research. They talk about it in the files. In fact, they're doing dream research that's linked to substances. There's one where Peter Thiel is sending something to Epstein saying like, here's this report from my researcher, and it's about GHB versus benzos for sleep and different stages of sleep. So I don't know if you ever went to Maimonides, but I know that they are doing some kind of dream research that they're looking into and funding.
Right. And along the way, I noticed that you clocked a lot of good like little things he was involved in. Like in 1977, he published something that was called "Programming the Experimental Induction of Psychotronic Effects in Altered States of Consciousness." And then
is that Krippner?
Yeah,
he's done like psychotronics conferences and stuff.
Right.
And, like,
He also he wrote like a summary of the proceedings of the Third International Congress of Cybernetics and Systems in Bucharest, Romania, in 1975. So, like Dakin and others, he was crossing the Iron Curtain to go to conferences with like people in communist countries, like in Bucharest.
He actually
and Hungary.
introduced like the guy who started that SLN program, like the citizen diplomacy. It says that Krippner introduced that guy to Dakin and seemed to be tying people in. He seems connected to a lot of people. He's like, everybody likes me, but he goes and he goes to indigenous cultures and does a bunch of research on them, and then he's like involved with this Rolling Thunder medicine man that people have said that he's not really medicine man. His name is John Pope, and It's a white dude.
Yeah, a pretendian kind of guy. Yeah.
Yeah, just who knows, like some kind of weird, see how they can, Krippner always talks about how like tricksters, shamans are tricksters, and like the reason why, this is like the funniest thing to me, is like the reason why like the placebo effect works and like shamanism works is because like if a shaman were to tell indigenous people back in the day that like they would get better if they did this and that, and they had the power of belief to make them feel better that way, that like then they would go on to have children, and like if you don't have that ability you would let the sickness get to you, and I don't know, it's like a bunch of weird like evolutionary psychology stuff that he's trying to tie into it. But yeah, he's done like exorcism stuff. He actually, one that really stuck out to me as like, is this tied to the Gifted Program? The Grotto was like talking about some of the Exorcist movies, and I wanted to pipe in, but I was busy. He said that he got approached by who was creating or writing or directing the Exorcist movie, and he goes up to Stanley Krippner and he's like, hey, like we want to do this movie about this, like what way should we go about it, which way should we approach it, I see you've studied this kind of stuff, and can you get me in contact with like a kid who has like special abilities or something? And Krippner's like, yeah, the perfect person. They're something about they're just about to be out of high school. This isn't an interview with Jeffrey Mishlev, so I don't have it written out. But he's like, yeah, here's this girl that, you know, has abilities and she'll be in your movie. And then he says, yeah, but then the mom read the script and, you know, it's saying all these really
messed up things.
It's really messed up stuff. And just like, I'm not having my kids say that. No way. They're not going to be in the movie. I'm like, why are you scouting out kids in school for movies? And he also had a bunch of people, like not a bunch of people, I should say, but instances of a few troubled teens that were living with him that then ended up harming themselves and like harmed their mother or something. All this strange stuff in his autobiography where it's like, why were there kids that were living with you? And then you're like, yeah. And then he thought his mom was calling to him into the ocean, and then he just like walked into the ocean. I'm like, what is going on? So there's very strange
Krippner
ties.
did that?
Krippner, yeah, had some kids living with him. I think they were teens at the time, and they ended up not working out to help him out. I'm just like, what is this? Some kind of rehoming program?
But like the kids were the ones that wandered in the ocean because they saw like the ghost of their mother.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, very strange stuff.
Doesn't seem very professional, or it's something else. I don't know.
Yeah, he also like will like prop up like, oh, there was this hypnotist or this psychologist who was doing this really cool work where they would like give people psychedelics and they'd play like a violent film on one side of the room and like a positive film on the other side of the room, and see people. I'm like, what in the MK is that?
Yeah, that's literally like parallax view shit. Like, yeah, like blending these two things together until it just becomes one or something. I see that you also noted that Krippner did he wrote a paper called "An Experiment in Dream Telepathy with the Grateful Dead" in 1983. Didn't he also like use some kind of like hypnosis to get the two drummers of the Grateful Dead to like drum in sync with each other psychically?
Yeah, the weird thing about that is I've had some weird experiences when I was in the program about what I thought could be described as Alice in Wonderland syndrome that people have called, where like your perception of time.
Oh, you see yourself as being big or
small? Your perception of like spaces and then also time, like things will seem like they're moving fast around you or slow around you. I used to get that as a kid. So I'm like, and I remember being in the car when I'd get it too. So I'm like, was I going back from school? But I don't know for sure. But listening to that interview with Mickey Hart talking about, and then we were hypnotized to drum at different speeds and this and that. And he also, Mickey Hart and his wife helped that Rolling Thunder or John Pope character.
Like by a farm?
By the ranch. So another ranch involved in some kind of experimentation. Metatante, it was called. And there'd be people staying on it as a commune. So very strange. The Grateful Dead, you called that one too.
Right. I mean, yeah, exactly. I also saw that, Jeffrey Mishlev was mentored by Arthur Young, you noted, and he came up in a lot of stuff. What episodes were we talking about Arthur Young? Wasn't he like the inventor of like the Huey helicopter or something? Like he worked for Bell?
Yes.
And he made a bunch of money and then he felt bad, so he started the Institute for the Study of Consciousness, and he was married to a Forbes, like an old WASP Forbes who was related to the Ruth Payne, or either Ruth Payne or her husband, like, remember, like, in the JFK thing, who, like, the people who knew Lee Harvey Oswald. I remember we found, like, a bizarre connection between Arthur Young, married to a wife, like a Forbes Young, and maybe it was, like, her son from her first marriage was, like, Ruth Payne's husband, I forget, but it was something weird like that. And Arthur Young played a big role, like bankrolling a lot of this like woo stuff in the Bay Area. I think he was based in Berkeley, and he like kind of felt bad that his like helicopter invention was being used to like, you know, rain fire and death upon Vietnam or whatever. But then he started, you know, I don't know, like, you know, military industrial inventor is struck with pangs of conscience, like maybe, but. I don't know.
Maybe it's a tool for some kind of, you know, I don't know, weapon. Like, I don't know.
Different weapons. Yeah.
The thing, like, we're in a time right now where, like, LRADs are being used on protesters. There's reports coming out of Palestinians being vaporized.
Yeah.
This is a time of things that we've never seen, that they've been working on for a long time. And, like, you know, the internet was like that. AI was like that. And it's just so many sus lords involved in these developments. One thing that I saw that you were talking about the helicopter, it made me think of this claim that I saw, but I haven't been able to like prove it or anything. Have you heard of like the people saying that in the flight records there was this tail number that seems to be associated with something that was owned by DynCorp?
Yes, I remember Crypto Cuttlefish posting about this like 10 years ago. There was a plane, one of Epstein's planes, it seems, had I forget if it also had lineage with like the State Department or like a CIA cutout, but it had been registered to DynCorp and it was operating in the Balkans in the 1990s.
And DynCorp was accused of trafficking in Romania and Bosnia, etc. And you can't help but think about Erica Kirk's accusation in Romanian Angels. And
pretty much, yeah.
Also, like that Templeton like thing too. It's like talking about like giving an organization to this whatever underground that was not organized. And then like also I was talking about the Cuba connections, which I want to go back to. There's one part where they say like Gino Yu's like, I'm about to meet Fidel Castro's son. And I'm just thinking like my boyfriend brought up like the program that was like Operation Peter Pan or Operation, and how they took a bunch of unaccompanied minors, and I guess one of those is Jeff Bezos' stepdad,
grandfather, I believe, like step grandfather. I think
grandfather. Okay,
who was one of the founding people that founded DARPA.
So there's a part where Gino Yu mentions Jeff Bezos, and he sends something to Jeffrey, and he goes, hey, I heard that Jeff Bezos finds people with special abilities at these events. And it was a link to something that said, like, secret campfire party hosted by Jeff Bezos. And I'm like, wait, what?
What? I wonder who he heard that from.
Right?
Weird.
Yeah,
Very
Jeff
weird.
Bezos finds people with special abilities at this event and then does what? Just, like, meets them? Like, and then what?
You know, recruits
like,
them.
he finds them. Like, does he need them? Yeah, like, what?
It says
to help him run Amazon. Like,
well, you know, he's building rock. He's going to
like,
space. He's doing all kinds of shit. He's got the data centers.
Teal has like his thing where he tells people drop out of school and just like join my thing. So like that could be how he's recruiting gifted people into his like, you know, circle. And then you have like Elon Musk, who has his Ad Astra, where he pulled his kids out of a gifted school along with a
that was
teacher.
incredibly sus. I read an article about like the sort of curriculum at his like at the Elon Musk Academy, which I feel like really like dropped out of the headlines like around the same time that Elon became just like this eternal part of our daily lives, like, you know, around 2024. Like that whole thing like kind of disappeared, but it was incredibly strange. Just like the way that they like sort of the direction of like the learning at that place, like being to kind of like have this weird sort of gamified format where the ultimate goal was for these kids to become Elon Musk basically, but it seems like they're not really gaining any like general education or like the sort of humanistic skills that are required. I mean, it's interesting, like it reminds me a little bit in terms of these like Silicon Valley people like sort of funding, like getting into the education space, like it reminds me of the University of like the what do they call it? It's a University of Austin. It's not like, you know, UT Austin.
It's University of Austin.
Yeah. like UATX or whatever, which recently seems to have been like kind of having like sort of an internal coup or something where like they were like a little bit too like classically liberal or whatever, and sort of the more dogmatic right-wing people sort of took over. But that's like a similar thing where like they had these sort of like, did they have like a Teal connection?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, Barry Weiss was involved in it heavily, and
well, yeah, she was like one of the founders. But I know Teal like or Palantir does their thing where like I think is kind of they like hire people out of like high school. It's like if you have like these scores, like we'll hire you. Like don't bother
and pay
going
for your,
to like
your
college,
your tuition.
And I know at least like their sort of marketing was similar. So it made me wonder, like, you know, are they just kind of like picking up on like what Peter Thiel is putting down, or is Peter Thiel like a silent backer? Because it seems very much up his alley, but I'm not sure if there's any.
I think there's a lot of
confirmation
schools
of that.
like that. Remember Kanye had like a strange school for a while that like got shut down.
Academy,
yeah, Donda Academy.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I feel like the Will and Jada Smith's, you know, kids. That when they gave interviews when they were like teenagers, were just talking about like the weirdest like cosmic woo-woo kind of slop, and it didn't seem like, I don't know. I remember like the things they were talking about in their interviews. You know, of course they have affiliations with Scientology. They're maybe not they're like the most hardcore Scientologists, but they are like affiliated something, and I feel like they got sent to some kind of like strange academy for rich kids in LA that, you know, just teaches like very odd stuff. I mean, I guess they don't necessarily need, it's not like they need the life skills to like work a regular job, so maybe they're trying to cultivate them into like having that star power, you know, like indigo child star power or something like that. I think there's a lot of like little rich enclave kind of private schools, I think, that are in like the biggest city in like, you know, kind of New York or LA.
Yeah, Peter Thiel is a funder of UATX,
Right.
Reportedly, right? It's not like technically public, but it seems to be. And he also like gave like lectures there and stuff. So
yeah, one that Epstein and Bill Gates funded, but it isn't called a gifted school. I was seeing in the files was the Bard School. The like person from the school wrote in like, I almost fell off my chair when I saw what you donated.
You mean Bard the college?
Wait, they're talking about Bard College or a different?
Yeah,
school?
it's like this high school program where you can graduate from high school and also get a diploma from a college or something.
Yeah, I've seen actually job postings for that. They have some kind of school in New York City that's like for high school students, but it seemed kind of like sus to me. So like I was like, yeah, I'm not going near this. But yeah, like it. I mean, obviously Bard in general is sus, and like I've heard, like even beyond like the fact that Leon Bossi is connected to Epstein, I've heard like awful things about him as a person, and like the entire administration at Bard. Like I've heard terrible things, but like yeah, like it's weird situation.
Yeah. I see somebody in the chat says like, give this girl a third mic. Does that mean that my sound is bad?
No. It means they love you.
To
they love
be on
you.
the show
That
forever.
you're they want you to be the
be on
new
every
host
episode.
a co-host.
Yeah.
on
What?
Scandal
Sign me
Jihad.
up.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, they can't hear me. Cool.
No. This has all been awesome. I just want to read before we go on, just because it's like sus, like that Hungarian Templeton Foundation program, which like Templeton itself connected to Epstein directly. This is in 2015 to 2017, so like in pretty recent, you know, era. It was a pilot initiative funded by the Templeton World Charity Foundation to identify and support exceptionally talented young people in Hungary. It selected 300 plus junior Templeton fellows aged 10 to 29 to receive personalized one-year development aiming to foster future leaders, researchers, and entrepreneurs. Goal: to identify top 1%, specifically 1 in 10,000 cognitive talent, and provide nurturing. Partnership implemented in collaboration with the Association of Hungarian Talent Support Organizations. Target group between young people between the ages of 10 and 29. That is like some weird shit to me. Like they're trying to sift through the population of Hungary to find the 1 in 10,000 like most gifted children, and then pair them into personalized like mentorships to sort of foster, you could say, or like, I don't know, groom if you're a little more cynical. I don't even mean like sexually, but just like psychologically groom them to be future leaders. You know, like. You know, and then these people are all connected with like Epstein up the wazoo, like left and right. And I I don't know, like they're kind of taking the program global. It almost seems like what they had been doing in the United States for decades. Now they're marching out there to scoop up and like capture all of the top like cognitive talent or whatever and make so that nobody ends up being at the top of their fields in like 30-40 years unless they've been like through the gate that like selected through a new aristocracy, like a eugenic aristocracy has been like identified from an early age and like risen up to be like the prominent people in society, like that, you know. Right, that's one way to look at it, right?
Like, that's how I'm seeing it. How can you see it any other way? And
right.
I mean, Iran came up like in the chat, or I think in like one of your like maybe earlier appearances in the call-ins, and like that's also another like, you know, relative to what we were kind of saying about China earlier. That's like another like example where like in the sort of like literature like around, like I was looking at this book like Gifted Children in Britain and the World, maybe you've seen that, and in that it talks about this guy like Araj Brumand, who was kind of the the leader of like kind of international, like he was a leader, like a president of like international gifted children organizations or like gifted education organizations, but he like tried to organize, like, you know, in the years just before the 1979 revolution, he tried to organize like a gifted children program in Iran under the Shah. But then once 1979 happened, it was deemed like, you know, like, and there's this kind of like sort of typical sort of angle on it where it's like, oh, you know, the poor like oppression of like the great intellectuals, like they were stomped out. But it's like, well, you know, this was kind of like an imperialist like psyop on like the children of the world, like, and you know, it's like, oh, it was deemed anti-revolutionary because of its international connections. It's like, well, I mean, like they had like cause to be suspicious. I think, you know, like they have their own kind of gifted education program in Iran now, that I think, you know, is independent of kind of the old system, even though it may be based on some of the same like infrastructure that was established then. But but like it kind of, like it speaks to the point that like, you know, all these things kind of serve as a funnel into, you know, basically like the American like university military, like media complex.
Yeah, and it's like also got that always occult background of it, like things that Araj says sound very Baha'i coded. He's also talking
is he Baha'i?
I'm not sure. He keeps talking about things that seem like he could be. But there is, so he runs the National Organization for the Development of Exceptional Talents, but he's also part of the World Council for Gifted and Talented Children, along with people from the US, people from Israel, the UK. And his symbol there for the National Organization for Development of Exceptional Talents is the chaos magic symbol that we were talking about. Again, like the grotto is just like an invaluable community and resource. I can't stress enough how much people in there have filled in the blanks for me. Velvet Joe found this excerpt here that's about Araj Brumand, where it says, he angrily responded, "You are right on the first part and wrong on the second." This is somebody accusing Araj. "You and your boss, Havaida, like all the Shah's servants, are guilty of treason, of following in his footsteps and working for the CIA. Your dossier is loaded with documents about your employment by the CIA. You plan to take our best minds and prepare them to become CIA spies." What? But then the World Council, like, it has all sorts of people that are tied to...
What's the source of that, and who was he responding to, and what exactly was the accusation?
I'll have to get the link. I'll have to get the exact link. It was from a book that I believe it was like the memoir, which it's like called like a gifted memoir or something by Araj Brumand. I think that's where it was pulled from, because that's like what's next to it in my notes. But because I didn't find that one myself, I could be speaking out of term there. But along with Araj Brumand on that World Council for Gifted and Talented Children, we have Alexis DuPont.
Yeah, right. A DuPont, one of those DuPonts.
Yeah, who's very tied into the Robert Agosioli psychosynthesis stuff that ties into theosophy. There's Gene Houston, Harry Passow, Harold C. Lyon, who I talked about in a call-in.
Yes, Hal C. Lyon, like the way his website spelled makes it almost look like Halcyon, which feels almost intentional. You said, I just want to clock this. Like, first of all, he wrote like an effusive letter about his old colleague Werner Erhard and how amazing he was, and then also allegedly wrote the white paper for Jimmy Carter that led to the creation of the Department of Education, and also was a graduate of West Point. And I think you wrote a project officer for the federal role in the development of Sesame Street.
Yep. Yeah, Sesame Street. So there you go, indoctrinating the youth. He's also hanging out at Esalen in the nude baths, talking about a hard-on and like really weird writing about like, oh, I'm not bad, because I swear he says something like, he says some really weird stuff that like, I did this and I did that, but that doesn't make me a bad person. And like, you have to, it's just really weird human potential movement, Esalen stuff that he's tied into. You have this Jean Houston, who I want to talk about. She wrote a foreword for Rupert Sheldrake, tie into the telepathy tapes, Terence McKenna and Ralph Abraham, their Chaos, Creativity, and Cosmic Consciousness. She did a foreword for that. She talks about the resacralization of the world, and is described as a sacred psychologist and global midwife.
Yes.
She created the witch's cradle with her husband, which was used in the Maimonides Dream Lab, which is another connection between these people and the occult and dream research and gifted program.
Yeah.
Very strange stuff.
And
sponsored through UNESCO.
Right. I forgot this. You wrote down that I remember hearing about this woman like years ago. She used to do seances with Hillary Clinton and like famously did a kind of spiritual session where they tried to contact Eleanor Roosevelt, like when they were in the White House.
Channel her.
Yeah.
Like Hillary Clinton like channeled Eleanor Roosevelt personally.
Yeah. And it's rumored that she had some influence on Hillary in like the writing of her book, like The Global Village or whatever, and was like a spiritual advisor to Hillary in the 90s, but was also the past president of the Association for Humanistic Psychology. You found that her dad was a gag writer for Bob Hope. Okay. I mean, he has his own, there's been weird accusations about Bob Hope. I think from Bryce Taylor specifically back in the 90s. I mean, it's like, well, I don't know. It's a complicated thing, but Bob Hope was always tied in with like the government. Anyways, but yeah, she was like doing seances and shit with Hillary Clinton back in the 90s. And I guess claims when she was younger that she was disciplined by a Catholic nun in school, and then that like led to a kind of a spiritual epiphany that of an Eastern nature. And then she was eventually visited by her future self, 20 years older, who said her future would be extraordinary. Now, this like jogged my memory. She married Robert E.L. Masters.
Yeah, I have that in my notes, the sexologist.
I remember getting tripped up by this guy when we stumbled on him. Maybe it was like in a George Estabrooks episode or something, but it jogged something in my memory where like I used to know somebody who told me like years ago, like in LA, like I grew up in a cult. And like my mom joined it, and like I grew up in this cult, and it was like up in Oregon, and there's a guy called Bob Masters, and he was like a therapist guy, but like it literally was like a mind control cult and blah blah blah. And so I thought when I saw Robert E.L. Masters, like Esalen associated psychotherapist, sexologist, blah blah blah, who's like married to this like seance woman, blah blah. I'm like, oh, well, this is obviously the Rob Masters. Turns out there are two like sus new age Rob Masters gurus. There is this guy, and then there's Robert Augustus Masters. If you look up his name, there's a bunch of stuff about how he was running a cult in Oregon, and like he wouldn't let kids listen to like music because it was satanic. Like it's a weird mix of like evangelical shit and then like new age woo woo kind of humanistic psychology, whatever. But pretty, both of them I would say sus in like their own ways.
Which one's linked to Estabrooks?
Oh, I feel like this one is linked to Estabrooks, though I'd have to double check that about Robert Augustus Masters. I feel like he was in the army and had like a weird backstory of his own. But yeah,
that's the hypnotist, right? That I'm thinking that's mentioned in PTK, George Estabrooks.
Yeah, he was the Canadian, like 32nd degree Mason that
did the multiple personality stuff and talked about like I did it. I've made a training camp.
Back to World War II. Yeah, he had programmed soldiers to like attack each other, basically, and stuff like that way back in the day, and said he actually published stuff saying I've been able to do this. Like,
who cited his work in like Gifted Child Quarterly stuff?
Who?
Stanley Krippner.
Of course. Yeah. So he's at the heart of it.
I'm reading this gifted a memoir that I guess it seems like is a translation from Persian, possibly, but yeah, that's and this is like a book by Iraj Brumand, and like so that quote is like that was directed by his like captors, like he was in in prison after so he was being interrogated after the Islamic Revolution, according to this, this book. And so they were accusing him of that.
Having worked for basically worked for the CIA.
Exactly.
And being sus.
Yeah. So again, seems, plausible. But I mean, like something that sticks out at me in this book, it's very, like, I mean, I don't know, like, if this is like if he's Baha'i or anything. I mean, like, I have nothing against people who are Baha'i, like they're, it's a different religion. But it's, but it is interesting that he has this very sort of, interesting kind of like hatred of Arabs. Like, it's a, I mean, first of all, like he makes this weird point that like in prison, like his guards, like they had a very thick Arabic accent, and that they were, these ethnic Arabs that he was familiar with from when he lived in the southern part of Iran during his teenage years. Just like an example like of the kind of prose that you have here. Let me see where to start. Despite several generations of occupation and domination by many different ethnic forces from outside, particularly centuries of Arab domination, the tradition of Nowruz has stubbornly endured, has become a part of every Iranian's socially inherited DNA. The excitement starts with a ritual of almost mass obsession of deep cleaning, and the virtual cleansing of your mind and heart, as well as the cleaning of your domicile from top to bottom. This tradition begins 50 days and nights before Nowruz and is called Sada. It involves a thorough house cleaning called Khana Takani or Kuna Takuni, which literally means shaking the house from top to bottom. Blah, blah. He goes on about Nowruz a bit more. Without knowing why, like then he talks about after the Islamic Revolution, and says without knowing why, children intuitively refrained from demonstrating their Nowruz excitement, and depression became an epidemic disease. The customary new and colorful New Year clothes seem to have lost their luster. Unlike all the years past, when colorful clothing of women and children rivaled the legendary Persian gardens right in the middle of paved streets, those symbols of celebration of spring were mostly replaced with drab clothing and black covers. Everywhere you looked, there was abundance of women clad in black chador, a sign that a culture of mourning and perpetual depression was waiting to descend upon the soul of a fun-loving nation and crush every vestige of happiness under its weight. Happiness had become a sin if it was not for the victory of revolution, and even as such, people participating in mass lectures were not supposed to show their approval by clapping, and so they were told to collectively yell, Allahu Akbar, God is the greatest, in unison, mixed in public places with groups of women complying with the edicts of the new religious government, were some brave women who not only defied the weather, which was inhumanly cold, and the harsh beatings for the decency squad, but courageously threw away any pretense of modesty by wearing short-sleeved blouses in spite of the cold and obviously heavy makeup and no head covering, a sign of opposition to the cleric's edicts. Even many of the Revolutionary Guards at the early stages of their triumphant revolution displayed a deeply troubled appearance of disdain. This was worse than anything that history had recorded about the savagery of invading armies of the Greeks, Mongols, Turks, save that of desert inhabitants, the savages of Arabia.
Wow.
They had forced their religion with their swords upon an advanced civilization 14 centuries before, but our nation was just beginning to gradually shake it off and unburden itself from its hold in every aspect of their lives before the disaster struck again. The weapon of initial Islamic Arab armies had been replaced with firearms stolen from the armed forces' supplies. The Arabs are coming back to complete what they had started 1,400 years ago. A woman in her late 20s shouted when a bearded man with his semi-automatic rifle ominously trained it on her approached her to shut her up. Blah blah. He goes on, but you can kind of see
get a Giorgiani kind of vibe from this guy, like a Zoroastrian.
Like, reminds me of him. The hate, like, dude, he said some such offensive stuff about.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the same. It's the same basic tendency. Like, I feel like Giorgiani is like the very very end of like the same spectrum, where it's like this super intensified version of this like sort of like
Persian Aryan vibe, like
like very kind of like. psychologically confused, like sort of disassociating from like basically the last like 1400 years of like Iranian history, and yeah, just kind of it's very it's a problem. But but you can see how that sort of psychological complex can be kind of nurtured and instrumentalized. And I think that the book in and of itself kind of attests the problems that these gifted programs in like an international context can pose, because like for someone who's in charge to have like this ideology of like believing that like the religion of the majority of the population, you know, or even like the religion of half the population, or even the religion of 30% of the population is somehow like foreign and Arab and a disease. Like I understand that like maybe some of these ideas were formed like after, you know, the like, you know, maybe this sort of hatred was exacerbated by that by the revolution and by, you know, being sort of removed from your role as the head of the gifted children program or whatever. Yeah, exactly. But still, like it's like an unhealthy kind of outlook. And I mean, it does kind of like align in many ways with the kind of like ironically, it's very similar to the attitude that you see in some of like Jeffrey Epstein's Arab contacts, where this is sort of like submissiveness and like desperation for like approval and like, you know, a hatred of one's own you know, like self, like, you know, or whatever, like this sort of psychic wound that you have where it's like I'm 0.1% Ashkenazi, like, you know, here, like take, you know, here's our kiswa cloth, you know, like you can, you know, use this as your carpet. Like it's like this sort of
I
like,
hope that's all he was using it for, other than like, I don't know, my mind went to like, what is he doing to that?
Black magic. I thought the same thing.
That's
I thought
right. Well, the chaos
like,
symbol, the Discordian symbol, it's kind of a lot.
There's magic involved. There's magicians.
You mean wait, what you mean like what Discordian symbol you're talking
about? The point around the Discordian society would eventually like adopt that, I think, as the chaos magic symbol of like the arrows pointing in like all directions around like a circle. Yeah. I think was that invented by Brumont? Like
no, he just uses it for his gifted program. I forget who created it.
The Iranian one specifically, was
he created. It has like a symbol in the middle of it.
Yeah, but is that symbol like the one of the current Iranian gifted children program, or was that Brumont symbol?
It was his. No, it was his. It was before the revolution. Yeah. This is like the guy who was connected to all the people in America and shit. That like had the 8-pointed thing.
One thing I wanted to note on Giorgiani too is that he went to the Dalton School. So.
Oh yeah, Giorgiani did go to the Dalton School actually. Yeah.
Connection.
and I'd love to know, but in the birthday book, his mom says something kind of cryptic about how when he ran off to Europe for like this epic summer trip with his buddy Terry Kafka, she said, well, like, we didn't want you to go. We wanted you to like finish your school, and we would have sent you as a gentleman tourist, but you had to run off with Terry Kafka. But then we realized like it was very important, and those experiences you had in Europe led to you getting that job at the Dalton School. And she doesn't really elaborate like beyond that. So like, I don't know what were those experiences that led him. I don't know if she means like him learning life skills or whatever, or meeting somebody that gave him an entree. But I did want to draw attention also. I hadn't seen this yet. This letter that seems to be addressed to Laureen Powell Jobs.
Oh yeah, saying, hey, about your gifted school. Sorry about my heli.
Yeah, look at the, and this is written by I'm not really sure. This is written by Jeffrey Epstein, I assume. Okay,
so that's what I got from it at least.
Okay, so
not sure, but.
Yeah, this is what Jeffrey Epstein apparently wrote to Steve Jobs' widow, who has been pictured in the past with Ghislaine Maxwell hanging out with her. He says, Laureen, sorry if my noisy heli arrival yesterday disturbed your otherwise serene afternoon. Joy Ito from MIT Media Lab told me last week about your personal project, a school for the highly gifted. He said it appeared we shared some mutual goals and constraints. I also think Minerva might be too late in the education process to really make a difference. Now that you were at least temporarily my next-door neighbor, the polite thing to do, and something I think could be fun, would be to ask you over for coffee or tea either today or tomorrow. Afterwards, I return to New York, where I will spend the day with Noam Chomsky on a very similar subject.
Yeah, what?
Folks, what? Release the Chomsky Gifted Children files. Like, what the fuck? I.e., but there, more about the essence of brain quote, functors, Functors. I don't know if that's a typo or not. And its hypothetical rules for creativity. Questions, re, the language that the role that language might play. His thinking is that language was really initially only for internal communication. Spoken language, a remarkable offshoot. Also, what role does music play, if any? Maybe a potential window into its inner workings. People learn better when the information is presented in symphonic three-part form. Kostlin agrees. I will return to my island Sunday, if more convenient. And yeah, so I guess I don't know if we got a response from that necessarily, but elsewhere you found that Epstein had emailed Lorraine Powell Jobs, like back in 2015. And so I guess the Minerva program is like what they're referencing.
Yeah, they mention it there for a second and something.
Minerva.
This one? Oh yeah, I also think Minerva might be too late in the education process. I looked it up. It says that it's a Minerva, the Intentional University.
Yes.
Pioneering educational institution established in 2012 with the goal of redefining liberal arts education for the 21st century. For the new age. I don't know. Maybe not, but...
Minerva adopts first principles thinking in its pedagogy, emphasizing practical knowledge, active learning, and global exposure. The curriculum is constructed around two distinct types of learning objectives, habits of mind and foundational concepts, which ensures that students develop critical leadership and problem-solving skills. Leveraging advanced technology and a science-based understanding of learning, the university supports a diverse and international student body through a global rotation model. Students live and work in up to 7 different cities around the world. Minerva's outcomes, including high graduation rates and alumni success, attest to its effectiveness. Blah, blah, blah. It goes back to 2012. So I think it sounds like what Epstein was saying, his critique, is that it's too late in a child's development to get them in college years, right?
Interesting. I could see that.
That seems to be what right? That seems, because he says, yeah, I think Minerva might be too late in the education process to really make a difference. So he's saying you got to start like younger than 18. You got to go back,
While their brains are moldable, you got to tell them what to think. You got to have Sandia Labs come tell them what to think.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if that was ever proven about Sarfati saying that, but that really struck out to me. I looked up Lorraine Powell Jobs' educational initiatives, and she has the Emerson Collective LLC, an American company founded by her, invests in entrepreneurs and innovators working in education, energy, the environment, immigration, media, and journalism. Founded in 2011 in Palo Alto, California, Emerson Collective is considered to be one of the leading groups engaged in both venture capital investing and philanthropy. In 2017, the company acquired a majority interest in The Atlantic magazine, and it was named after transcendentalist writer Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Boris Nikolic from the World Economic Forum in Davos gave Epstein Lorraine's contact for me following that email.
Yep.
Trend and searching her name. So, and she's like, don't say that I gave it to you because like it's awkward. They broke up.
Yeah, his friend was dating like her and they broke up, so now it's awkward. Yeah, he's Croatian, trained in graduated medical school in Zagreb in 1994 in the middle of the Tudjman era, and then went to Harvard graduate program in immunology and transplantation immunology. And also, I think, was involved in something involving stem cells, Advanced Immunology Laboratory for Tolerance Induction Stem Cell Transplantation. That's also interesting. Something that's like a field that has been kind of, it's been kind of a political football, like the legality of like stem cell research, that I could see like Epstein. It seems like he went much further than that, but also like they might have been messing around with like stem cell therapy stuff that might not have been approvable I actually don't know where it stands right now in like stem cell research. I remember George W. Bush made a big deal out of like banning it, right? But I
Interesting.
forget
I've
if
been
they
seeing a lot of
reversed it.
human growth hormone research and like usage mentioned in the files, which I saw like some of the human growth hormone can be derived from cadavers. I don't know. I don't want to think about that too much. But like one was like, oh, I read that like kids at the Dalton school are taking HGH. Haha, isn't that funny? Because I told you like one of the biggest like best qualities for kids, like most important qualities was tallness. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, is that what they have Barron Trump on?
That's yeah, right, right. Or like, now Peter Thiel's new concoction, clavicular, like storming the scene in New York City, with like all of these like body modification thing, like all taking all these different like supplements and steroids and like
Biohacking.
biohacking. Like all these people are deeply obsessed with that, and now they're like kind of rolling out like poster children that are doing extreme like body hacking kind of body mod stuff like so that they can mog everybody like on the internet and be chads like or look like the perfect twink for like Peter Thiel and his friends. Like it's pretty wild. Like like a lot of this stuff does kind of feel like out in the open, like they're accelerating to normalize it as deeply as possible before people can really like figure out what has been going on for decades.
All tied to eugenics, all like this weird elitist supremacy BS. There's even an email from the Yosha Bach, is that how you pronounce it?
Yosha Bach, yeah.
Saying, I'm currently giving a class on computational modeling to very gifted students at a spring school on neuroscience. There's also documents of, they're now saying like, oh, these could be archived when I click on the link, but they were like court documents, and it was interviews with parents of the children that were groomed by Epstein, it seems. One of them was like, oh yeah, he came up to me while I was on a bench at Interlochen, and he asked me information about my family and asked for my mom's phone number. And then he called and sent his chauffeur to pick me up, and it started from there. But I was living in a pool house at the time with my mom in someone's backyard because they were facing homelessness. They're facing houselessness at the time. So it's like, whoa, you're preying on people that are down and out. Yeah. And at this Interlochen music school. There's also this one that says, Annie Farmer, described as academically gifted. Annie's mother, at Epstein's request, agreed to send Andy to Epstein's ranch in New Mexico for a retreat for a group of 20 to 25 students.
Oh, interesting. You never heard that part before.
Yeah, I pulled it straight from there, but now it's gone. It's so crazy. It says they were academically gifted to discuss college plans and international trips. Maybe it'll still be on Gmail. But the defendant and Epstein met Jane when she was just 14 years old in the summer of 1994 at a camp summer for talented kids. Jane was particularly vulnerable as her father had just passed away, a fact which she had told both Epstein and the defendant upon meeting them, and her family was struggling financially. But I can't get it to work. Then there's one that's like talking about like, oh yeah, like we were told that we were going to like, it was another country. I think it was like Thailand for some kind of enrichment thing for these gifted kids. So on top of having them go to his ranch, I hope I can find this on Gmail and like pop it into the grotto somewhere, because I was so mad that the link doesn't work. I have like all caps right by it. Link does not work anymore. But then there's this one that does work where it's a Rwanda project permission slip. And it says here, although intellectually gifted and extremely hard worker, her studies mean a lot to her as reflected. And she's definitely not a one-dimensional person. She has musical and theatrical talent, and it's some kind of permission slip to go to Rwanda. There's another quote here from a court document that said, he called and told me that he was planning a get-together, a retreat of sorts for a group of 20 to 25 students who are academically gifted. But I just am so mad that the link doesn't work anymore, because that's pretty big. If I can find that in Gmail, maybe I can.
Yeah, who was organizing that the gifted child Rwanda trips?
It seems like Epstein for some reason. There's like these permission. There's like several like school records that are. I don't know if it's just like the FBI pulling school records of like the abused, or if it's some kind of Music and Brain Institute.
Right.
People submitting their resumes for something that Epstein is involved with. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another person that said they got scouted out by him at Interlochen, and that they said they were big benefactors of the camp, and that they went there every summer, and that they gave different kids scholarships. Wow. And he proceeded to say, well, I like to mentor young students who are artists.
And it kind of also reminds me of a related issue that Virginia Roberts Giffrey talked about, like in her story of she sort of stumbled into their world through a different pipeline, but it like the way she tells it in the book, it all started when she got kidnapped and taken to like one of those wilderness schools for like troubled teens in Florida that was like a deeply corrupt and abusive kind of place, and she was like stuck there for months. And I just remember she mentioned kind of in passing rather darkly that like to this day, like this is a very expensive facility to like send kids to, and my parents like didn't really have a lot of money. Like they were not like really that well off or didn't have a lot of cash. And like to this day, I still don't know who like paid the bill for me to be sent to this place. And then, she escaped from there, was immediately like assaulted and trafficked by a guy. Like she hitchhiked, got picked up. And then like later that night ended up getting picked up in a limousine by Ron Eppinger, another sex trafficker, and was with him for a while. And then at some point then I think she kind of broke away from him. And then her dad got her the job at Mar-a-Lago. And then that's where Ghislaine ran into her.
And that's it's so disturbing to think like how can parents like possibly be involved, but like we all know the story too well of people just being like, yeah, sign my kid up for Hollywood even though I know how abusive it is. So,
right. I mean, we should not neglect to mention that like also the book opens with her recounting like she was being sexually abused by her father and I think even one of her father's friends like as a child, and that's what started her quote unquote behavioral problems and like kind of, acting out. I think that's like many such cases like that where kids are abused and her mother, she claims, was pretty much like turned a blind eye to it and like if anything like kind of resented her in this like very toxic dynamic kind of thing. And then I don't know, maybe it was the parents, I don't know, but like they didn't seem to have the money to do that. And it almost seems like, she was sucked into like some kind of pipeline that like, okay, first we're gonna like, we already know you have a certain level of trauma, we're gonna like compound that and like put you onto a pipeline into like the real margins, and then sooner or later one of these like millionaire or billionaire people is gonna like find you and then draw you into their web.
You have like, you have Walter Breen and Miriam Zimmer Bradley who they're just together because they think that they're like gonna make the perfect whatever gifted kid or whatever. They're pedophiles, and it's just like it's insane what people will do for power and capital. Like look at what evils come of that. Like everybody's been making memes. I haven't really listened to the whole Pam Bondi thing or seen what they're mentioning, but I guess she like mentioned the Dow in response to being questioned about this abuse to minors, and it's like, they would sacrifice children for capital, and it's like, I don't know, it's disturbing what people would do for money, and that's why we're here. You think about like the Pentagon not being able to pass its auditing. You think about how much money is unaccounted for that we don't know what projects it's used for. It's like there's a big lucrative business based on these abuses and exchanging films, all sorts of stuff. It's hard to fathom, but it's real. Like, those films exist, and there's a big whole, I mean, the whole part of like the leadership, like lifting up certain people to be leaders. Like there's this email here from Dr. E. Maxwell, which seems like it's Ghislaine's mom.
Yeah.
It says,
Elizabeth.
"My darling, I was speaking to Kevin last night at the very time when Chloe had arrived safely. I'm sure you will have given her a great time. She is one of my favorites, simply because she is totally different from all the others. A real Maxwell, and everyone find faults with her. There was a time when even Kevin told me she was stupid, until once she had been on holidays with me. I discovered that she was slightly dyslexic and very far from stupid. She just played stupid to get attention from her mother. In fact, when she was taken to get an IQ test, she was discovered to have the highest IQ of the lot. At the time when Pandora was raving about her, I told her that if she was less intellectually gifted, then she should be pushed in sports, with the result that she is now a good swimmer. She also plays the battery very well. Anyway, I am longing to know what you think of her yourself." Now, I'm going to make here, this is just theorizing, I have no proof of this, but Robert Maxwell has some markers of a gifted child. He was learning several languages at a young age that people were astonished how he could quickly learn them, and how he could speak them with no apparent accent. Seems like a perfect person to prop up into some kind of triple, quadruple agent position. And he like read a book a day and then ends up doing like, publishing and whatnot. But I mean, can't prove it that he was in a gifted program, but you have his wife talking about like their kids being gifted and IQ tests, and asking Ghislaine what she thinks of her, and you'll give her a great time. She's one of my favorites because she's totally different from all the others. It's very strange stuff.
Yeah, Chloe Maxwell, it almost seems like when she's like a child that she's emailing Ghislaine Maxwell. There's a email from 2002. I forget I had clocked it from a couple episodes back in our notes. Let me see. Okay, no, that's not what it was. But yeah, it says forward, click on the Teddy's heart. More than one cell, more than once, like cell high. It's like very, and for some reason, yeah, it says Chloe Maxwell to blank. Here's my address. If you want Tilly's or Ted's, there's R, and it's it's the same with Mum. Ella's is thanks very much for having me. I had an amazing time. It was so fun and cool. Thank you. Lots of love, Chloe. It kind of seems like maybe she's emailing Ghislaine. And then there's just like a bunch of emails like Leon Craig to blank, Taljit Shembi, Steamy Chick 84 at hotmail.com to blank, like Chinu Hunjan to blank. Like that's, I mean, I gotta look at the amazing, the original, like thing here, but and then actually on the original it's like redacted. Some aspect of it is redacted. I don't know if there's a link to this, like it's a joke website or something, like click on Teddy's heart. I guess people used to do that in the early 2000s. It was like a joke website maybe that her child niece like sent to Ghislaine, and Ghislaine forwarded it. I don't know. I'm not really sure what to make of it.
Should we answer this question? This person paid $5 to boost it. I feel like we should air it.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, I just saw that. Sorry.
That intro is so
all right. Yeah, they ask, hello, three Susketeers. Any chance Massey has connections to Epstein because he graduated from MIT in the late 90s?
That's Thomas Massey?
Yeah, I think so. That's actually very interesting. I didn't know that about Thomas Massey.
Huh. I did not know. Yeah, he went to MIT, but
he doesn't pop up in the files. I searched it. The only thing that pop up are in like FBI briefings from like 2025 that were like, like obviously after the fact, that are probably talking about him as a congressman.
Yeah, you have Joy Ito from the Media Lab, who's also in the same message with Powell Jobs.
Right.
But I think he's with the MIT Media Lab, Joy Ito.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, you got Chomsky, you got Joy Ito, you have Marvin Minsky, Martin Novak,
the
Stuart Brand, like going back to the 80s, Nicholas Negroponte, the guy that like founded the Media Lab in the 80s, and he wrote the book with Stuart Brand, and, which is how the Edge people, tie into MIT. And then Epstein goes up there. Like the MIT things are deep. I just literally did not know that Thomas Massey like went there. It shows me I shouldn't judge a book by its cover. He just seemed like kind of, a Kentucky man,
But it seems like he didn't go through the Media Lab at all.
No, not necessarily.
That I know of.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to find out right now. So
I wonder how much of him like putting up a fight is legit. I hope so. I mean, like, I really hope there's somebody fighting for accountability here, but I don't know.
Yeah,
it is. Trust anyone anymore.
it is an odd thing because I mean I feel a little bit that way about like Ro Khanna. It's like interesting. I know he does do the kind of populist like Bernie like gesturing kind of thing. He's a little alt left, you could say, but it's like also he is the congressman of Silicon Valley, so it's like. Like he does seem to be critical of them in some regards, but like, I'm just like, like, you think that would be the last person that would be like, we need to release all the Epstein files,
he worked on virtual reality, Thomas Massey, that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Massey's interface system, which he calls Phantom, is actually haptic. Massey's interface has unique pivoting thimble-like receptacles mounted at the ends of computerized arms, into which a person can insert their fingers and then virtually feel the shape, texture, and weight of objects on the computer screen, as well as virtually, quote unquote, manipulate and otherwise interact with those objects. I can't find anything about his like funding sources for like his graduate work.
Yeah, he's been around longer than I thought, actually, in Congress. Yeah, he got in 2012. So, and yeah, he's been kind of an ally or like collabed with Ro Khanna, Rand Paul, and Bernie Sanders at various points. He spoke at the John Birch Society's 60th anniversary in 2018.
Yeah, well, I mean, like on everything, like other than like a few issues, he's like your basic like red state Republican.
Right. But that is a high science background. That's like higher than I thought. I thought he was like a lawyer or something. You know, like I actually didn't realize he was like an inventor who like went to MIT and like raced an MIT solar car in like some kind of race that happened, I think back in maybe the 90s. Yeah, he won the $30,000 Lemelson MIT Student Prize for Inventors and the $10,000 David and Lindsay Morgenthaler Grand Prize in the 6th annual MIT 10K Entrepreneurial Business Plan Competition. Wow. So yeah, I guess he sold he started a company, Sense-Able Technologies, and then sold it in 2003. Yeah, and he was he kind of came in like a Tea Party wave. That actually kind of makes sense. That this type of guy, but yeah, in terms of does he have connections to Epstein? I'll certainly keep an eye out for that.
I imagine, like, you know, unless like he were like, it would have to be like a real like conspiracy where he were like, no, like definitely like sheepdogging the issue like in Congress in some particular direction, and were like and he was confident that like he wouldn't be exposed. You know, like his connections wouldn't be exposed by virtue of his like calling attention to it and kind of, you know, rattling the saber for Epstein disclosure, like that. You know, there in some subtle way he would be like misdirecting the whole thing, but he would have to have like assurances that like, you know, he wasn't going to go down himself, like, because, you know, it would have to be like a higher. It would have to go higher than him. He would have to be like put up by somebody,
an agent.
Exactly. In exchange for something else. I mean, I've like that's what it would have to be if that were true. But I have no like reason to think that is true. I imagine that he's just like, you know, using it kind of as a political football. And like, you know, it may yield productive things like incidentally, but I wouldn't like, you know, put too much faith in Thomas Massey as an individual. But I don't know if like he like secretly has like, like that. It wouldn't just be that like he had Epstein connections, because if he had them, then he wouldn't be like having Epstein connections is the absolute worst thing in the world. Like, and it's like, you know, disqualifying from having anything to do with like public office or leadership. Like if he simply were like in the files or like had some relationship with Epstein, it would have to be that like he were being like puppeteered by someone, you know, like, because if it were simply that he had the connection, he probably wouldn't do that because it would end his career.
Yeah.
He would have to be backed by somebody.
Exactly. He would have to be like doing, like he would have to have some kind of assurance that like his connection wouldn't come out and he would be doing it for some other reason, because otherwise, like, it would be, you know,
well, it would be like the people
career ending.
The people funding his career would be the ones that would be at risk of being implicated, and so
exactly.
If he were
would
to
be like
support the release in certain way, but I mean, this is kind of a big data dump. I feel like if you had contacts with Epstein, you're kind of getting exposed right now, at least a little bit. You know, for the most part, there might still be people.
Well, he has like a ton of enemies, and like he isn't actually in control of the dumps. So I feel like people hate him. It seems like. So I feel like if he were in the files, like he might come out. You know.
Yeah, he seems a little closer to like. I mean, he endorsed Ron DeSantis in 2024. So he only came around and like endorsed Trump like after he won the nomination, and was one of those like minority of Republicans that wasn't.
And he still kind of is like a slightly dissident Republican. Like
he's kind of like a Ron
Trump
Paul
tried
type.
To get him, Yeah, exactly. He's kind of
Yeah.
like a Ron Paul type.
Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, just like any of these people that are out there being like the main figureheads. I mean, I think, it's good that we had the files out, that they passed a law to like force it. It's just a lot of bullshit. But there's a lot of power games being played right now. So I don't know.
Speaking of, what was the connection with like you were like throwing out a lot of names like about like Frank Molina and stuff like pretty quick, like, and his like family relationship pretty quickly. What was the connection to UT Dallas, and like was it their Holocaust Center?
I believe. Let me look
about?
it up. UT Dallas, Christine Max. I believe it is Christine Maxwell right now. Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy, ISGAP. ISGAP.
Okay.
At Christine. This is on her LinkedIn. Christine Maxwell, PhD, at the University of Dallas in Texas. So she's married to Roger Molina since 1986.
Right.
Roger Molina's father, Frank Molina, was an American aeronautical engineer and painter, and was a partner in early rocketry with Jack Parsons and like that crew of like JPL guys.
Interesting.
Yeah. So he's let me see. Yeah, he was at Caltech, and Molina and 5 associates, including Jack Parsons and Qian Zhuisen, a Chinese aerospace engineer and cyberneticist. I've actually never heard of him. Sorry if I mangled that name. They became known at Caltech as the Suicide Squad because of their dangerous experiments. They were forced to move their operations away from Caltech and to the facility at Arroyo Seco, and the tests were moved to White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. So the project's WAC Corporal sounding rocket was the first U.S. rocket to break the 50-mile altitude mark, becoming the first sounding rocket to reach space. He did have an interest in the Communist Party, Caltech's Unit 122, and was engaged in labor activism when he was a graduate student in the 30s. But, I see, that was in the 30s, and that had attracted the attention of the FBI. But there's no evidence that they ever passed on rocket information to the Soviet Union. But get this, he moved to France after that and joined the fledgling UN as Secretariat of UNESCO under Julian Huxley. And then he became the head of it's always UNESCO. It always goes back to UNESCO, folks. So eugenicist Julian Huxley, Aldous Huxley's brother. He worked, I guess, as like kind of like his assistant. And then in 1951, Molina became head of UNESCO's Division of Scientific Research. Years later, he left to pursue an interest in kinetic art. And actually, this is funny. He got indicted at the height of the Red Scare in 1952 for having failed to list his Communist Party membership on an old security questionnaire form at Caltech. He was declared a fugitive to be arrested if and when he returned to the United States. Wow.
Well, and I want to know, Julian Huxley coined the term transhumanism.
Yes, he did.
So that ties in.
Yeah.
I'm on the ISGAP website right now. This is like really, I encourage people to go to isgap.org and just see like what they're all about. Yeah. She's not listed like under the research fellows currently, but they have like quite, an assemblage of people.
She might be retired. She's rather older now,
might have, it might have been for a temporary thing, but Hussein Abu Bakr Mansour is on here. Like if you've seen him on Twitter,
who's he? I don't know.
Pedro Gonzalez, some of the Pedro Gonzalez is on here. Just like some people you might have seen around the internet. Hussein Abu Bakr Mansour is like this dude who just like he's like a self-hating Arab who has like the worst takes in the world. Like not too much more to it, but it's but you can look at their homepage. Qatar funding of higher education. Okay, yeah, the crisis in the United States of Qatari funding.
Kind of goofy.
Yeah, the Muslim Brotherhood strategic entries of the United States. All right.
There's another connection here, by the way, with Roger Molina, who's Christine's husband. He launched something in 1968. He launched the journal Leonardo in Paris, and then eventually moved the operations for it to the Bay Area. I assume when he moved with the Maxwell sisters to the San Francisco Bay Area, like in the 80s, but it's published by the MIT Press, and it covers the application of contemporary science and technology to the arts and music. So I don't know what that they have the MIT cosign at the very least, but I don't know if we've heard about that before in like the sort of milieu of like Whole Earth Catalog and other like sus magazines, but just thought I'd note that.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to ask about the Martin Novak connection in the Templeton. I was wondering, the one where he says, "You play Civilization, right, Khalid?"
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I was recently in the like what's it called? The workshop for new features in Civ 7, but I don't know if we'll have to disclose that. Yeah. Okay. What's the relevance here?
Martin Novak, do you remember that email where it's like, "Oh, did you torture her? Our spy was captured after completing her mission." So somebody tweeted, "I asked Martin Novak about his email communication. This is what he replied this morning. It says, 'Dear Mr. Rohn, our spy was captured after completing her mission' is a line from a computer game called Civilization 2. This is what I sometimes say to myself after solving a mathematical problem after completing a mission. Nothing else was meant in my email. His reply made no sense at all. Best regards."
I never played Civ 2. I didn't realize that espionage was a feature in Civ 2. Maybe it was. I never played it. I started playing Civ in Civ 5, so I can't comment on whether espionage is a feature. But yeah, like I don't know why. Like it seems odd anyway. Like maybe the language wasn't. But I'd be curious to know like what it was referring to though.
Right, and then did you torture her right after that? I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, yeah.
Weird
Well, like the reply, did you torture her? First of all, like, why would he be torturing his own spy? It's just like, I just an excuse to mention torture, I suppose.
Yeah, it's weird. I remembered like seeing that he was tied into the Templeton Foundation now. It's like, oh, I thought of that exchange I saw on Twitter.
Was he the also the one that was like, "I'm sorry, Glenn. Like, thank you for an amazing night. I'm sorry I almost ruined it. Thank God I didn't kill anybody." That was Martin Novak.
Yeah, that
right?
was also him. Yeah.
What is wrong with this guy?
Yeah, he's like he's a particularly sus member of the Epstein network, which is really saying a lot. But I wanted to read this part. This guy is has quite an interesting worldview, and I think he's a pretty interesting figure.
Which guy?
In a way, Iraj Brumand. In a way, he's kind of like a someone who like really falls in the at the intersection of like several SJ antagonisms, in that he's come to the conclusion that the Islamic Revolution in Iran was in fact like communist in some way.
Okay, here we go.
He considers them to be communist somehow, and that they actually were using the Soviet system. And he thinks that these things are connected. But I'll just read this last part because I think it gets into kind of like an interesting kind of like American like imperialist like eugenic like civilizational like eugenics kind of. It's very interesting. I was not able to discern whether he was the one, by the way, who like came up with that logo that you see for the current like Iran. I mean, they must have changed it because like the emblem like that was like post revolution, the emblem that you see in the middle, but like of that sort of chaos star type shape. But I wasn't able to figure that out, so it's possible that he did. It's possible that they made it up afterwards. But anyway, this is what he has to say. As the title of a recent political book decrees, and I take the liberty of slightly modifying it, these are unpleasant truths. The fact remains that the vast majority of Americans cherish the principles upon which this incredible country was founded. They may not have read the Constitution or the Bill of Rights, but they believe in the fundamental values of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Equality for all in the eyes of the law is the byproduct of these principles that humans, in their infinite wisdom, I don't know if we have infinite wisdom, determined to be worthy of its practice. These are the values. Yeah, it's like, you're really confused, dude. These are the values that made me choose to be an American. While many of those values may be somewhat diluted in recent decades, at the end of the day, even some of those who do not believe so deeply will return to them when the chips are down. Let us admit it. The American Constitution, which is no more than a few pages in a small booklet you can carry in your pocket, is far weightier than 15 tons of the writings of Marx and Engels and the entire Communist Manifesto or Mein Kampf.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The best witness to that fact is the endurance and applicability of it after several centuries. The ideas of liberty, equality, and the pursuit of happiness are not just rights that can be taken away. They are part and parcel of human genetics. We are born with them, and they are worth dying for. The only problem is that some people think progressivism is discarding something that is old and tested and replacing it with something that has not been consistently proven valid. They don't realize that DNA is almost forever. It is there to endure. It is true that in some cases it may be corrupted for various reasons, but by and large, this is what makes us what we are as a whole. Human becomings.
Okay, eugenics, bro.
Eugenics.
That's
fan of eugenics.
It's kind of like I'm not quite sure how to interpret that. I mean, it could just be like an incoherent thought, but like the way that I take it is that he's almost saying like people think that these values are like new modern liberal values, and the problem is that like they think that they're replacing tried and true tested like traditional values. What they don't realize is that like American values are actually part of our DNA, but some people's DNA can be corrupted. But like, you know, generally speaking, like DNA so it's almost like he's saying that, like, I'm reading this in the light of like his other sort of comments and like the rest of his worldview. It's almost like he's kind of saying that like there are like genetic Americans. Like it's again like it strikes me as like a very kind of like Iranian diaspora type of thing, where it's like, you know, actually I've always genetically been an American, and like there are those with corrupted DNA out there, but like I'm not one of them, and actually like. Yeah, I don't like, but it's interesting in light of like the sort of international dimension of like these gifted children programs, where like you do actually see that like, and even like in the appendix of this book, he has like letters from the people who were in his GATE program, who then went on to have like academic jobs or to become doctors or to work like in Europe and the US, like a lot of them, right? Like it's kind of like the sort of brain drain effect that you see, and like you know, I'm not saying that like this is just like that there's not, you know, any internal problems like in Iran. Like, you know, I was reading Behram Pasai's like kind of a poem recently that, you know, he wrote a couple years before his death. And like, you can see like how, you know, someone who, you know, was like an intellectual who like, you know, could be like gradually kind of turned off by some of the decisions that were made and things like that. But at the same time, like you can kind of see like the sort of convergence of all these different things, like the kind of like imperial, like a like a post-colonial component, where it's about like, you know, the sort of what I was saying before, like the sort of a Homi Bhabha-esque invitation of the colonizer, you know, like you're different, you're a student, you're a doctor, like you're an artist, like you're not like them, like you're like us. But then it has like this sort of like eugenics dimension as well, where like somehow
we've
like
identified you as genetically American.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, genetically superior, like genetically gifted, which is like, you know, you actually belong to the United States, not to wherever you were born.
I guess that would be a way to make sense of like what he's saying, is that like that's their dream, at least, is that like to be a genetic American means to be a eugenically like optimized and selected like member of the global gene pool that gets plucked out.
Ubermensch?
Kind of like,
yeah,
you
basically.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you even think about like, I mean, there's levels to it, but even like that CIA sponsored program that brought like talented students from African countries that Barack Obama's father was brought over on, right? And even Zoran Mamdani's father, I think, was maybe a later iteration of that same program. Now that could be more for like kind of, you know, like you want to inculcate them with like, you know, pro-American kind of ideas and teach them pro-American frameworks for how to approach politics and hope they go back there and are like influential people and serve your interests. But like also the idea of like finding like or like in Hungary, like finding the quote unquote best and then like grooming them for like global leadership, you know, is like that's to them, you know, that's what they would like American to mean. And in that sense, that is like, you know, the eugenics elite.
I can't help but think about like, okay, Nazi Germany being inspired by the California eugenics program, and then Jimmy's work on Hitler's hypnotism, and you're special, you're this, you're the ideal German, da, 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 we need you, all this whatever, and the fallout from that. It's just, I don't know. I'm not saying that he was part of that or anything, but like the hypnotism aspects, the mind control aspects, like on leaders, and I don't know. I mean, he wasn't a leader at the time, of course, but I don't know who gave him the idea to do the beer hall thing, or like,
right.
Who knows?
But he does seem to have like people coming in and kind of like helping him along, mentors of a certain type that come along and kind of guide him in his earlier years, like Hitler, and kind of guide his path in a way. And I think you see that with some of these other maybe figures, maybe with Epstein himself. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. One thing I see in the comments here, someone saying like, what do we do about this like lawsuits? Hello. I thought the same thing, being the gift for myself, finding, people who are associated like Epstein, Breen. I want to read something from the greatest of all time. I was planning on putting all my research out in a book because I'm shy and I'd never fancied myself a public speaker. But I feel like David McGowan really started this off. And about the lawsuit aspect, he starts off the book with the Dutroux case. And one thing that really stuck out to me is that the wife, who was obviously aware of these several dungeons and happenings going on, was a school teacher. So that's alarming. But once the public knows about this Dutroux case, on page 7 of Program to Kill, Dave McGowan says, Connerett's removal from the Dutroux case fanned the smoldering flames of public outrage. As the Times reported, hundreds of thousands of people had petitioned the High Court to retain the judge. Adding yet more fuel to the fire, prosecutor Michael Bartlett was claiming that the evidence indicated a pedophile ring composed of the wealthy and powerful had been protected for 25 years, with the families of Dutroux's victims calling for a general strike. Men and women all across the country walked away from their jobs in protest as railway workers and bus drivers shut down public transportation, bringing some cities to a virtual standstill. The Telegraph reported that in Liège, firemen turned their hoses on the city's court building to symbolize the massive cleanup that was in order. On October 20th, 1996, 350,000 citizens of the tiny nation of Belgium took to the streets of Brussels dressed all in white, demanding the reform of a system so corrupt that it would protect the abusers, rapists, torturers, and killers of children. The political fallout from the case ultimately brought about the resignation of Belgium's state police chief, interior minister, and justice minister, who became as sacrificial lambs tossed to outraged masses to avoid what could easily have exploded into a full-scale insurrection by the people, particularly after police incompetence allowed Dutroux to escape and remain at large for a brief time until April 1998. In April 1988. There were in fact calls from the people for the entire coalition government to step down. So it's going to take us not shutting up about this. It's going to take us just not letting these people get away with things. I mean, I would hope that the masses would want that. And then one thing I also want to note in this Program to Kill book, he starts out in the beginning with a quote that is by an Arlene Tyner writing in Probe magazine, July-August 2000. Quote, in the early 1950s, the CIA was looking for specially gifted subjects to study dissociative states, which could be induced and controlled to some extent with hypnosis and drugs. Later on, towards the end, he says, this quote by Aleister Crowley, program to do what thou will. He says, in Magic in Theory and Practice, he quotes, for the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable victim. So it makes you wonder how much of these programs and stuff and, people being Thelemites and Theosophists, and there's the Lucifer Publishing, Lucis Trust.
Yeah, Lucy's Trust, the UN. Yeah.
Alice Bailey, there's all sorts of ties to that stuff and strange beliefs there.
Absolutely. Yeah. And in this case, it might go that dark. Like, absolutely. I think the Crowley defenders would always say, he was like doing a bit. You just didn't get it. But what does it say about somebody who's willing to do a bit like that and, even theatrically, ironically, validate like child sacrifice for power, right? You joke about something long enough, maybe it stops being a joke.
Yeah,
Or
like
I
I've
think he
seen
was
these.
serious too.
I think he
that
was.
he
I think
like
he was.
I don't think that like I like it
They
doesn't
spun
necessarily
it
mean
a
that
little bit.
yeah, like I think that like if there was going to be like a cover, like, again, I don't know, like if Crowley sacrificed a child or not, but like the cover would be that like he was speaking in theoretical terms,
Mm-hmm.
not that like, he wasn't serious about like the power of sacrificing a child.
Right.
It would
I
be
would
that
never
like he
do
was being
this, but I'm just
yeah,
telling you.
exactly.
Yeah, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like saying like the best way to like, commit a genocide would be this, yeah, like that. Like, but I wouldn't do that,
But given
Yeah,
the, even short of death, like the idea of inflicting trauma upon children to unlock some kind of like psychic or spiritual or intellectual capability, but also to open up avenues to like kind of hypnotically influence them or control them and groom them. You know what I mean? Like that's evil enough, even without child sacrifice. And like these people were pursuing, like a lot of the people connected to the Gifted Children programs were like pursuing a very systematic, like scientific approach to like figuring out the best ways to do this. Like they knew there was something there, and like in MK Ultra's case, like it required experiments that were so ethically like reprehensible and dubious, they had to lie about it and kind of hide what they were doing, or maybe sometimes dress it up in cuddly new age language, and then you can do it a little more in plain sight, and then like people don't see what it actually is. All these Esalen retreats and transpersonal psychology shit, like
and I think for some, like the idea like, oh, they were like traumatizing them on purpose in order to like get them to have like, it kind of sounds like, oh, like crazy, but like it's really like, if you think about it in terms of like, for most of like history, like well into the present day, the idea that like children like need like discipline and they need to be like, treated toughly in order to learn, right, is like probably one of the most like conventional and like not far-fetched like, I mean, I'm not saying that it is actually a good way to teach children or that like, but it is certainly something that has like a lot of cultural currency, and something that like is basically like the hegemonic approach to education for most of human history, is like the idea that like they might not put it in those terms, right, because like trauma has like a negative connotation. It literally means wound, so it's not something that like you want to be, nowadays you wouldn't say like we need to traumatize these children, but like the idea that we need to like like roughly discipline children in order to make them like flourish, or that like even like children prosper through like bullying and things like that, right? Like the idea that like bullying is bad is a relatively new idea, and you continually even see like backlash to that like people saying like we need to bring back bullying, lol, like these nerds are out of control, like whatever, like, so this idea like really is like not so like
you're
it's
right,
not so
we're not that far
surprising
back from that.
It's not so surprising that someone would be like, well, they wouldn't see it as like like necessarily like like we're doing Satanism necessarily, I'm like I don't want people to go the other way, be upset that I'm foreclosing that possibility. But on the other, like, but I I'm just saying that like it doesn't have to be that. It can simply be, oh, like we need to do this program, we need to push them to achieve like the greatest, because like our children are our greatest resource, our children are our future, right? Our children are how we're going to like continue our domination of the world,
right?
So like what's they need to be pushed in order to do that, in order to be great, right? So that's it's not like this kind of it doesn't have to be this whole like elaborate thing, necessarily either.
Yeah, in Project Ascent, I have this from eric.gov. So it's definitely an official curriculum. It says a program in which early childhood gifted and talented children are provided with differentiated curricula while remaining in the mainstream setting, I'm assuming of a class. It made me think of what you're saying with like, you have to make sure they're, Ted Kaczynski type stuff, like, challenge their beliefs and like whatever, yell some stuff at them. There's this part of this curriculum book where it says, Station 1, Have student listen to a tape of someone giving him a harsh, violent command. Have him circle those adjectives on the answer sheet that best describe how he feels. Have the student listen to a tape of someone giving him a gentle, positive reinforcement. Have him circle adjectives on answer sheet. Like what?
Yeah, they are kind of gauging, like, what's, I don't know, but what does it do to people when you use different methods? And, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's but there has been this attitude for a very long time of like you said, Khalid, of like the stories of like my parents' generation going to like Catholic schools and stuff like are horrifying by today's standards. And that was like in the 50s. It's like not even that long ago. Like when Jeffrey Epstein was in school, there was still like, yeah, you could just like beat kids if they like misbehave in class. Like that's like the parents are like down. Like that's just what you do. I mean, even in some states, like, I'd say more like southern states, maybe like the spanking your kids when they do bad things is like very normal. And like, I feel like in other places, maybe in like California or whatever, that's seen as like child abuse. Like what the fuck? Like,
Well, I remember that like profile of that couple, which they're like kind of like influencers. They're like kind of like
the nerd eugenics, like weirdo pronatalist.
They are
couple.
They're like hyper pronatalist, like kind of like in the like sort of that orbit. Like they're very like pronatalist and like kind of like autistic supremacists almost like that. Like it was kind of like how I would describe their ideology, but like there's that profile of them, and they like not only like hit their children, but like defended it. Right? Like they like, so that attitude, like even in like outside of like, like it's not just like the dumb people who do this. It's like, these sort of alleged intellectual elites.
Yes, that's like a really important point, especially up to the present day. Because when you look at something like the British public school system, which is it's like what we would call private schools, like the elite schools, the boarding schools and stuff, and how just like how the abuse of like kids beating up other kids and teachers or whatever like is so normalized. And then you think about all the old waspy boarding schools that are modeled on that in Hotchkiss, Phillips Exeter, St. Paul's, the Lawrenceville School, and that is probably like a thing that's going on there. I'm sure there's like a certain culture, and even like sending your kid away, like to like separated from their family at like age, whatever, 12, 13, like, cause you got to toughen up, there's like the elites and, even look at the socioeconomics of a lot of people that get sent to the wilderness schools, right? Like these are, like Paris Hilton, Chet Hanks, like these are like rich kids, and like their super wealthy parents are paying top dollar to have them sent to like an MK Ultra cult like Synanon torture school where they're going to be like behavior modded, like forcibly
like,
and horribly abused. Like the being from a rich family doesn't not only does it not protect them from being subjected to that shit, in some ways it might make them more vulnerable because one, their parents have the resources, and two, there's like, I think there's a greater pressure when there's like great inherited wealth or status involved, and you get the sense, or like Nick Reiner, I mean, God, look at that recent case, like that you need to use whatever it takes to like break them and like mold them into like the right kind of person that could, take over a family name or a family business or whatever, right? And I don't know, like they're even more willing when there's more power at stake.
Exactly. They have that, like, so, like, sometimes when you have like a kid who like, is just like acting out or like, is going astray or like getting it, like falling in with a bad crowd, like a lot of parents just like throw up their hands. They're like, I don't know what to do. But if you like have a bunch of money, it's like, hey, I'm gonna like have them abducted in the middle of the night, like it's sent to like
Blackwater mercenaries,
this monarch school. Yeah, exactly. Like but yeah, like I mean, this is a good point in the chat, like about the sexual abuse to establish hierarchies in those British private schools. Like there's an entire culture of that, like of like sexual abuse, like in these schools. That
Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins, a friend of the Edge Network, he said like getting buggered is like a part of growing up. Like I think it's positive. He literally said that like
wow.
years ago, and
Yeah.
everyone was like, "What the fuck, bro?" But like
What the
it's
hell?
very normalized in that sense.
Or
You
like
know,
David Cameron having sex with a pig is like part of a hazing
right?
ritual. Like this, like,
Yes.
you know, and that's like at the elite level. Like if you think about it, like there's tons of things like that. Yeah, like you're totally right that it's like it can be part of like an intervention to like save a problematic kid, but it also can be like something that's considered necessary for a kid to be truly like we think about this all the time, and like I constantly think about what a toxic idea this is. Like, you know, like suffer for your art, you know, like if you like are truly great, like you have to like everything can be sacrificed in order to pursue like genius, right? Like
Like that
and
movie about the drummer? Oh my gosh, that gave me
Oh,
anxiety.
right.
Whiplash.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
you
yeah.
go. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. What's the moral of that story?
It's terrible. I hated
Like,
it.
yeah, like
It sucked. It sucked.
that basically like sort of, you know, people are gonna call me like a rube or whatever. Like I don't appreciate the heckin' epic movies, but to me, like the sort of ethos of that movie was that like, who can say that like being an abusive teacher is bad? Like honestly, like I've had my fair share of like abusive like stick teachers. Like you know, nothing like you know that was like a sexual, thankfully. Like well, you know, nothing that was like, you know, like kind of like what you might conjure, you know, maybe it's but like the maybe a little bit of inappropriateness, but like nothing like, you know, but like and like it was so bizarre to me, like one of them recently died, and like to see all my classmates like kind of like, you know, eulogizing this person, and I was like, the only thing that guy taught me was that like I never want to be like that as a teacher, like,
Yeah.
and it's like it's disgusting, like the like how like yeah. Anyway, I mean, I feel like this, but it is like a weird, it's a weird, like deep seated pathology where, like, for whatever reason, like, you know, you're like, they like kind of crave, you're kind of like, you crave approval from someone because they're like sadistic. You're like trained to do that, like, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's kind of
it's
rampant
bizarre,
in the
yeah.
business world, in Hollywood, in like the media. Like, think about all the people that act kind of like sociopaths, but were like exalted by society. Like all the producers,
Yeah.
Harvey Weinstein, Scott Rudin, Ellen DeGeneres, like Anna Wintour. Like they all have these like just mean
Marilyn
like
Manson.
Marilyn Manson,
Oh my
Simon
gosh. Yeah.
Cowell. Like just people that were fucking cruel. And like, but that's the price of like greatness, like in a way. And then you have all these other celebrities that kind of kiss their asses and like look up to them. And Trump, like, is kind of the most obvious one. Like, he shits on everybody and like he abuses people all the time. Like, oh,
People
sometimes
love it.
people
They're
love
just
it.
so cool. Wow, he's such a contrarian, he's willing to say what's on his mind. What is going on?
Right,
Like,
right.
why are these values? We should
I
have
mean,
values about, you know, having good conduct and respect and
yeah.
Sort of the dark thrill of like the abuser genius. Who like Roman Polanski, Woody Allen, you know, like these kind of
Yeah.
people where it's like it's very clear what they did, but you know, some people just they need to defend like, oh, they're beautiful genius. I can't give
Yeah,
up.
it's valorized, and in fact, it's seen as like I mean, it goes back to that kind of like that sort of Joe Rogan meme. I feel like there wasn't even just like one particular time in which he expressed
I
this.
saw
I
this
feel like he said it
video
many
on a
times.
short the other day. It was like, you
Like-
gotta be freaking crazy genius to write beautiful people.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly, yeah. I was talking about that in the Marilyn Manson episode,
Yeah.
but like in general, like he's like it's the same thing of like if you want great music, you gotta have a cult. Or,
Oh,
like,
that
you know,
was
like that type of,
Mark
you know,
Anderson
yeah.
said that about after
Yeah.
bringing up Dave McGowan's Weird Scenes. You ever read this book, Weird Scenes Inside the Canon? Great book, you know, and it's about how the CIA like used like LSD like MK Ultra mind control to create all these psychedelic folk bands, and everybody was connected and blah blah blah. But he's like, you know, and you might get mad about that, but like, do you want the music? And he's like, oh, dude, you're right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
We should MK
like,
Ultra
so I
everybody.
feel
Like,
we-
what?
What?
Yeah, like
Yeah, he really
there's, like,
said
a
that.
million,
Do you
like-
want the music or not? Then you need the MK Ultra military cults that, you know, that did all the Laurel Canyon stuff. Like, you need that.
And there's like a million versions of that where basically like so yeah you have like these MK Ultra military cults, or even just like the idea that like, you know, you need like a crazy person who's like sick. Like it's okay that like they're sick. It's
Yeah.
okay that like, you know, or like Woody Allen, he's a great artist, you know, like no like well, it's okay because he's a great artist. Like no, like it's a sick idea, like, and it is like deeply like ideological, and it's bound up with this whole like notion of like genius and like genetics and like sort of you know, genetic supremacy and like heredity and like all these things. Like it's the idea that there's like this sort of, you know, a special character, sort of a special inspiration that one has like from one's genes, and like that is like really the ultimate barometer of like, the ultimate like measure of value. Is like, how can we like this? It does go into the AI stuff, because it's like we need to get consciousness to as many planets as possible or whatever, and that's all that matters. It's like, well, no, like other things matter. Like actually, like there's other like systems of value that we can
People
impose,
are starving
like,
down
that
here,
we can
man.
cleave
Like,
to.
what?
Yeah.
People, like, we have so many problems to deal with here, and people are just like, we need to do this space race, AI race thing. Like,
it's it's
Yeah.
it's crazy. And even outside of like the celebrity like worship, there's like a lot of that like abrasive bluntness, like you see in like Epstein's emails, and I've heard people like say like Sir Fadi's like that, and like he kind of like got people's respect after he like called them a name or something. I remember you guys talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that
then
tough talking New Yorker kind of approach to like being an asshole, like, like fuck you, and just yeah.
Did you see his response to I think it was Dana from Rotting Jewels, but he was like Walter Breen was framed.
Oh
He
yeah,
never like
yeah.
I'm like, what do you mean he was framed? He created NAMBLA. Like, what are you talking about framed?
Right, he wasn't exactly hiding it, like, and like his association with being a pedophile, he was pretty like proud of it, and then got caught, bringing boys into his house, and Marion Zimmer Bradley definitely knew about it, but like that's the kind of thing where they form these bonds with people, and it's like a Brock Pierce still being a buddy and like maybe being in business with Mark Collins Rector like years after. It's like, this guy like fucked your life up. Like, you see that, right? It's like, this guy's evil, but like you kind of like love him. Like, you think he's awesome. Like, because I don't know, like you see yourself as like on his team, and like he thinks you're cool and everything. Or with the many orbiters or like helping Epstein, like they kind, even if they, Epstein himself didn't like abuse them, but in some cases some of the girls that were like kind of working for him or whatever, I don't know, like there's a tendency to like just be loyal to somebody, like no matter what, like a real I will never cancel Noam Chomsky like kind of energy.
Yeah.
No matter what comes out about them, I will not cancel them. And it's like, why is your ego so caught up in like this person being awesome? Like, I don't know.
Like your whole identity is tied to it. What's going
In a
on? Why
way,
can't you-
like maybe it is kind of like that. Like some people, they really idolize. They see somebody as like, this is a person I admire, and I'm gonna kind of model my life on.
It's a huge phenomenon, and it's one of the reasons why this is like one of is a big pitch for Islam, because like if you just like, if your idol is, or it's not an idol, it's probably the right way to put it, but like if your male role model is the Prophet Muhammad, it's the only reasonable male role model. Other than that, like I just see that like desire for a male role model like break so many people and like drive them insane. And like it's like really like a toxic cultural force where people feel like they are like looking around for like these kind of like for like a like some kind of like a male role model. And like it's like in a very disordered way. And I think I don't know. I think the actual best one is the Prophet Muhammad. That's the like the only viable one. Other than that, like I've never seen anyone like have a male role model other than that didn't drive them insane.
Yeah, or
I have no evidence.
You could have no real male role model also. If you're not quite ready to take the shot, just want to allow space for people. Like you can just not worship like parasocially like charismatic male figures that are like put in front of you.
I can't really tell. I feel like I've never been like that, but maybe it's because I always think of like when I think of like someone who I need to in a situation where I'm like, well, what would this person do? I always think of the Prophet Muhammad and not like. So I feel like maybe like but yeah. So I don't know if it's because like I don't have this sort of tendency to be like, oh, let me like valorize this like random podcaster or something. Or if it's because that vacuum is filled. I can't really say. I think maybe I don't quite have that tendency when it comes to but a lot of people do, and it's really a problem. But I don't know if that's I mean, it's definitely related, but it's not identical with the sort of the phenomenon of like these kind of psychological conditioning that comes from like education. With a figure like Chomsky, you can totally see how they are related.
Well, it's like a weird cycle too, because like this whole Gino Yu and Epstein thing, like I can't really figure out like who's the male influence for who, or the male role model for who, because like you have Epstein, who was in a gifted and talented program as a kid, and you have this guy who is an instructor. Gino Yu was an instructor in that, but yet Epstein is his benefactor, funding all of his things. But then there's this message from Gino Yu to Jeffrey Epstein where it says, main thing regarding you and Mitch is the 5-stage model of development, relationship with the development of special abilities, and where I perceive the you and Mitch to be high energy tied to symbols. I believe that you also have special abilities, as Peter Fenwick, who is the near-death experience guy, and Masha also believe. So they believe that Epstein has these special abilities. But your energy system is still tightly coupled to stories, and you have adapted a disciplined way of maintaining state. This is why I irritated you so much with the Cuba conference, which from your perspective was a waste of resources. And my leaving the Vive at your place infuriated you so much. So yeah, he's saying that he has special abilities, and that's why he wanted him to go to the Cuba conference. So it's like, it's weird. This is somebody who was gifted and talented and involved in that instruction, but now is like relying on the funds from Epstein, but then is also like, you're special. like
Yeah, there's kind of there's like a two-way thing going on where like there's this two-way like validation system where like Epstein gets to feel like he gets to fund all these people who constantly are like his gifted teachers probably did, get to tell him how special and genius he is, and like he's so important.
Yeah.
And then they have to be, in a way, like they are kind of like subservient to him on one level because they're getting funding from him. But they're also, it's like, almost like he's one of their little projects that has been so successful, and like they're happy to like serve him because like they in their program helped build, like design him in a way to like be this guy. And so
he did so good with his networking that they set him up too. They're just like, wow.
Right, like he's immensely useful to these people, like that are kind of into the weird shit, like to the kind of broader network and the people that fund all of these like education initiatives and the sort of ruling class in general.
I mean, obviously, like people are hard up for funding, and like the funding that he offers could help them like to achieve like whatever like dreams they may have. Like you can see Gino Yu like wants to like do this like sus caravan all over the world and find the special people or whatever. But like on another level, like as I was saying a little bit like a couple episodes ago, I think like part of it also has to do with like the sort of structure of education, and like in a way like this is kind of part and parcel of having like any kind of like teacher student relationship but not like it partially it is, but it's also like the aspects of like how it exists like in like American society, like, and elsewhere, like that has like a similar model, like in Europe and in countries that have kind of copied the American academic model. Like it's I don't think that like it needs to be the way that it is, because it has this kind of fundamentally paternalistic character that like kind of like turns you into this sort of like very kind of like passive and like rewards like being kind of like a people pleaser, and rewards like sycophancy kind of, and like it actually kind of in a way like it suppresses like maybe or rewards like a creativity up a certain point, but like not really individuality. And like obviously like being able to be like a team player is a valuable thing, but like it really kind of encourages you to like kind of like shut up and have like this kind of like a sycophantic posture. And you can really see that with like, and seeing like someone like Chomsky, who like, is obviously viewed by many people as like a grandfatherly figure who's like kind of like a role model, someone who like is not, like, that's the thing, like, it's not just like this is some random guy who got taken in by a pedophile, or like this is people's moral exemplar. This is someone who is like in a position of like being a being like setting himself up as a role model, like taking on that role, inviting kind of people to see him as
a moral
like
leader,
a moral like and political leader in a way, right? And like a political philosopher, like the leading political philosopher of the American left, right? So that like the fact that like he like that aspect of this thing, like that aspect of what it means to be like that aspect of what it means to be maybe not intelligent, but like what it means to be like a fully well-rounded person. Maybe I don't want to use the word intelligence, it's too loaded, but I think this is like any like concept of intelligence that would be like a positive one would have to include this component. Like it would have to be that like in a way like you are one of the you are dumb if you don't have like the moral sense to be like, maybe I shouldn't suck up to a pedophile. Maybe I shouldn't like be best friends with someone who is convicted for sex trafficking.
The most notorious pedophile sex trafficker of my lifetime.
No matter like how many accolades you have for like your linguistics work, or how many like little anarchists write you emails saying you changed my life. Like, if the concept of intelligence had any meaning at all, you would still be considered stupid for being friends with a pedophile. But, obviously, I think the word is loaded, so I prefer not to think of these things in terms of intelligence per se.
The only context in we'll call any of these people stupid is that they're morally stupid.
Exactly. I think like in a different world, like that is what if we really had a moral system that was anchored to a concept of intelligence, then it would have to have a moral valence. But unfortunately, for most people, it doesn't. So I think it's too loaded. But like but I think that like that like sort of moral sense is like so underemphasized, and it's so like like how could you go through life? How could you be 90 years old? And like, how could you be participating in all these conversations? How could you be at the top of your field? How could you be like revered and admired by like all these, like young, like starry-eyed leftists, and you're like that morally bankrupt? It's like it's not just like a personal failing. It is like a systemic failing,
Yeah, it seems like a purposeful, propped up figure on the left. We're still talking about Chomsky, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Seems like it was purposeful, if you ask me. I don't know.
I mean, I think in a way, but I also think that there's like I mean, I think he was certainly propped up, but I also think that there like are like like systemic factors, because like not enough people saw through it, you know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to prop
like
them
the
up,
anarchy aspect, right? Like that's like, okay, what is your goal in anarchy? To not have rules so that you can then abuse people? Because like that was Hakeem Bey in a way, who's connected to Burning Man. Like, he was an anarchist, but it's like, okay, you're also a pedophile. So what is that why you want to be an anarchist? Not saying that that's what all anarchists are or anything, but like, there's a certain systemic thing of like not having any accountability or like the appeal of that.
I mean, it is true, like that, like anarchism, like as it exists in the United States, like kind of, it is interesting that like Chomsky's like political philosophy was like, we need to revisit like Bakunin, someone who like, if someone of Bakunin's like politics were actually currently living, like Chomsky would say that he should be sent to a concentration camp. Because he was like a racist and all these things, right? But like it's odd that like just because he was anti-Marx, like for some reason this is Chomsky's hero, but it's obviously a product of like the Cold War, like intellectual context. But like still, like I think like he certainly was propped up. He certainly was a product of that world, as we talked about in our Chomsky episode. But at the same time, there's a systemic problem because not enough people saw through it.
How many things are you guys gonna call before it comes to fruition, though? That's hilarious to me.
Yeah. How obvious does it have to be?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that's a good question.
Have you seen people reposting like screen captures of this Justin Bieber music video with Skrillex?
Is it the one with a painting on it that has a bunch of weird symbols?
Yeah,
Like,
I guess
and
it's like a
messages?
flash of a bunch of different drawings, and it's some
Yeah.
of it you pause it and it says some really weird shit.
Yeah, like Bush did
Um,
9/11. There's like pizza references. I remember when this video came out in like 2016, it like freaking me. Like I think I had already discovered like Vigilant Citizen by that era. Maybe that's where I discovered it. But watching it, I think the premise of it was that he invited like fans of Justin Bieber to come to like an art gallery in downtown LA and draw on this like whatever message they want to do on this
oh,
wall, and then
that's where they all come from. Okay.
crowdsourced. But like there's a real like frequency in it of like weird kind of like Illuminati. Maybe people at this point were being like cheeky about it and projecting that onto Justin Bieber. But there's a lot of like sad, dark, depressing ones, and also like literally Bush did 9/11 like flashes at one point, and like Illuminati pyramid, like pizza slice being like forced into his face, like just kind of like dark, what you might lost myself at a Diddy party, kind of, whatever, like kind of shit.
Yeah, the song in general has some like the sample that sounds like an instrumental is like actually his voice or something. In that song. So I don't know. That song has always just given me interesting vibes.
Yeah.
It has
It's good to know
whose
it's just the
voice?
public
Bieber, I think.
like trying to put some like shocking stuff in their drawings, and it's not some like thing that the record company did or whatever. I don't know.
It's hard
I
to
don't know if that
tell.
makes me feel better about it, but people have been like grabbing captures from that, being like, "It's been right in front of our face, guys, all this
They're
time."
rubbing
I'm
it
like,
faces, folks.
this is my first time seeing the video, but that's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that was peak like dark put Illuminati shit in your video kind of era. Like I feel like the mid 2010s it had really taken off as a trend, and Skrillex I do believe was repped by the Wasserman agency. No word on whether he's dropped yet, but I saw that there's calls for Casey Wasserman, the grandson of old studio boss Lou Wasserman, who I think we should do an episode on him soon because he's sus as fuck, very mobbed up and everything. But Casey Wasserman, close with Ghislaine, might have had an affair with Ghislaine, and like knew Epstein. He pretty much represents like every shitty EDM artist of the last like 15 years is like represented by the Wasserman agency. It's kind of like a Live Nation monopoly kind of vibe. But
Isn't he
Skrillex
involved in
is
the
on that.
Olympics
Yeah,
too?
yeah, he's the chair of the LA 2028 Olympics Committee.
I thought so.
Yeah, which a lot of people are calling on him to step down now. Yeah, but I wasn't super surprised to see like every Gorgon City Marshmallow like the lamest like a Tulum and Ibiza like type EDM artists are pretty much like they were all repped by Casey Wasserman. They all had that inside track, and some others that weren't like EDM slop, but a lot that are. I did see Gino say in one message kind of related to that, like, I'm going to Goa this weekend. When he was talking to Epstein. So he was all about that Goa. He was all about that Goa psytrance. Yeah, but
Yeah, he's all about the party and Biden
he
parties
definitely
and
is. Yeah, this
psychedelics
Gino Yu really like nobody had really heard of him before this like latest drop, but it's one of those ones where he kind of jumped to the top of relevancy.
Yeah, and I want to be clear here. I've only searched through all the hits for the keywords special abilities and only like I don't know, like 31 results for just his straight name. So there's over 1,000 hits. I'm sure there's lots of stuff in here.
Yeah.
He's covering up his track, like trying to delete the page. It says he worked for an elementary school. Yeah, I would say like there's this one here where he says this one is like I'm like, man, I need to read more because this guy's he says too much. He says, Alain is the subject that Peter uses for his studies. So like uses is kind of a strange way to talk about a human. So that's kind of already a red flag. But then that Peter is Peter Fenwick, who's near-death experience research. I don't know if that's what they're doing with this guy. Like
that's kind of like taking him to the brink of death and like bringing them back to see what happens.
You have to wonder. I don't know if that's what they're doing, but I mean, they're saying like uses. And then he also says in this file, like he's talking about some other subjects. He says, I classify Yosha as a high stage 2 and Masha as a stage 3, parentheses, lab rats.
Yeah, I saw that.
Both have deep insights, Yosha, and special abilities, Masha, intuition. So yeah, it's like, lab rats, uses, near-death experience. It's just a lot of red flags for me.
What are they use? Even Yosha Bach is a pretty prominent person. He was MIT affiliated. It's like, what are they using him for as a lab rat for? This guy.
I don't know if they're just like saying that as a figure of speech, but it sounds like so negative to call a human a lab rat.
Oh, definitely talking down to him. Even Yosha seems to be so into this stuff that to call him he seems to fancy himself as somewhat advanced and very elite. So like to be called a lab rat behind his back. That must
I wonder
not
how
feel
this
great.
is like he being in the files and like being someone like Yosha who said some terrible shit, but then also going and reading like, wait, I'm a project of
what? No, like I thought Jeffrey thought I was cool.
It's probably the least of his worries right now.
I hope it's the least of his worries
Jeffrey
right
really
now.
Thought he was cool.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I also noticed that Gino Yu, last little sus shout out here, he offered to Epstein in 2017 when he was saying he would move his Tulum gathering around to somewhere Epstein would like. He said, I may be able to get space in Columbia University or at Sophia University in Palo Alto to hold something. There would be a lot more content in Palo Alto. Or we could do it as a joint thing in NYC. Happy to provide a briefing to your network of people, scientists, etc. on the, quote, personal development, mental health, and human potential stuff. Can also bring some interesting people, e.g. special abilities. And I thought, where have I heard Sophia University in Palo Alto before? That's the new name of the California Institute of Transpersonal Psychology, co-founded by Jim Fadiman in 1975. So it's like full circle of like these sus MK counterculture people. Jim Fadiman, very sus and connected. But I guess, Gino Yu had the hookup there and was down to, he said there's a lot more content in Palo Alto. So, he was down to get them to, to throw a big Epstein conference about the human potential stuff and personal development. And I don't know, but they're all the same. This network is all like, since the 60s, they're all very connected with one another,
Yeah, kind of as Robert Monroe was saying, but like then you have like the Templeton thing in the Hungary was talking about like we need to find a way to like organize a network and like become more cohesive and and it's just the transnational like Gino Yu says something like, oh yeah, I know like the directors that used to do like the intelligence I can't find the document right now, but he basically says that he knows people in China that were doing psi experiments and stuff back in like the heyday of all that and whatnot. So it's like, I don't know, these consciousness studies persist and a lot of them are like ranking people and it really shows you like you really got to be aware of class consciousness because these people are like, yeah, we'll take the 1% and then we'll like use them as tools to do this to the poor people. And it's just, it seems.
Yeah.
It seems like a long game. It seems like a very elitist club type of thing that's happening. And like a lot of people that say that they're in the gift program, they're like, no, like I never went to some special school and like I ended up having all these like personal problems and stuff. And like, who's to say that people that they start asking hypothetical, because I was a kid that had a very deep sense of like justice and like asking questions about like why would they do this, and my parents would have to like throw a book at me to be like, I don't know, read about it or something. And like if there's certain kids that give pushback like that and stuff, like maybe there's certain things that they do or say to bring you down if they're bringing people up. I don't know.
I think it's reasonable to consider, like, is there almost like a blacklist component to like the GATE program where like you identify a child as like future problem, like future insurgent, potential insurgent, future like challenge to like they're too idealistic. They're too their intuitive sense of justice is too powerful. We got to like
they're too
trip them up.
empathetic.
Yeah, we're not going to elevate we're going to emphatically not elevate this person to be in a powerful position. In fact, we're going to like kind of
I think that there is.
Yeah.
I had weird stuff happen to me in school. Like I was in band, like talking at the creative aspect, I was in band for my whole elementary school. And it came time to give the award at the end of the year of here's all the people that were in band. My band teacher straight up skipped my name and I was crying. And she was my op. Like me and her, she'd be like, I'm gonna call your mom. And I'd be like, go ahead, call my mom. My mom has seen you yell at me when you were trying to yell at me in that room. And she walked in, like, and then I can't give away too much information on myself. I mean, I don't really care, but let's just say this lady was an op and she ended up coming to my house to teach me. So I don't know.
I know people who like actually have gotten like something like, you know, this is like a nightmare situation, but I mean, I know people who have gotten like bad recommendation letters saying like don't hire this person or like don't, you know, accept them, like which is like really, I mean, I don't know if that has anything to do with like, you know, some kind of like, you know, hidden motive or anything like that, but I do kind of feel like I don't think that it was like because you know, like kind of the inverse gifted narrative where I was too like special and too epic and too like base and heckin' leftist for G&T. But I do feel like, you know, I guess it's the same phenomenon where like I feel like a lot of my teachers just hated me because it's like an authoritarian, like kind of like, especially when you're a young kid, you know, and it's kind of like this sort of, you know, like it's a climate where like certain personality types prosper, which like I certainly didn't have, and I feel like in some ways like you know like when you technically would merit, like you were saying about bands, like when you technically would like merit, you know, some kind of you know, the same, like, you know, same recognition as your classmates or something, like, you know, you wouldn't get it because it was always like given reluctantly, you know.
Yeah, so weird. I was in it all, you know, I don't know what was going on. She knew me. I was one of the top chairs. I won't say exactly what chair number I was, or what instrument I was playing, but like she was definitely my op for no reason. And she would like yell at me like, now because of this, like your duet is gonna go this way, and was like yelling at me. And I'm just looking at her like, who is this lady? Why is she yelling at me? And my mom walks in and is like, excuse me? And then from that point on, my parents were like, who is this lady? So anytime she'd be like, I'm going to call your parents, I'm going to do this, I'd be like, do it. It became like a thing. But yeah, speaking of like the calling and, you know, maybe like give a negative recommendation, like Terman was giving recommendations or keeping people out of juvenile hall and stuff. He was like interfering with the lives of his gifted subjects, getting them into schools, getting them out of, it's...
Yeah, you wonder if he ever intervened in Michael Aquino's life in any kind of way, you know, to like get him into the Phoenix program, you know, or something like that, or afterwards with the Temple of Set, like, you know, surely that must have been entertaining for the researchers to like, oh, the son of this gifted child is like a psyop officer who founded a satanic church, like, you know, I think it would be an interesting thing. I don't think it's been published about it, but.
But then his mom joins, who was on the gifted program, so she's a Satanist then?
Yeah, she died a Satanist. Or a Setian. Yeah, she died one. Yeah.
It's like, Terman has this section in this book that was written by Paul Whitty, or edited by Paul Whitty, called The Gifted Child. It's so old, it smells like one of the oldest books I have. But it says, by 1947, some 21 members of Terman's group, this is Terman writing this, so I just put his name in there, but it says 21 members of the group were listed in American Men of Science and 7 in Who's Who in America. One has been elected to membership in the National Academy of Sciences, about the greatest honor short of a Nobel Prize that can come to an American scientist. A few specific examples follow, selected from many which could have been given. A physicist who is a director of one of the great laboratories devoted to the applications of atomic energy. A historian who is a director of an important war project, in which position he directed the work of more than 100 social scientists. A professor of physiology who was co-director during the war of the most important investigation that has ever been made on the physiological, biochemical, and psychological effects of prolonged semi-starvation.
Yikes.
A professor of engineering who served throughout the war as director of a government research laboratory, which employed hundreds of scientists and technicians, spent millions of dollars, and created devices that definitely shortened the war.
I wonder if that was Fred Terman.
These are all Terman's kids of some sort, but I don't know if it's his direct son. Could be, though.
I think he was at the like the MIT radio or the Princeton radio, like one of those labs in World War II that was working on radar and like shit. I'm pretty sure Fred Terman, because he was an engineer and kind of a godfather of Silicon Valley later.
Silicon Valley,
yeah. But
that's
it is
huge.
crazy. But that's so a lot of those gifted child, they went. Yeah. But I guess we're it's getting a little late over on the East Coast. I think
gotta go.
We're but we got a lot of good stuff in today. Thanks so much for coming on, Kate.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'd love to have you on again sometime in the future.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I plan to possibly I'll like hit up the grotto with possibly I'm planning on doing a project because it's been like super fulfilling working with people on this research and like connecting the dots. So I'm planning to hopefully start talking about this stuff more because I got a lot of ties to like MK, all sorts of stuff. I could just go on and on because the ties go so deep. But I really appreciate the time to talk about the connections to the files. And yeah, it's disturbing stuff, but it's important to know. Yeah,
it's certainly all coming into clearer focus now, I think. So it's important to, put all the puzzle pieces together. Crazy world we live in.
Yeah.
Crazy world.
Thanks again for talking with me about it and just being on the tip of the susness and being, making sure everybody stays vigilant. And it's been really valuable and healing to be part of this community and, listening to all the connections and also just people have a really sobering, level-headed perspective of things and are looking at them through that critical perspective that I think is really helpful.
Absolutely. That critical paranoia, gotta have both, two wings to fly.
And like, we're always glad to like hear that people find like the grotto and the community around SJ, like, positive and supportive and like the kind of like work that you're doing, like kind of like a long-term, like independent research project is like really valuable, and so that's the kind of thing that like we definitely like to spotlight, like we are often like kind of like scattered around or like jumping from thing to thing, even though we have like some longer threads that we're pulling on, but in general, we're kind of going from here go to there, so it's good to have people who are like chasing a single lead for a long period of time.
A real expert, which you are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so
it's just the tip of the iceberg, unfortunately.
It is. It certainly is. But we'll have, depending on when maybe new revelations come out and stuff, we definitely love to have you back on soon to break down.
Second audition for our third mic.
The third mic, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. But so take it easy, Kay, and for the rest of y'all, we'll be back on Tuesday. Sorry, call it surprise. I'm going to be out of town this weekend, but we'll be back on Tuesday for our Patreon episode at patreon.com/subliminal-jihad. Come on in, join the grotto, join the research revolution. It's happening.
Do it.
Yeah, but until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.